An Old Cold Grave. A Lane Winslow Mystery, Book 3. Written by Iona Whishaw. Narrated by Marilla Wex. Dedication. To my husband, Terry Miller, supporter and reader extraordinaire. Chapter 1. It wasn't quite the first day of spring, but the air had a softness, a promise of coming warmth, that made the people in King's Cove want to do things. Tidy up the garden, go through the sock drawer, fling open the windows to air out the house. Nothing in the splashes of sunlight stretching across the dormant gardens suggested that it was a good day to be confronted with the spectre of death. Gwen Hughes, a woman in her 50s who had lived in the same house since she was a child with her sister Mabel and their mother Gladys, stood in the root cellar, scowling in the dim light thrown by the single electric light bulb hanging from the wood joist on the ceiling. Her gaze was directed at the wooden shelves that lined either side of the cellar. Vegetables and fruit in tall blue-green glass canning jars stood on the top shelves, and jams and jellies in small jars occupied the bottom shelf. On the other side, wooden boxes containing root vegetables and apples were arranged along two planks that kept them above the dirt floor. A bowl of eggs sat nearest the door. There was a funny smell, and it was this that was causing Gwen to search accusingly among the jars for the culprit, the eggs having already been exonerated. No one had given the place a good going over since the previous fall, when most of what was in there had been laid away to keep the Hughes women fed over the winter. Much to the surprise of Gwen and Mabel, it was their octogenarian mother who had suggested the purchase of a small refrigerator a couple of years earlier, but they found very little use for it besides storing milk and setting butterscotch puddings, a great favourite of hers. The rest of their provisions they kept in the root cellar, as they had for over 40 years, with no difficulty at all, thank you very much. Gwen pulled jars of runner beans forward and shone her flashlight into the dark behind them, and with a small, victorious aha, she found carrots labelled 1944 that they had not gotten to within the year as they ought. "I told her," she said out loud. She took off her woolen pullover, set it on a box of apples, and began to rearrange the jars, moving those they had canned the summer before to the back. There were 4 jars of carrots from 1944, 3 years before. She didn't like to waste them, but didn't like to eat them either. 1 year, that was her rule. She put them on the floor by the door and went back to her arranging. As she worked her way along the shelf, she identified one element of the smell: vinegar. At the backmost corner she saw where the difficulty lay. Part of the sod roof had fallen through the beams that made up the wood frame of the cellar and broken several jars. Pickled beans and beets and some canned carrots lay quietly mouldering on the shelf among the broken shards of glass. Feeling sheepish about how quick she was to blame her sister, she removed all the sound jars, stacked them on shelves on one side, and contemplated the damage. The glass would have to be swept up and the sod repacked. Perhaps Robin could come and reinforce the roof a bit. She knew she or Mabel could do it quite well enough, but old Robin Harris would be hurt not to be called out for this sort of thing. Gwen pushed open the cellar door, and the family's 2 cocker spaniels rushed from where they were lying at the front of the house to the top of the steps, wagging expectantly. "Get along with you," she said, waving her arms at them. In the mudroom she found what she was looking for: a dustpan, a small whisk broom, and a pair of leather gardening gloves. "Mabel," she called into the kitchen, "the bloody roof has sunk on the back side of the root cellar and broken some jars. You didn't notice it, I don't suppose, last time you were in there?" Mabel looked up from where she was kneading bread. "And I suppose if I had, I would have left it like that for someone else to clean up," she said. "And mind the eggs when you're in there. I put them up on the left next to the potatoes." "And I found 4 jars of carrots from nearly 3 years ago. I thought we agreed we had to get to the vegetables within the year. I don't know why you bother canning carrots anyway. We have a whole box of them. They're a root vegetable. They keep perfectly well. God knows what other horrors I'll find in there, Gwen countered. I'm going to sweep up the glass and the rotting vegetables, but Robin is going to have to come up and have a look. Can you telephone him? Mabel turned the mass of dough into a basin, threw a dishcloth over it, and wiped her hands on her apron. She did the baking, and Gwen handled the contents of the cellar. I heard him and his noisy tractor at the upper orchard not 20 minutes ago. She pulled on a sweater and sat on the bench in the mudroom to thrust her wool-stockinged feet into her Wellington boots. I'll go up and see if he'll come look at it. Mother's napping. You can give the carrots to the pigs. She pushed open the screen door and called, Come on, you two, to the dogs, and set off across the garden toward the orchard. Gwen watched her sister and the dogs disappearing into the orchard and breathed in. It was early March, and the world was beginning to wake up. There had been 4 fine days in a row, and the furrows left by Robin's tractor in the ground, muddy from the early spring rains, were nearly dry. A few chives poked out of the soil in the herb garden, and the vegetable garden wanted turning over to ready it for the aged manure they had collected from the 2 pigs and the chickens. She pushed open the door to the root cellar, propped it with a box of apples, and got to work. She had an old apple basket which she perched on the shelf below the mess and began to sweep the dirt, mouldy food and glass into it. She would decide later whether to rescue the lids or throw the whole lot onto the dump. When she was reasonably sure of there being no glass, she reached into the back for what looked like a large, unbroken chunk of sod, but when she tried to move it, she saw that it was a sizable rock. No wonder the jars had broken. With both hands she slid the rock toward her and could see the gaping hollow it had left in the dirt ceiling. She felt in her trouser pockets for her flashlight and shone it into the space between the beams. Robin could put an extra joist in there. A cascade of soil fell into the beam of light. Gwen, peering closely with her flashlight, felt a sudden wave of horror sweep through her, and she stepped back, her hand flying to her mouth. Because she could see, soil encrusted and stained the colour of dark tea, some delicate bones, shreds of some decaying cloth clinging to them. It took a moment to hit home, but when it did, she blanched and felt herself stagger uncertainly, clutching the shelves for balance. The bones were most certainly human. Chapter 2. By the time the tea was on, old Gladys Hughes, the imperious dowager of the family, had woken up and was tottering downstairs to the kitchen. In the cellarium at the bottom of the hall, she brushed the cat off the mound that was the bread, rising in its basin under a cloth and some blankets. When she went into the kitchen, she was astonished to see not just her daughters as usual, but Robin Harris as well. He usually drank his tea out of a thermos as he sat on his bloody noisy tractor. The cat's been sleeping on the bread again. I can't see that it does it any good, she said. But these observations seemed unable to penetrate the gloom and bemusement of the group gathered around the untouched tea and plate of cookies on the kitchen table. Robin Harris had pulled a tin from the pocket of his overalls and was in the process of lighting a scruffy, hand-rolled cigarette. "What's the matter with everybody? Robin, you look like death warmed over." It wasn't a kind comment, considering what he'd been through in the last year, when his devastating experiences as a soldier in the Great War had rocked the fragile balance of his life and culminated in a death for which he had been arrested. He was older than her girls, who were both in their mid-50s, by a good 5 years, and he looked it. "Mother, you better sit down," Gwen said. Mabel sat silently gazing at the floor. She looked ashen. Gladys thought suddenly that her daughters had gotten old without her noticing it. The head of the family sat, her stomach beginning to knot. Someone must have died. Kenny Armstrong? Eleanor? Those would be catastrophic losses. One of the Americans. There wouldn't be this atmosphere of gloom, surely. Perhaps Alice Mather had finally succeeded in shooting someone during one of her unhinged cougar hunts. Gladys looked quickly around and was comforted to see both cocker spaniels slumped against the kitchen door, though they too appeared to have caught the sombre mood in the room. "What is it, for God's sake?" "We found something in the root cellar," Gwen said. "In the root cellar? God, I thought someone had died, the way you lot are carrying on." The old lady reached for the teapot and strainer and began to pour tea. "I'll be mother," she added. This was her unfailing joke at tea time, but it rang more hollow than usual this afternoon. "The thing is, Mother, I think someone has," Gwen said. Gladys Hughes put down the teapot and stared aghast at her daughter. "Someone has never gone and died in our cellar. That is really too much. We can't go on finding bodies in this place. I blame the Yanks." This was intended for Robin, who had come back from the Great War with shell shock and was often bad-tempered and took against new people in general. In this case, it was the Bertoli family who had come from New York and brought their 3 noisy, growing boys into a community that had not seen small children for 30 years. "I don't think you're going to be able to blame them for this," Robin said, missing the joke. "You'd better come have a look," Gwen suggested, and they all rose from the table. "I don't need a parade. You two stay here," Gladys Hughes said to Robin and Mabel, her anxiety making her irritated. Outside, she breathed in a great gust of spring air. Her favourite moment of the year, she thought, that first smell of the warming earth. It was eternal. It transcended life and death. It would be a grand time of year to die, she thought. "I found it when I was cleaning up some broken jars. A huge stone fell out of the ceiling between the joists and broke them," Gwen was saying, walking ahead of her. Inside, she shone the flashlight into the corner. The small bones jumped out in the beam of light as if they had been waiting backstage to be discovered. Gladys peered in, flapping her hand at her daughter to move the flashlight so she could see better. "They look human, all right, and they seem to be wrapped in something," she said. "How did we go and build our cellar under a grave?" She tried to calculate. They must have built the cellar there between the house and the chicken coops in 1898. It was much smaller then, until 1910 when they expanded it, but still. Who would have buried someone up here in the roof of their root cellar on their homestead? In the back of her mind, she already knew it was never a graveyard, and people were generally buried in wooden caskets, not wrapped in whatever these grim, dark shreds of fabric represented. Back in the house, everyone sat before the dregs of their tea in a momentary lull in the conversation. "They look small enough to be those of a child," Gwen said, still shaken by the discovery. "It's horrible. A child! Who could have done such a thing? Bury a child just anywhere like that? In our cellar? I can't understand it." Gladys asserted her maternal authority with the slight touch of impatience she reserved for what she thought of as her youngest daughter's over-emotional response to things. "There's no point in having the vapours. We need to do something. We'll call Lane Winslow." This surprised everyone. "Why not Kenny?" Gwen asked. "He always knows what to do." Robin ignored this unintended slight and said reluctantly, "She does seem to have an in with the police." His attitude to Lane Winslow, who still had 3 months to complete her 1-year anniversary of living at King's Cove, had mellowed somewhat since her arrival. He still believed she would make a botch up of her small orchard because she didn't seem to have any idea what to do, but she didn't have a dog that came onto his property, and she had been so persistently kind to him when his world had collapsed the previous summer that he now felt a grudging patience with her. Perhaps he'd lost the ability to hang on so tightly to the bitterness he had nursed since he had returned from the front in 1919. "How is this a matter for the police?" Gwen asked, still hoping against hope that somehow this must have been a proper grave from some early homesteader, because she could not take in that someone had buried a child in unsanctified ground. What this suggested was too ghastly to contemplate. "Dead bodies are a police matter. I'm calling her," Gladys said. striding decisively into the hall. Chapter 3. Lane Winslow had thrown open her French doors and was sitting, bundled in a forest green sweater, at the little French metal table she'd acquired from her short sojourn with her best friend Yvonne in France immediately after the war. A cup of tea sent up a comforting curl of steam, and her breakfast of buttered toast and raspberry jam, courtesy of Eleanor Armstrong, the postmistress for their little community of King's Cove, provided a kind of domestic comfort that she felt she had missed much of her life. She was wishing her new American friend, Angela Bertoli, the only other local person near her own age, had not gone off to California on vacation with her musician husband and 3 energetic little boys. Angela was always good for a glass of wine in the evening, and plenty of laughter and chatter. She liked the youthfulness and noise of the Bertoli household. The only thing she didn't miss was her friends meddling, however good-natured and well-intentioned, in her personal life. Such an American trait, Lane thought, this idea that you should push romances along for your friends. Her English flatmate and her friends from the intelligence division, where she had alternately worked the France and Russia desks in London, were obsessively circumspect by comparison. Perhaps the secrecy they had to maintain, even from one another, contributed to their reluctance to interfere with or even comment on their friends' personal lives unless absolutely necessary. Lane had been dropped into France behind enemy lines multiple times and maintained an affair during most of the years of the war without a single one of her acquaintances knowing. She didn't think of herself as someone who had friends, except Yvonne, now happily breeding horses in the Dordogne, and now Lane hoped Angela. She reluctantly admitted on this nearly spring day that Angela's constant chiding and teasing made her feel a bit cared for, though now she was coming uncomfortably close to home with her arch insinuations about the handsome inspector. Just as the bewildering and intoxicating smells of her first real spring at King's Cove were hitting her with waves of nostalgia for her childhood home by the river in the English community in Latvia, the phone jangled. She waited. 2 long rings and a short, hers, and then bounded through the kitchen to the hall, where her ridiculously old-fashioned phone hung on the wall, and pulled the earpiece off the cradle. "King's Cove 431, hello?" she said clearly into the trumpet. She knew she should get a modern telephone, but she could not bear to rid herself of what must have been one of the first instruments in the community. "Lane, it's Gladys. We have a bit of a situation here." Lane heard Gladys pull her mouth away from the phone and say in a loud whisper, Yes, I'll tell her." She was back on. "You couldn't come up here, could you? You better see for yourself and tell us what you think." "Gracious, what is it?" "Just come up here. We're all in a tizzy." Lane replaced the earpiece into its cradle. It must take a great deal to get Gladys Hughes into a tizzy. She had never seen a more solid, unflappable, industrious and commanding old lady in her life, and that included her own beloved Scottish grandmother, who had all the same qualities of sturdiness, but with the addition of a great deal of sentimentality that she was sure Gladys lacked. She crossed the little wooden plank bridge over the gully, through the stand of birch trees that stood guard on this perimeter of her property, still in their gaunt and skeletal winter form, and walked to the post office, which was in fact the cottage occupied by Eleanor and Kenny Armstrong. From there she would cut up the hill along the path behind their garden that led to the Hugheses. Kenny was emptying the ashes from the stove onto a pile by the path as she approached. He would be shoveling it into the soil of his garden soon. He sighed when he saw her. She was a vision. All dark auburn hair and warm green eyes. It did the soul good to have someone young and lovely about the place. "What's the hurry?" he asked as she approached him. "Gladys called. I'm to come up there, only she won't tell me for what. She says, and I find this hard to imagine, that she is in a tizzy." "Something must be wrong. I'll come with." He pounded his metal bucket to get out the last of the ash, and then called out for Eleanor, his wife. The screen door squeaked as she pushed it open. "Hello, dear," she said to Lane. "What's going on?" "Something's happening at the Hugheses. I'm going along to make sure they're all right." "Robin's already up there. I heard that tractor of his go up an hour ago, and it hasn't come down," Eleanor reasoned. "Yeah, he'll be a lot of use in an emergency," Kenny said. And then he said to Lane, "Come on." "Emergency, is it? You get up there, I'll follow in a second," Eleanor said, disappearing back into the house. "Oh, wonderful," Gladys remarked, seeing Lane at her door with Kenny in tow. She could see Eleanor coming up the path a little behind them. "That's just what this situation requires, a mob scene. Someone call Mad Mather and that useless bump Reginald, and let's get the Bertoli children up here for good measure. Gwen, you take Lane by yourself to the root cellar, and I'll try and cope with the Gawkers." Kenny looked longingly toward the root cellar as Lane and Gwen descended, but then thought hopefully that coping with the Gawkers meant that Gladys would put the kettle on. As they descended underground, the first impression the root cellar made on Lane was that it was like a wartime bunker. The light bulb swung gently back and forth when Gwen pulled the chain, illuminating one side, then the other. "And to think I buy my vegetables canned from the shops in Nelson. All of this from your garden?" "Yes, I can't abide that canned mutt from the store. It's just back here, see?" Lane took the flashlight and leaned in to look closely. The smell of earth combined with the acidic lingering smell of what Gwen had cleaned up assailed her. There it was, the bones of the 4 fingers of a small hand protruding from the hollow where the rock had dislodged. Feathery scraps of dark cloth lay among the bones. "Mother thinks it's a child," Gwen said. "It's too awful if it is." "Could be, or a slight woman. I can't get over how anyone could be buried here, adult or child." Lane shone the flashlight around the ceiling of the root cellar. "How thick is this ceiling?" "Probably 4, maybe 5 feet. The hill it makes backs onto the chicken run. It's completely overgrown." Back out in the sunlight, Lane walked around the low hill and looked along the top. A tangle of gooseberry bushes covered the top of the structure, and long grass that had grown up the rise of the sides now lay browning and decomposing after the heavy snows that had billowed over everything that winter. She longed to go up and see, but she knew already from the growth that this was no recent burial. Better leave it to the police. Lord knows, she thought primly, Inspector Darling had told her this often enough in their short acquaintance. "Well?" asked Gladys when they came back into the house. The Gawkers now sat around the scrubbed pine table with cups of tea in hand. Mabel had brought out some remnants of a tin of Christmas fruit cake to augment the cookies. "I think you'd better get whatever provisions you think you're going to need for the next couple of weeks out of there," Lane suggested. "Don't disturb anything too much if you can avoid it." She hadn't been party to the exhumation of a body, but she could imagine the place crawling with police and the disruption that was going to be caused by the cellar roof being dug up. "In fact, I'm wondering if you should just empty the whole thing. Have you someplace else to store things?" "We could put them in the garage, I suppose," Mabel said crossly. "The car will have to be moved out." "We'd better get cracking," Kenny said, getting up and rubbing his hands. "Mabel, move the motor, and Robin and I will look at what we can do about some sort of shelving to hold things." "I'll phone through to the police then, shall I?" Lane asked. "I don't understand. Who would bury someone on top of our bloody root cellar?" Gladys said. "Language, Mother," Mabel said. "Gwen, where are the bloody car keys?" Chapter 4. Inspector Darling of the Nelson Police was puzzled. Why had a young woman, who was exemplary in every way until the night before, suddenly gone to a local mill to sabotage it? She hadn't been drinking, but she had put up such a fight with the night watchman and then the policeman who was dispatched to look into it that she was now sitting downstairs in their lockup. His efforts to speak to her that morning had caused her to clamp her lips shut and look firmly away, her red hair obscuring her face. Her parents had demanded that she be released into their care, but he was reluctant to let her go without some guarantee that she wouldn't do it again. The only time she looked at him was when he asked her if she understood what the consequences could have been for the mill workers if she'd not been discovered. He was going to have to charge her before the day was out if the impasse was not broken. He finished writing his sparse notes of the morning's interview, slipped them into the file, and then went to stand at the window with his hands in his pockets. He had pulled up the window earlier, and the irrepressible springtime air gave him a lift. Maybe people went a bit crazy in the spring after a long, oppressive winter, he thought. The fact remained, however, that the other 18-year-old girls in town were not sneaking out at night to jam up the works in local industry. It was a continuum, he decided. His springtime madness found expression in having spent the early morning before coming into work trying to write a note to Lane Winslow, and his young saboteur was way down the other end of the continuum. Perhaps they were both up to the same thing, trying, irrationally, to make something different happen in their lives. The phone on his desk rang, and his relief at being pulled away from more dangerous and personal thoughts caused him to sound almost jaunty. "Inspector Darling," he announced. The desk sergeant said, "There's a Miss Winslow on the phone, sir." Colouring slightly at the coincidence of her being on the line, he cleared his throat. "Miss Winslow?" He moved his inkstand a quarter-inch before he continued. "How can I help?" Lane hesitated. He sounded very official. What had she hoped for? She was making an official call after all. "Inspector, I'm up at the Hughes house. You remember them, Gladys and her two daughters, Mabel and Gwen, at the top of the road above the post office." "I do, yes. Has something happened?" "Yes. That is, not just now. At a guess, I'd say a decade ago at least, or a good deal more. I know nothing about the deterioration of a human body. In any case, Gwen discovered what appears to be part of a human skeleton when a section of the roof of their root cellar collapsed." Repressing with gargantuan effort the desire to say, "You're seriously telling me you found another body," he said instead, "What part of a skeleton?" "A hand, quite small. It could be that of a child, or perhaps a small woman. There are fragments of some sort of cloth, a blanket, possibly. It's hard to tell as it's rotting and encrusted in dirt." "Have you moved anything?" It was Lane's turn to colour. Had she made a mistake in asking them to clear the root cellar, a task they were busy at as she was speaking? "The ceiling of the root cellar is possibly 4 feet thick, and the body is buried in that roof section. The place is full of glass jars and the like, so I've asked them to move the contents of the cellar so that you can move about freely. I hope that's all right." The sudden note of anxiety in her voice caused a warm compression in his chest, which he recognized, but would rather do without. No, that should be fine. I'll get Ames and we'll be out in about an hour and a half. I have a matter I have to conclude here. In the meantime, could I ask you— I know, Inspector. Don't touch anything else." Darling took his hat off the hat stand and put it on with an air of resignation. His young prisoner was no closer to talking, so he had officially charged her and had asked O'Brien, the desk sergeant, to contact her parents and ask them to bring her some things for her stay. Though he was extremely reluctant to expose a young girl to the rigours of any kind of incarceration, even in the relatively clean and quiet cell she would be occupying, perhaps a night in jail would convince her. By then they no doubt would have consulted a lawyer, so there was no danger of his having to keep her longer. On top of that, he knew Ames would be nearly ungovernable at the news of Miss Winslow being involved in the discovery of another corpse. He pushed open the door to Ames's little office and said, "Come on, Amesy, your favourite. We're off up the lake to see Miss Winslow. She's found another body." The look of astonished delight on Ames's face could not, Darling decided, be more irritating. The steady procession of Gladys, her daughters, the Armstrongs and Lane back and forth from the root cellar to the garage was beginning to yield results. There were only the 3 boxes of potatoes and apples left to move, and Mabel had been ordered to bring out the wheelbarrow. "OK, you lot, back to the house. Gwen, put on the kettle. We've earned another cup of tea. Kenny and Robin can shift these. Close and latch the doors, gentlemen, if you please," Gladys commanded, shaking her head. "This isn't ideal. If there's another frost, which there will be, the stuff will get precious little protection in there. I hope this isn't going to take long. Oh, my God, the bloody bread!" "Mother, language," Gwen said. "You can say language at me in that disapproving way, but the week's bread is now overproofed. This whole thing is a confounded nuisance." "I'm sure it was a confounded nuisance for that poor creature in there as well," Gwen commented. "Mabel, you'll have to do your trick with the bread or Mother will have kittens." "I hate this road," Ames said, steering anxiously along the bumpy, deeply rutted upper road that issued onto the Hughes property. The maroon 4-door Ford was a police vehicle, but Ames felt a strong sense of propriety over it. With a sigh of relief, he drove the last section, which was really a path cut through the extensive lawn that surrounded many islands of flower borders, and pulled the car up next to a black motor from the late 20s that seemed to be slowly sinking into antiquity next to a dormant vegetable garden. "When was the last time you saw her, sir?" Ames asked, stretching his tall body out of the car and eyeing the house, fully expecting sarcasm, or at the very least silence, in response to his patently nosy and mischief-making question. "At Christmas. She'd been at some sort of party. Up here, as a matter of fact." Ames shot him a glance. He was surprised, both by the answer, because he could not believe his boss had made no effort whatsoever on the matter of securing the affection, or at least the attention, of the beautiful Englishwoman Miss Winslow, and at the politeness of Darling's response. Of course, he reasoned, Darling's evidently matter-of-fact response was to stop any further discussion. Another way of saying, "Nothing to see here, move along, please." He had no opportunity to marshal an answer to this evasion, as at that moment the screen door swung open with a bang, and the tall, imperious figure of Gladys Hughes stepped out, pulling a sweater around her bony shoulders against the cooling temperature brought on by a build-up of afternoon clouds. 2 cocker spaniels trotted up to them and sniffed at their shoes. "In here, gentlemen." The police wiped their feet on the mat in the mudroom and removed their hats. They stepped into a warm and fragrant kitchen that seemed to Darling to be wall-to-wall people and had an atmosphere that was more party than the solemn gathering he would have expected at the finding of a body. "Ah, Inspector, Constable Ames, sorry about the racket. We've spent the afternoon clearing the root cellar." Lane came forward from behind the table, where Mabel was performing an operation on a mass of dough. "Oh, sorry," said Lane again, wiped her hands on her trousers. "Mabel has been showing me what to do about overproofed bread." She shook Darling's hand first, and tried to ignore an acute sense of consciousness about the feel of his hand in hers. Ames shook her hand enthusiastically and produced an enormous friendly smile. "Miss Winslow, so nice to see you again. What have you got for us this time?" he said. An expectant silence fell in the kitchen. Lane was about to answer, but Gladys intervened. "A cup of tea before you go out, Inspector?" "I think we'll get on with it, if you don't mind," Darling said. Ames had taken his little book and black pencil out. "Who made the discovery?" Gwen put her hand up. "I did, actually. I was in the root cellar cleaning up because the roof had fallen in and broken some jars. Do you want me to show you?" "Yes, please. I imagine we'll need our flashlights. Ames, could you get them from the car?" Lane watched them go out, Gwen and Inspector Darling to stand outside the door and wait, and Ames to run back to the car. She was a bit crestfallen. Of course it would have nothing to do with her. She was nobody in this situation. She hadn't discovered the body and had nothing to offer. She watched Ames come back across the yard with his leather bag over his shoulder. He would have torches, camera equipment, perhaps a magnifying glass, something for fingerprints, though perhaps not. No fingerprints in this ancient burial, she realized. She turned back to the group now seated around the table with the remnants of cold tea in their cups. Robin got up and stretched. "I'm going home. No point in hanging about here." He turned to Kenny and Eleanor. "You should too. Nothing but a nuisance now." Kenny looked longingly at the detectives disappearing around the corner to the root cellar. "I expect you're right. Lane, you coming?" "Hang on a minute. I know none of us is the main discoverer, but I'm not sure if they'll feel the need to ask any questions of us. I'll go check," Lane said. This caused Robin Harris to settle back into his chair with a grumbled exhalation. Lane descended the 3 stairs to the floor of the cellar and accustomed herself to the murky darkness, which was emphasized by the feeble light bulb. She could see the light from the flashlights probing the back wall. Gwen was standing to one side, her arms wrapped around herself. Darling was talking quietly to Ames, who was writing in his book. "Inspector, some of the others are wanting to push off, but I didn't know if you wanted to ask them anything." Darling turned around, saying to Ames, "Good. We're done for now, I think. We'll get the crew out tomorrow. Thank you, Miss Winslow. I may have some questions. Let me shut this up and we'll be along." "How long do you think that's been there, sir?" Ames asked when Lane and Gwen had gone back to wait in the kitchen. "I'm not a scientist, but let's reckon at least 5 years, at minimum in this climate, and any amount longer. Let's have a quick look outside." Darling strode out, leaving Ames to turn out the light and close the door tightly. The temperature had dropped considerably, and he wished now he'd brought his coat. When Ames appeared at his side, he handed him the flashlight he was carrying and walked the mounded perimeter of the cellar. It was nearly 7 feet from the base where they were standing to what appeared, underneath the deep growth of bushes, to be the peak. "They look to have been growing there for eons," Ames commented. "They do indeed, Amesy, and I'm grateful for the precision. Write that in your report, but only if you can spell it properly with the A." It wasn't possible to walk all the way around the mound, as the rear of the structure sloped all the way back to where the fencing stood for the chicken run. The other side of the cellar was also buried in undergrowth and descended gradually to ground level, to a path that looked to go around the main house. Inside the kitchen, Darling held his hat in his hand and pursed his lips, thinking about what he might need to know now. "I'm going to bring a team out tomorrow to extract the remains, and I will need to ensure that no one goes into that area for any reason. I'm afraid that it will wreak havoc on the cellar, but please don't go try to help or shore it up or anything else that might interfere with the scene. I will probably have a much longer list of questions tomorrow, but for starters, when was it built?" Gladys frowned. "It was one of the first things we did. 1896, 1897? It was somewhat smaller then. In 1910 we expanded it. Daniel, my husband, died that winter. It had been his idea to expand it." "Was anyone else here involved in the building of it?" "Lord Armstrong, that's Kenny's father, probably helped with the original. All this lot were children in the first build. Kept getting in the way, I shouldn't wonder." "And then for the 1910 rebuild, who was involved?" Darling asked. Gladys mused. "All the young men here about at the time, I expect. You two were there, weren't you?" "Yes," exclaimed Gwen. "I remember. Robin and Kenny, you and John helped, and Bob Anscombe was there too. He was the oldest boy in that peculiar family. Bob's father, Henry, helped as well. Now, isn't that funny? Why do I remember that so clearly? I suppose it's because that is the year Daddy died. I think we had lunch outside. Isn't that right, Mabel?" "I expect so," Mabel said, and began to move the tea things toward the enamel sink that fronted the long window facing the garden. She could remember, of course. It was the moment she knew she was in love with Bob Anscombe. "Does everyone who was involved in that build still live here?" "Good Lord, no. The Anscombes decamped before the Great War. I shouldn't imagine Henry is even alive anymore, and poor John died in that war." Lane saw Gwen glance at Mabel, who was looking steadfastly out the window. "Do you think you could write down anything you remember, and I'll collect it when we come back tomorrow?" Darling asked. After adjuring everyone to stay away from the cellar once more, Darling and Ames got into the maroon police car and made the perilous journey back down to the main road. "When we get back, Amesy, you can get into the archives and see if any child went missing in 1910 or any time in the last 30 years. It will be fun for you." "Sir," said Ames with a sigh. Chapter 5. The police van and 2 cars made the slow trip early the next morning along the rutted road to the Hughes' lawn under a threatening sky. Gladys and Gwen Hughes stood on the step outside the door watching them, Gladys's lips compressed into a thoughtful consideration of how much tea was going to be required for the 6 men who got out of the vehicles. "Gwen, could you put that old dog rug down here by the door and plant a pair of boots on it? It might encourage them to take off their muddy shoes when they come into the house." Darling led the posse of policemen, 3 of whom were dressed in rugged boots and khaki overalls. In an unusual move, he had brought Gilly out as well. The pathologist was curious to see the skeletal remains in situ. He was developing an idea that it would be helpful in general for coroners to be at the scene to see the body before it was messed about by the policeman moving it. He himself always studied the photos that were taken at other scenes of crime, but the unusual nature of what Darling had told him prompted him to ask to come along. "Mrs. Hughes, good morning. I've got my crew here, and I'm afraid we're going to make a mess of your cellar. If you all could stay well back while we work, I hope we won't be inconveniencing you for too long. It depends very much on how difficult it will be to gain access." "Needs must. I expect you and your crew will need a break at some point. I've tea and some biscuits." She looked up at the clouds banking against the northern mountains. "And umbrellas." "I'm sure these will be very welcome. Let's see how we get on. I'd like to be out of your hair before the umbrellas are needed." Light reflected off the kitchen windows, but Darling could see Mabel Hughes standing at the kitchen sink, watching, her face a contorted glimmer. He felt himself beginning the mental process of gathering that signalled the beginning of any investigation. He made no judgment, but he stored the observation that she had not come outside with her mother and wondered at it. The roof of the cellar was overgrown with sod and bushes. Buds were beginning to appear on the tangled mass of branches. The 3 men in overalls were already talking quietly and pointing, strategizing how they might best approach the bleak task before them. They elected to look inside the cellar first. Darling, Ames, and Gilly went in with them. In the glare of the powerful flashlights, the men looked at where the bones discovered by Gwen still dangled, and then shone the light on the beams of the roof. "I thought we might be able to get at things from inside, but this roof structure would have to be destroyed," opined one of the men. "It looks strong enough to hold any of us standing on it outside. What do you figure, 4 feet? Ames looked around the cellar with rustic wooden shelving. "I can't imagine why anyone would need one of these in this day and age," he remarked. "If it's something you've always had and it works, why not? These intrepid people all came here when there was nothing. They had no refrigeration, and in the summer it protected things from the heat, and in the winter from the cold. Pretty resourceful when you think of it. I might build one in my little yard," Gilly said. Ames shuddered. "Well, I think it's too much like a tomb. Thank God for refrigerators. Anyway, how come you know so much about them?" But he was never to learn this, as the 2 excavators had reached a decision. "Sir, we think it will be best to get at this from above. It's going to be a pain uprooting all those bushes, but it might be easier than taking down this construction and having everything collapse onto the ground." "All right. Well, let's remove these loose bones now, after Ames takes a snap, and bag them, and see if we can get at the rest from above." Shovels and picks were laid out, and the 2 men walked up the long slope to the top of the root cellar, where they found it no easy job to stand comfortably, so thickly grown were the bushes. One of the men pulled tentatively on the nearest bush to see if it could be torn out of the ground by hand. "We're going to have to start digging," he said, pulling on a pair of thick leather work gloves. Ames was busying himself taking the small bag of loose finger bones to the van, and Darling and Gilly watched the proceedings. Darling furrowed his brow and then looked about him. The roof of the cellar tapered gradually downward to ground that lay somewhat lower than the house. There was a path from where he was standing that wound down toward chicken coops on one side, and on the other side outbuildings and a fenced-in pig yard. Behind him, a well-walked path led between raised borders, past the ancient car they must have taken from the garage in order to store the contents of the cellar, and disappeared into some long grass and a well-established orchard. "It's remarkable. It looks as though it has grown to become a part of the landscape," he said. Gilly nodded. "My parents had one at home. I was always being sent to fetch things. I associated it with all good things, I think, because most of the food we had was in there." He waved his hand around, encompassing the property in general. "They lived 20 years in the past out here. It's rather lovely." Unused to sentiment in his practical medical examiner, Darling said, "Well, we'd better get a sense of the place. Some unlovely person dragged or carried a body here from somewhere. How and why is the work of the day." The cellar was situated just south of the Hughes residence, its front door facing the side of the house. They walked past the front of the cellar and around to the other side. This dropped steeply into dense bushes and trees, and they could see that a path descended in gentle switchbacks from the Hughes house toward, he remembered, the Armstrongs' post office. "I wouldn't think it was brought from along here," Darling said. If the arrangements had changed little since the original settlement, someone, sometime within the last 36 years, had approached this place either from the house along one of these paths or by the road up which they'd driven, with a small body, and had buried it. He could hear the shovels being applied to the crowded area around the base of the bushes, and grunts and no small number of curses as the men began to loosen the thick vegetation. It was not going to be an easy job. "When you manage to clear the shrubbery, please dig carefully. Gilly needs to see the body as it was laid before we bring it out," Darling commanded. Inside the house, the three women had settled uneasily into their morning routine. Beds were made, dishes washed, laundry taken down off the drying racks and folded into baskets. If they could have given a name to this brittle normalcy, it would have been fear. They were increasingly in the grip of the realization that someone had buried a human body right next to their house, and even keeping busy could not still the mix of anxiety and even guilt that was beginning to overcome them. Only Gwen seemed inclined to want to talk. She and Gladys were folding the sheets, an activity they had moved from the kitchen to the sitting room, perhaps in an unconscious desire to distance themselves from the faint sound of the men working outside. "I keep thinking, who could it be? I've gone over every child I can think of that we've ever known, and not one of them is unaccounted for." Gladys said nothing, because she realized that the thing she'd been about to say, that it could have happened before they settled there, was nonsensical. It was self-evident that it had happened after they rebuilt the cellar. "I can't quite remember when Mabel planted the gooseberries," she said suddenly. "I mean, it's not the sort of thing you remember. Was it a year after we rebuilt the thing? 2 years? Or did we start off with sod?" She sighed and hurled a heavy folded sheet into the basket. "I'm going out to see what's happening." The three women stood far from where the men were working and watched. Most of the bushes now lay uprooted in a pile on the ground. This upheaval had considerably loosened the soil, and the men were now probing more carefully with shovels as Ames took pictures. "There go the gooseberries," Mabel muttered unhappily. "I wonder when they're going to want tea. They've been at it for more than 2 hours," Gladys said, and she moved toward the inspector who was, she noted with irritation, surveying the garage as if there might be more bodies buried about the place. "Inspector, do your men want a break? I've water on the stove, so it's the work of a moment to make tea." Darling looked toward where the men were now carefully creating a long trench on the side of the cellar where the bones had been found. Perhaps. I'll see where they've got to. Thank you. Gladys nodded at the girls, and the three of them moved towards the house. Inside, they laid out cups and saucers, brought more chairs from the small bedroom off the hallway, and pulled a tin of biscuits off the top shelf. Mabel was going to have to bake if they were to keep up with these crowds of tea drinkers. Gwen poured water over the tea and then turned and said, "Are we sure?" "Are we sure about what?" Gladys asked. "Are we sure that everyone is accounted for? Every child, I mean. Besides the Anscombs, there were several families that came and went. Who were those people up the road in the cabin? Remember them? I'm sure there were 2 little girls, but they were here such a short time I can barely remember them. They left before the Great War. And who lived in that cabin behind Ponting's? Did they have children?" Gwen asked. "It wasn't 2 little girls," Gladys said, suddenly remembering. "It was 3. Remember that horrible business when one of them drowned?" "It's inconceivable," Gwen said. "A child! It's monstrous." Mabel's hand slipped, and the tin of cookies slammed on the table. They all 3 jumped at the sound of a discreet knock. A spattering of rain was beginning. Ames was at the door. "The men would be glad of a quick cup of tea now. I've got everyone to take their muddy boots off. Can I have them come in?" The 3 men involved in the heavy work filed in and were shown the sink and given soap and towels. Darling and Gilly stood outside, looking thoughtfully at the now shattered mound of the root cellar. The men had erected a tarpaulin over the place where they had been digging. "You coming in, sir?" asked Ames. "I am, yes, but you're not. It's not far now, and I want the men rested and focused so they can take care as we unearth the body. We will need to gather every bit of information we can from that burial. I want you to pop down to Miss Winslow while we're having tea. Tell her—" He paused. Tell her what? He knew this was a turning point. If he asked for what he was thinking of, then that changed their relationship yet again. She would become part of the team. He would have to trust her implicitly. In his heart he did, despite her past and her inability to disclose anything about her actions during the war. What she did may have been mysterious, even dark, but who she was could not be doubted. Honest, intelligent, perceptive. It was this Miss Winslow he could use now. Tell her that I am going to need her to try to learn a bit more about the history of this place, about the people who live here and who lived here before. Are we asking her to spy for us? No, we are not asking her to spy for us. We are asking her to investigate, pay attention, follow up using her, according to you, fantastic instincts, said Darling irritably, conscious that what he was asking could well be construed as spying. And get back here smartly. We haven't got all day for you to moon about with her. Ah, said Gilly, the young woman you arrested last year. Circumstances seem to have changed. He left this semi-query hanging, and Darling did not satisfy it with an answer. Let's go and have the offered tea. I think the men are close, so I'll want them to go easy from now on, and you can be on hand to see what's what. In the kitchen, tea was being drunk and cookies were being eaten in an atmosphere that was as far from cheerful as it was possible to get. There was little conversation beyond that required in the handing out and receiving of refreshment. The presence of Darling, who did not sit, but leaned against the counter by the window, created a sense that the tea had best be consumed smartly. Right, well, best get back at it. Thank you, Mrs. Hughes, for the tea. Darling put his cup into the sink. Then he waited outside the door for the men to file out, put their boots on, and assemble in front of him. We need to be extremely careful from now on in. I need to understand everything I can about this burial. Gilly will be looking on and may request that you stop from time to time to make his notes. I'll need your observations and suggestions as well. Ames will be back shortly, and we'll have him take notes and photos, Darling said. Chapter 6. In the meantime, Lane had spent part of the morning after the discovery of the bones having elevenses in the Armstrong kitchen, seated beneath the two photos of the Kings George V and VI, who shared the wall space with portraits of generations of beloved Armstrong terriers. This, too, was a more sombre gathering than usual. Kenny, who normally lounged with his feet propped up on the edge of the stove, had sat toying glumly with his teacup. They were all very conscious of the police presence at their neighbour's house. "The shocking thing," he said, "is that it must be someone we knew. No one would bring someone from somewhere else to bury them over poor Gladys's root cellar." Gladys named all the people who she thought worked on the cellar in 1910. "You, Robin and John, and then Henry and Bob, was it?" Lane asked. "Yes, Bob Anscombe. They lived in that house up behind the Bertolli's place. They were the ones that left before the Great War." "Remember that picture of the children in front of the school? Are they all in that?" The previous summer, Lane had been in the Armstrongs' parlour looking at framed early photographs of the settlement. "Yes, of course. Why didn't I think of that? I think I have a few more as well. Eleanor, where's the album living these days?" "Where it always lives, in the window seat," said his wife. "You two go look at the pictures. I've got things to do." The parlour, a formal sitting room, really, had been shut off from the rest of the cottage during the winter. The only rooms in daily use were the kitchen, the bedroom, the mail room, to which entry was gained through the pantry off the kitchen, and the enclosed porch that led out onto the back garden. The parlour was cold, as if it still held the vestiges of the winter, and the sun, intermittent at best after an early morning rain, made no impression. "Sorry about this," Kenny said. "We usually light the stove every couple of weeks to keep down the damp. We've been lulled into complacency by the mild spring." 2 easy chairs and a couch were covered in sheets, but the window bench displayed its long, fading yellow silk cushion. Lane had loved this room in the summer. It was as though time had stopped at the beginning of the century. A cabinet with small porcelain figures and silver vessels of one kind or another occupied the corner of the room. A great silver sword in its scabbard, a relic from Kenny's father, was propped in front of the cabinet. Lane had longed to open the cabinet and ask about every carefully preserved and dusted item. The wall opposite the cabinet was devoted to bookshelves. She would ask to come and explore this room in the warmer weather, she thought. These markers of a family's history fascinated her. Here was a sepia photo in a gilt frame of a group of nurses. Was Eleanor among them? On the occasional table, beside an elegant porcelain kerosene lamp, the silver-framed picture of Kenny's younger brother John still sat in silent splendour. He was dressed in the uniform he donned when he had signed on in 1915 and left to fight. He never came back. Kenny had gone to the window seat and lifted the lid, and was now looking inside it, moving books and papers onto the floor. Lane went over to where she knew the picture of the school was and carefully took it off the wall. Looking at it, she thought she could recognise a very young Kenny and maybe Robin Harris. She turned it over to see if there was a date. "When was this taken?" she asked, moving toward the window where Kenny made a victorious noise. "Here it is, right at the bottom. Typical." With less difficulty than she would imagine a man in his late 60s would exhibit, he stood up, holding the dark red leather-bound album. "Let's go back to the warmth. My knees are cold." They started with the picture of the school. "I think that would have been right around 1898. Kenny took it and moved to the sink where the kitchen window offered more light. "Cold winter. I remember that. My mother taught us there. Did I tell you that before? There's another one taken a bit later in 1902 somewhere." "No, I don't think you did. My Lady Armstrong a teacher?" Lane was enchanted to think of it. Her house had been the home of Lady Armstrong and her children, Kenny and John, and Robin Harris, Kenny's cousin, who had been sent out to Canada as a small boy to live with his aunt. She felt particularly close to her because Lady Armstrong was known to engage in a spot of light haunting by way of opening the attic windows during the summer. She wasn't bad. She had had a very good education as a child in England, and she spoke French. She gave up on trying to teach any of us French in a hurry, but we did okay otherwise. John was the quickest of all of us. OK, so here's Johnny, then me, and that's Robin. He obviously jiggled his head when we'd been told to hold still. That's Bob Anscombe. Robin and Bob were as thick as thieves then, I remember. These two girls, what were their names? Mary and Susan. Something with a C. Chase, was it? Gosh, I can't remember. He was pointing at two girls who looked older than the others, perhaps 17 or 18. They married and moved up the lake somewhere, then their father died and their mom went to live with one of them. I don't know why Bob's sister Isabel isn't in this picture. Helping out at home that day, perhaps. Lane put the album on her lap and turned each page carefully. The first pages were given over to individuals from the previous century, posed on chairs next to occasional tables with books and vases. The Armstrong ancestors, she assumed. On the third page was an oval portrait of a young woman that, in spite of the formality of the setting and her stiff corseted gown with its high lace collar, showed someone relaxed and smiling, as if captured just before the cameraman said, "Ready?" It was a face of such beauty and sweetness that Lane exclaimed, "Who is this beautiful young woman? What is she, 17? Not above 20, certainly." "That is Kenny's mother," said Eleanor, coming into the parlour. "You wouldn't think it to look at him, would you, the old goat? She never changed, really. She was as sweet as she looked in that picture. It was shortly after that she married Lord Armstrong. The way she told it, it was quite the society wedding." "Are there pictures of it here?" Lane asked, turning the pages. "There was one picture, now that I think of it. Mother had it in the sitting room. It must still be there in one of those boxes in your attic. They didn't think much of all the fuss and came out here to get away from all that nonsense. You should wait for a good rainy day that keeps you indoors and rummage through to see if you can find it." Warm at the anticipation of this new rainy day project, Lane continued, "Here, these are all from here. There's my house being built. No gardens, no willow tree, just the cleared forest. How wonderful! I must get a copy for my wall. OK, here's a picture of people having lunch outside. Who took that?" "There we go," said Kenny. "That was the year we built the cellar. Mother took it, I expect. She was mad for that camera. There's Bob, John, me, Mabel, Gwen, Gladys, looking imperious even at that age, and these two are Andrew and Isabel. That lad was right underfoot, I remember. There was a younger child in that family as well, now that I think of it, maybe 7 or 8. Must have been home with the mother." "How pretty all the girls are," Lane exclaimed, thinking of Gwen and Mabel as they were now, wiry and grey, the faint vestiges of the glowing energy and innocence of youth visible only in their eyes. The people in the picture were seated around an outdoor table, all looking up at the camera expectantly. The young men were dressed in work clothes, loosely buttoned shirts and suspenders. The women and girls, bar Isabel, had aprons over pale dresses. Lane could see the corner of the garage, the wood still light, where they had moved all the jars and baskets the day before. "And here's another picture of the school. That's John and the younger Anscombe children, including that youngest one. What was his name? John? No, Joe, I think." "Where is the schoolhouse?" "Up that path by the fork in the road. It's a bit of a walk, but we all did it, rain, shine, snow, hail, and nothing daunted Mother. She could have gone round by the road, but she walked up that path every day. We always went early, especially in the winter, to light the stove, and in the warmer weather to open the windows. She liked to sweep the floor before everyone arrived. She thought it set a workmanlike tone for the day.
I haven't been up there for 30 years. I doubt anyone has. Once we all grew up and the Chases and Anscombs and most of the other early families left, it all fell into disuse. That stove you have in your sitting room was the school stove. When we lived over in your house, we'd use the fireplace or sit in the kitchen. When Lane left, she carried a loaf of brown bread, a gift from the Armstrong oven from the afternoon before. She stowed this in her bread box, hovering for a moment with the thought of slicing off the heel and covering it thickly with butter. She was still full of tea and the scone she'd had. She would do something to earn her bread and butter first. She would go find the school and have a look at it. The sunlight that had been intermittent after the rain had strengthened, and Lane now stood at the crossroads just above her driveway. She wanted desperately to go up to the Hughes house, where she knew Darling and Ames and a crew were carefully digging up the remains. She had stood with the others the afternoon before, watching the two policemen back down the driveway, receiving no special notice other than a wink from Ames. She turned toward a path she had never taken before, which wound upward behind and away from the Hughes' property, and with a determined assertion of independence, strode off on her walk. The underbrush was still wet, but the path was clear because of the winter die-off of the grasses and ferns. It was hard to tell if anyone had been using it recently, but the path was well established, and must have been used a great deal in the past. It wound gently upward between what she calculated were the Hughes' orchards and the meadows that might be the bottom of Reginald Mather's property. He had never gone in for apples like the other residents of King's Cove. He had always, she knew, had dreams of exploiting the dense forests that surrounded them to open a sawmill. Much to everyone's relief, that dream now seemed to be dead. She reached an intersection where a trail wound sharply down to the right. That must go directly to the post office, she speculated. She continued winding gently upward and through a stand of trees. The air was soft and cool and was beginning to smell earthy and alive. Lane felt her mood lifting, as it always did when she walked. The path opened up into a meadow, and at the top was a log cabin with a covered porch that was listing as if it had shifted in a major snowfall and had never been put right. The place had an air of such desertion that Lane stopped, momentarily overwhelmed by the weight of the silenced voices of the past. The old photo of the children, booted and scarved against the cold, was taken right in front of these steps. She could barely conjure up an image of the life children would have given this desolate place. She held the post supporting the rickety porch and tested the steps gingerly. They creaked, but held. She pushed the door, and with some effort was able to open it. The smell of mould pervaded the dark interior, and when she got used to the darkness she could see why. A box and 2 trunks of books and papers lined the walls, their lids propped open. The only furniture was a small table on one side of the room in front of a slate board, and a box by a section of the floor paved with a square of bricks. The stove, her stove which kept the children warm during the winter, must have stood here. All other furniture that might have been there had long gone, she supposed. There were only 2 windows, and one was covered with dingy flowered curtains. She pulled these back and knelt in front of the first box. It contained primers and small individual slates. This surprised her. When had the school ceased operation? Surely if it was open between the wars they would have moved past slates. The trunks contained sheet music, spotted with dots of black mould. The King, Danny Boy, When You and I Were Young, Maggie, over there. It must have run right up to the Great War then. Below that, Rachmaninoff and Beethoven. She looked around, wondering where the piano might have been, and if Lady Armstrong had practiced these classical pieces when the children had gone home. She heard the Beethoven Emperor, her favourite, in her head, imagined it rocketing about in this small space. You couldn't haul a piano up that path. The road Kenny mentioned must be behind the school. She would check before she left. Below the music she could see copybooks, and she gingerly lifted the pile of sheet music and put it on the floor, her vague anxiety about having trespassed somewhere she didn't belong now overtaken by a sense of excitement. She had known this feeling since she was a small child. With an absent father, she had been brought up alone, but for her younger sister, in a rarefied world of governesses, on an estate that included garages, workshops and barns, which she explored with solitary wonder when she had escaped the eagle eye of those overseeing her education. She never remembered her sister being with her. It was as if they lived in two separate worlds. Assuming that these would be unused copybooks, she pulled up the first one and was surprised to see the name John Armstrong written in a careful childish hand, followed by the date, 1903. Lifting others, she found Kenny's and Robin Harris's as well. Beneath these were names of the people Gladys mentioned, the Anscombe children, Isabel, Robert and Andrew. The date on these was 1909. Beneath these were some blank books, and then several more with the same names, and one with the name Joseph, neatly printed by an adult, perhaps for a child who was too young to write. This she opened, and found a lesson begun in desperately awkward and strained printing. A is for animal, and then nothing more, as if Joseph had given the whole thing up as being too difficult. She leafed through Kenny's book, and saw his geography lesson in a good strong hand, and then picked up John's. John, who had never returned from the Great War. Cairo, Egypt, a place I would like to go one day, he had written. What would he have been in 1903? 10? Saddened by the childish hopefulness of this lost boy, she put the copybooks back, wiping her hands on her trousers, suddenly longing to be out in the fresh air, to clear her nose of the cloying smell of mould and her heart of melancholy. Should she take the books back to Kenny? The nascent archaeologist in her decided no. She should leave the place as she found it. But she would tell him about the copybooks, ask about what it was like to go to school there. As she approached her own gate, her head was still full of the schoolhouse. It had occurred to her that perhaps, if that was a child they were digging up, that child might have used one of those little copybooks she had seen. So distracted was she by this haunting line of thinking that she did not see the maroon Ford that was pulling up to the gate in her driveway until she nearly bumped into it. "Miss Winslow!" Ames had gotten out of the car and was greeting her enthusiastically. "His lordship's up there supervising the dig," he added, in answer to the glance she made at the car. "I'd much rather see you. Come in. How's it going?" Ames glanced longingly toward the house and finally said, "Yes, but just for a minute. You don't have some coffee on, do you?" "I can have some in 2 ticks. Come on, don't let yourself be bullied by him. Help yourself to the lav if you'd like to wash up." Ames disappeared gratefully into the bathroom, and Lane washed the mildew smell off her hands in the kitchen sink and put on the percolator. She firmly put aside her feelings about Darling sending Ames instead of coming himself. Of course he was busy at the crime scene. Ames returned and sank into one of her kitchen chairs, which seemed barely able to support his tall frame. "He's actually sent me to see you," he said. "Ah," she said, busying herself with cups and milk and sugar. "He thinks you might be able to get some background information a bit better than we could. You know, exploit your friendships a bit." "Exploit? Your word or his?" The coffee pot had made its first tentative plop sound. "Mine, I suppose. Sorry. He's going to have us asking the usual round of questions, but it's an unusual situation. People are going to answer what we ask, presumably, unless they're guilty of this thing, but we can never be sure of asking the right questions, especially when we're having to explore something that goes so far back. I, in the meantime, have been stuck in the dusty archives looking for reports of missing children from that period, whatever that period is. He's got the pathologist, Gilly, up there. I don't know how much he'll be able to determine." Thinking that she could not imagine that anyone she knew here, even the vaguely smarmy Reginald Mather, could have been guilty of killing whoever it was and hiding the corpse in a neighbour's garden, Lane said, I don't know how much local knowledge I have. I imagine the Armstrongs would certainly be happy to chatter away about the old days, especially if they thought it would make them associate detectives. I cannot assume they might not have been involved. In fact, I've inadvertently already got a bit of a start. We went through all the photos Kenny has of Cove children from the early years. But perhaps I've got ahead of myself. I should learn to stay out of things unless asked. Miss Winslow, he trusts you implicitly, or he wouldn't have sent me. Lane felt she knew not what, and then answered brightly, Well, you could knock me down with a feather. I know he doesn't always show it. Okay, he never shows it, but I know he was impressed with your work on the Russian matter. What Ames didn't add was how devastated Darling had been when Lane was nearly killed working a recent case. She had been enlisted to help with translation after a local Russian was found dead at the nearby hot springs. Ames still marvelled at the sheer bravery and quick thinking that had saved her and the pregnant girlfriend of a kidnapper from certain death on a dangerous road. He'd never said it, but Ames thought he knew his boss pretty well. What he couldn't understand, especially at this minute, gazing at Miss Winslow's beautiful profile, framed by her dark auburn hair, was why Darling didn't get on with what was obvious to everyone. You can tell Inspector Darling, after you've had your coffee, that I will do anything I can. She eyed the glass top of the percolator. Does that look dark enough for you? July, 1910. Not there, you goose, farther along in the shade. Mabel took up her end of the green kitchen table, and they moved it under the oak, which extended a circle of dappled shade along the edge of the front garden by the garage. The heat was oppressive, and the decision to eat outside in the shade gave the whole proceeding a celebratory air. They pulled the table leaves out so the table would seat everyone. She stood with her hands on her hips, surveying the scene. Her long, heavy golden braid had fallen forward and lay down the front of her apron. She tossed the braid back and pushed the curls of her fringe off her forehead and watched the men working. Gwen, who had caught her darker hair loosely at her neck with a black ribbon, stooped down to play with a cocker-spaniel, who was a bit overwrought with all the activity. The horses had been unhitched from the wagon and were grazing in the west field, oblivious of the industry in the yard. Their part, hauling the lumber up from the wharf where it had been delivered by the steam paddle-wheeler, was now over. The bed of the wagon was still piled with lumber, as the old cellar had been demolished the day before, and the digging for the expansion was still in progress. Dirt was piling steadily as Henry Anscombe and the boys worked. "Look," said Gwen, shading her eyes. "Isabel and Andrew. How are we going to have room for them?" A boy and girl were coming into sight along the path through the young orchard, which was adjacent to where the horses had stopped eating to watch them. The boy, an irrepressible 12-year-old, ran forward. "Are we eating outside?" "You're not eating anywhere, Andrew," Gwen said. "What have you done to help?" "We brought cherries." He pointed back to where his sister followed up at a more decorous pace with a blue and white striped bowl of cherries. "Nice of you to make her carry them all that way. Nothing for you. She'll have your sandwich." "I wasn't going to let him carry them," Isabel said. "He'd only drop them. He's clumsy. This is our best bowl." "You're clumsy," he retorted with apparent good nature, and he ran toward the work party. "Thanks, Isabel. You can help us. Put the cherries over there," Mabel said, heading back toward the house. She had a soft spot for prickly Isabel, who was 16. Gwen was not so patient. "She is as sullen as can be in class. Poor Lady Armstrong is so kind to her," she had complained in the fall. In the kitchen, their mother, looking incongruously cheerful because of the white apron covering the black widow's frock that she had worn since her husband's death the previous winter, produced a pile of egg and lettuce sandwiches, which were resting under a cloth on the long counter by the sink. She was pulling the lid off a tin of seed cake when they came in, letting the screen door slam. "Prop that damn door up," Gladys Hughes said. "We can't have it banging all day." Mabel pushed another piece of wood into the stove and put the kettle on. 2 large brown teapots were ready on the counter. "Hello, Mrs. Hughes," Isabel said, standing by the sink, her hands in the pockets of her apron, her black curly hair pulled away from her face. Bangs curled over her forehead, emphasizing her dark eyes. Her small face at rest was always serious, as if she were anticipating some unexpected threat. Why did that girl always look so uncomfortable, Gladys thought, looking at her. "Hello, Isabel. Your mother all right?" "Yeah, she's all right. She stayed home." "Yes, I can see that. And little Joe? Why didn't he come? We've lots to eat." "He's home too. He's not feeling well." "Well, it's good of you to come and help. Here, you take these." Mabel handed Isabel the tablecloth and napkins and then pointed at the drawer. "Gwen, get the forks. Will we need knives? I'll bring the plates." On the way across the yard, Mabel called out to Andrew. "You can help with the chairs and benches. Maybe we'll let you have something to eat then." Andrew, feeling that Mabel's warning was in earnest, carried chairs one by one from the kitchen and then helped Gwen with the 2 benches that were kept in the garage. Called to lunch, the work party went around the back of the house to the tap. Gladys was arranging the food on the table. "Better take them some towels," she said to Mabel. "They'll be unusable after they finish with them," she added glumly. Mabel went around to the side of the house that overlooked the lake, holding the pile of towels. Henry Anscombe had just finished with the tap, and Kenny Armstrong was now holding his head under the running water. Bob Anscombe was standing looking out at the lake with Kenny's younger brother, John. "God, I could use a swim," John was saying with a longing sigh. Bob unbuttoned his shirt. "Brilliant, in our birthday suits," he said. He turned toward the tap, saw Mabel with the towels, and smiled, giving her a nod. "Would you come with us? It would be nice to have some pretty girls along." "Certainly not," she said. But she was blushing and suddenly conscious of the loose hair clinging to her damp forehead. John frowned and glanced at his older brother, Kenny, who shrugged and raised his eyebrows in an expression that said, "Well, what did you expect?" "Thanks, Mabs," Kenny said, taking his towel and applying it to his dripping head with a sigh of relief. They folded their wet towels over the wooden fence to dry and went around to the front of the house. Only Bob remained, and Mabel waited, watching him shake his head under the running water, seeing his back, his suspenders hanging at his sides. She wanted to put the towel down and run back to the lunch table, but he turned off the tap and held his hand out, water streaming down his face. She handed him the towel and turned away. "Here you are, then," he said behind her, holding his damp and muddy towel out. He pulled his shirt back on, leaving it untucked, and pulled up his suspenders. "What do you want me to do with it?" "Haven't a clue. Isn't it while you were waiting?" He tucked the towel into the crook of her arm and started back to the front of the house. Mabel turned in confusion and anger and hung the towel over the fence that her father had built along the edge of the drop where the path wound down to the post office, and then stood looking out toward the lake, trying to compose herself. When she turned, he was there, reaching for her hand. "Come on, you'll miss lunch." Chapter 7. Lane stood looking at the space that had once been a glorious rolling English garden under the expert eye of Lady Armstrong. She had seen the photo. She had not paid much attention to it, but now, because it was her first spring, she knew she was supposed to do something. What, she couldn't begin to imagine. She wished for a moment that she'd paid more attention to the gardeners in the house where she grew up. Her only gardening act in her new home, besides watering what was there, was to plant some raspberry canes the previous fall that Inspector Darling had given her as a sort of joke. But she liked raspberries and hoped that they would amount to something, joke or not. She looked at them now along the back edge of a border that must have contained vegetables. They didn't look very impressive. Then she recalled that Eleanor had told her that she could not expect any raspberries the first season. Raspberries take a year to get established. She would devote herself to vegetables instead. When she'd seen Kenny earlier, he seemed to be engaged in turning over the soil and putting something into it. She'd better ask him what. It was no good. She could not stop thinking about what was going on up at the Hughes place. They must surely be finished by now. A glance at her watch told her it was nearing 5 o'clock. It seemed like hours since Ames had drunk his coffee and gone back up the hill, leaving her anxious to find something to do as an antidote to thinking about, well, anything. She was about to turn back to the house when the now familiar police vehicle pulled into her driveway. With her hands in her trouser pockets, she went to the top of the road by her barn to meet it, trying to recall if Ames might have left something behind. But it wasn't Ames. It was Darling, and unusually he was driving. "What have you done with your right-hand man?" she asked him as he got out of the car. "I sent him back with the van. I'm tired of his chattering." She stood before him in dark trousers and a white blouse, and a sweater of a green that seemed to him at that moment to be nearly magical, so perfectly did it emphasize her eyes. He tried to block out the voice in his head that was saying, "God, she is beautiful." She smiled. "I like his chattering. He'd be a very cheerful companion to have around." "That's what you think. I sent him down to give you a message. I assume he gave it to you?" "Yes, come in, he did. He told me to mind my relationships here to see what I might be able to find out. I'll tell you something right now. I'll not mind anything if it means any of those sweet old Hughes ladies going into the clink." Darling collapsed into the armchair in the sitting room and looked out over the lake. Lane went into the next room and shut the French door, then came back and made for the Scotch bottle on the bookshelf. "Drink?" "It's a bit early, but maybe a short one. It's a sad situation, but I think a very old one. It appears to be a young person, a girl, could be any age between 6 and 16. It must have been a good many years ago. There are some shreds of fabric and a locket. That's what makes me think it must be a girl, the locket. The body might have been rolled in a blanket and placed on her stomach with the hands trapped underneath. You know, in Roman Britain, bodies used to be buried face down so their spirits could not escape to haunt the living. It obviously doesn't work." Darling sighed and took a drink. "You are full of arcane knowledge. Speaking of something feeling haunted, I was up at the old schoolhouse here for the first time this morning. I hadn't known about it till Kenny mentioned it and told me how to get there. It ran until about 30 years ago, and I guess it fell into disuse in the war. It was full of mouldy workbooks, but there were assignments the children had done. When you see their actual handwriting, you do have a momentary feeling that they are reaching out to you from the past. And now to think this child might have gone to that very school." "I could use your help," he said. "Do you mind?" "So you will be opening an official investigation?" "Yes. Perhaps not with the urgency of a case where a dangerous killer is at large right now, but certainly yes. It is the least that child deserves. I don't know after all this time if we'll be able to see how the child died. Gilly came along with us today to see if he could learn anything from the burial itself. I don't know if he got any joy from it. He just made humming noises and took notes. As to the cause of death, he will have to see to that in his lab, but the burial is unorthodox in the extreme, and I'm sure has come as a shock to the poor Hughes ladies, provided one of them isn't involved." He smiled as he said this. "I know it does seem laughable, but in spite of what I said, surely no one can be off the list, however fond of them I may be. It's not honest to pick and choose, is it?" "Spoken like a true deputy. Do you mind collecting a bit of information at this end? I can't spare anyone to do the spade work at the moment." "No, not in the least. I'll gather what I can for you. I've had a bit of a think. I shall need to find out as quickly as possible the name of every family that lived here around the time the cellar was built in 1910. Darling felt a renewed surge of the admiration he had developed during the Russian matter. He liked, he decided, people who were clear thinkers. He had been going to suggest such an approach himself. "Yes, thank you. That would be extremely helpful. We might be able to track down some information on each of them that would help us create a list of likely candidates. And on our end, I'll start by getting Ames onto exploring the archives for missing children." My time is rather consumed at the moment by a blasted teenage girl who sabotaged a sawmill. I thought it was going to be straightforward, but it's anything but. Her parents were initially demanding she be released immediately when we picked her up. Now they've completely changed their tune and want me to keep her locked up. Clearly I can't keep a young girl like that under lock and key, so they've taken her off and dumped her with an aunt. Gosh, how enterprising on her part. How do you sabotage a sawmill? Has she given a reason? Not a bit. She's been absolutely mum. Her parents say they had a huge argument with her a couple of days before she went on the rampage. They aren't saying much, except she's been disobedient and she can go to the devil. Well, rampage is a bit of an exaggeration. But she did attempt to bring work to a halt by jamming an axe into some part of the workings. Whose sawmill is it? Does her father work there? No. In fact, he works on the railway, some sort of management position. His wife doesn't work, of course. What's so of course about it? Women do work nowadays. Darling glanced at her, his heart catching at the little pulling together of her eyebrows that accompanied her slightly mocking tone. Yes, well, evidently not in this family. My real difficulty is that she won't talk to anyone about it, and I'm afraid she'll do something like it again. Aside from this little escapade, she has been a model citizen, apparently. Very good student, belongs to the youth group at their church. Never behaved like this before. The parents are beside themselves. She's supposed to marry next year, and they now think no one will have her. Marry? How old did you say she was? Lane asked, amazed. She's 18. Her young man does work for a sawmill, but not the one she visited. Lane sipped her scotch and tried to remember herself at 18. It was only 8 years ago, but with the war, a lifetime. Even so, she could not imagine herself having married at that age. Plenty of her friends had, though, among the girls in London that she roomed and worked with. Some of them began to have children right away. Perhaps that's what she wants, to be considered unsuitable, she said suddenly. Perhaps she doesn't want to marry. I wouldn't have at that age. Well, at any age come to that. Darling glanced at her. Did she mean that? It wouldn't surprise him, not from what little he knew of her life. He felt an unaccountable tinge of disappointment. They sat in silence after this. Lane was surprised at the comfort of it. Her interactions with the inspector in the last year had been a roller coaster of surprising moments of ease in each other's company, and unsurprising stretches of prickly and sometimes cross interactions. She could feel an almost physical sense of his presence now, slumped comfortably in his chair, his jacket off, his tie slightly askew, his hair a little dishevelled. She felt suddenly the risk to her peace of mind this feeling of ease in his company presented. It would not last. She did not know what she felt about him, but she thought about him more than was absolutely necessary, she decided, and hated the feeling of emptiness she had whenever they parted. She was on the verge of making a sardonic remark to break the spell when he spoke softly. I find it difficult to shake the image, the feeling of someone's life when I am having to deal with their death. This little girl, for instance, what was she like? Was her life hard, her death inevitable? Did someone love her? Did she have a dog? Was she afraid? It was like that in the war as well. I couldn't stop thinking about the lives I must have shattered as a pilot, the gunner releasing bombs below me in the icy cold onto all those unseen people. Lane watched him, softening and feeling small at how close she came to her own brand of unkindness, wanting to protect only herself. Is that why you became a policeman? She hoped it was the right question. I suppose so. I was studying history and literature at the University of British Columbia. Then a friend of mine was killed quite by accident by someone trying to rob a bank. I struggled with trying to understand how a whole life could disappear like that. Someone's hopes, all the possibilities of their future that are real in one moment and evaporate into nothingness in the next. And I wondered about the bank robber, too. Who was he? What happened in the course of his life to lead him to such a desperate recourse? It's all nonsense, I suppose. I have never put anyone's life back, and the war came, and I became a taker of life. And now there's this girl. Lane leaned forward. Here's what I think, she said. I think people are going to die, but what matters is making sure their story is not lost. Every time you solve a crime, a murder, you recapture some of the story. This little girl has a story. You will find it out, and it will matter to someone. He looked at her, feeling his heart catch at the kindness in her eyes. You know, I was trying to write you a note yesterday. There are still balls of paper around my table at home. Poor Mrs. Andrews, my old housekeeper, would have had a fit. It's probably a good thing. She'd be insufferably nosy and unfurl them all to read them. What would she have read? Nothing exciting. Some said Miss Winslow, and some said Dear Miss Winslow. One even said Dear Lane, but that was rejected out of hand. I was only going to ask you how the raspberries were doing. Lane looked down to cover her smile of sheer, dangerous happiness. You could have telephoned me. I'd have told you that I'd just learned from Eleanor Armstrong that I won't get a single berry off them for another year. They are as useless as brambles till then. Those blasted raspberries are in danger of being a metaphor. Anything worth having takes time, something like that. Anyway, I didn't want to telephone because everyone on your party line could listen to all our personal agricultural conversations. A note to me on Nelson Police Stationery, delivered to the King's Cove post office, would be much safer. There would be no speculation then. You're right. Much safer to come ask you in person. Darling stood, imagined for a moment another world in which he leaned over and kissed her, and then said, I have the remains of that poor girl going back with Gilly to the lab. I will phone you with everything we discover. Having half the Cove listen in on that conversation might be useful. It will start them all talking, and then we will set you among them. Lane walked Inspector Darling back to his car. Are you sure you can cope with the driving? Ames must have felt very nervous letting you out on your own. I used to fly a plane. Tell him that if he comes complaining to you. Inspector, thank you for including me. I will try not to let you down. I doubt you could, he said. But all the way back to town he could hear her saying she wouldn't want to marry at any age. Chapter 8. The Armstrongs and the Hugheses stood under a light drizzle the day after the exhumation and surveyed the remnants of the root cellar. They had been apologized to and told not to touch anything for another week, in case the police needed to come back and continue the search. The tarpaulin, upon which the rain now tapped out a desultory rhythm, remained suspended over the trench. If it rains any harder tonight, that thing is going to fill up with water, Kenny remarked. Have they dug right through? I think so, or as close as damn it, Gladys said. It's going to be a job putting it back together. Maybe it's time to move on, said Gwen. Join the modern world. And has the modern world some place to store our potatoes? Gladys asked. We're not moving anywhere. But I do think we can modernise a bit. Put some better lighting in there. Tidy up the shelving so things don't get pushed into corners. Gwen shuddered. I can't see us putting potatoes in here ever again. We'll get up a work party like we used to have in the old days, eh? I still remember when we built this. It was good fun, said Kenny. Yes, and we were all a lot younger then, said Mabel, irritated. It's only you and Robin, you know that, don't you? Everybody else is gone or dead, and you two are no spring chickens. Mabel, really? Exclaimed Gwen. We could invite the others. David Bertoli will help. He'd find it quaint, I'm sure. And Glenn Ponting. He can't be prospecting all the time. And Lane. She'd love to help, Eleanor said, smiling happily at the thought of a real community event. We could make a lunch if the weather is fine. Remember in 1910 when we put tables out and ate outside? Even the children were helpful. We can get the Bertoli boys to carry things." "Oh, my God, you can't be serious," Mabel exclaimed. "Anyway, it wasn't children. It was just that Anscombe girl and her little brother, and I don't recall him being much help." At this, they all fell silent, looking at the trench, which now, in the gloom, took on the air of what it really was, an open grave. "It's no good pretending. Someone put a dead child in there, and we know who it was." This pronouncement caused everyone to look at Gladys with shock. "What are you saying?" Mabel said, her face flushing. "I don't mean we know who the child was or who did it, do I? I'm just saying we must know who the child is. It was someone we knew. Nobody would bring a child here from somewhere else. No, it was one of our King's Cove children, one of the Watfords or whoever it was that lived over in the cabin by the lake, or those miserable Anscombes even. How many of them were there?" "The Anscombes? Rubbish! For one thing, the only girl was Isabel, and she was already 15 or 16 then. There were those 2 children they kept mostly at home, that sickly boy, whatever his name was, and a baby. I remember the mother being all wet, always sick with something," Gwen said, revealing that edge of superiority that the Hale feel over the weak. At this they fell into gloomy silence. Mabel surveyed the scene with distaste. "I've got work to do," she said. "I'm not planning to catch my death standing around out here," she added disingenuously, as she had never caught anything from being in the rain, and further did not believe in it. Eleanor lifted the nursing watch she always wore pinned to her sweater. "We'd best be off. Remember, dear, we... She was remembering that they'd said Lane could come over as she usually did for lunch or tea, and it felt churlish somehow to want to be at home in front of her own warm stove with her lovely neighbour, rather than here, in the rain, looking at the ghastly trench with this unhappy group. "Right," said Kenny, picking up the hint. "Well, you let us know when we can get cracking on the cellar, Gladys. I may not be a spring chicken, but I can still lay the odd egg." He chuckled at this nonsensical witticism, and they started off down the path, leaving the Hugheses to this open grave and their own inexpressible and unhappy thoughts. Lane was beginning to consider the problem of how to get and organise the information that Darling would need when the phone rang. She waited. 2 longs and a short. Hers. In the hallway, she picked up the earpiece on her ancient phone and said, "KC431, into the trumpet receiver. A sudden picture of Darling's face came into her mind, but it was Eleanor Armstrong. "Lane, Eleanor, pop over. We've been standing about in the rain up at the Hughes house looking at the cellar. We're feeling in need of a pick-me-up. It's nearly lunchtime. You know, if I keep on eating your delicious sandwiches and cookies, I'll get as fat as one of Gladys's pigs. It never did us any harm. Anyway, I think you'd better come over." Something in Eleanor's voice told her she better had, and in a few minutes she was wiping her feet on the Armstrong mat and folding up her umbrella. She brought a notebook with her from among the small collection she kept to write down her ideas for poetry. She was well supplied with empty ones. When she was settled into her favourite rattan chair, she looked expectantly at Kenny, who was warming his hands on the teapot, and Eleanor, who was guarding a plate of sandwiches as if they would go only to those who earned one. "So?" Lane asked. "We've just been up at the Hughes place looking at the root cellar," Kenny said. "I know," said Lane. "Eleanor said it must have been quite sad seeing it on a day like today." "That big hole does somehow make it all seem more real. The police are never going to find out who that child is. How can they? I think we'd better get to work, don't you?" Lane had been wondering how she might proceed with trying to learn everything about the history of the place, with the disinterest that she had so bravely told Darling was required. In truth, she realised, sitting in the kitchen of her dearest neighbours, she never imagined the job beginning anywhere else. Even admitting the monstrous possibility that the Armstrongs might somehow be involved, she knew this was the only place to start. "We better had," she agreed, and Eleanor relinquished the sandwiches with an approving nod. Sandwiches consumed, and pencil in hand, Lane said, "I think it would be helpful to start with seeing if we can name everyone who lived in the area at the time." Meanwhile, up the hill, Gladys decided some positive, life-affirming activity was called for, and she began by pulling open the flour bin and announcing, "I'm going to make some bread. Perhaps some cinnamon rolls. Something, for God's sake." Mabel and Gwen watched her for a few moments, and then Mabel turned and walked down the hall, dark on this overcast day. At the end of the hall, the tiny sun porch windows admitted a sombre grey light. A corner of the distant lake was visible through the thick growth of ivy that had spread like a mat along this back corner of the house. She felt a sadness that took her over, and she could not shake. She could hear her mother and sister talking quietly in the kitchen. The sudden picture of herself as a young woman, conjured up by the talk of a work party like the one they had hosted to build the root cellar, came to her, and try as she might, she could not recapture what it felt like to be that girl. Her young life felt like that of someone else. A girl in a book who had been full of hope, and as each page turned, had lost ground and faded completely away, the book now shelved and forgotten. "For God's sake, Mabs, what's got into you?" Gwen's whispered hiss startled Mabel, who turned frowning. "Nothing's got into me, as you put it, and you shouldn't sneak up like that. It's not like you to moon about like this. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" Mabel rubbed her eyes as if to clear away this sudden oppressive weariness. "I have absolutely no idea what you're thinking, and as to my mooning about, in case it has escaped your notice, they've dug up a dead girl in our backyard. I'm hardly going to be dancing about singing 'Here We Go Gathering Nuts' in May." "I'm still thinking about the Anscombs. I said it was nonsense, but all those children, and so odd, that mother always sick and moping about. Did we even know how many children they actually had? And let's face it, Bob's leaving like that and Isabel disappearing after everything." "After what?" Mabel felt her face go hot with anger. "Well, after what?" "I don't know," Gwen faltered. "I had this idea you liked him, that's all." "How dare you?" Mabel's voice rose, and then she looked up the hall nervously and whispered, "You have no right." To her dismay, she felt herself tearing up. Gwen was instantly sorry. "Mabs, I'm sorry." She reached out and rubbed her sister's arm. "You know how kids are. I must have got the wrong end of the stick. I mean, the way he... Well, I didn't, so let's leave it at that, shall we? I'm going out to check on the coops. There's been a lot of disruption with all those blasted men in their boots digging the place up." She walked past her sister and back up the hall, pulling a sweater from a hook, and then a weather-beaten green and black wool jacket. Outside, she strode purposefully past the forlorn root cellar, and when she was around the corner and down the slope where the fenced-in chicken coops were, she stopped. She realized it was shame she felt. It had been years, but it came rushing back, plunging her into this maelstrom of sadness and confusion. She had never told anyone, and the thought of it now flooded her with the same sense of horror as it had all those years before. Shame that she ever thought that anyone could love her. Shame at what she'd seen. She grabbed the flat-edged shovel that was leaning against the wall of the chicken coop, pulled the door open, stooping to get inside, and began to shovel the chicken excrement off the wooden boards that made up the floor of the coop. The chickens in the rows of box nests rose and padded nervously on the hay, flapping their wings in anxious protest at this noisy invasion. She angrily filled the bucket, then went back outside to dump it on the manure pile that was composting at the bottom of the enclosure. Finally spent, she stood outside the gate and looked back up the slope to the back of the garage. She felt a little better, she realized, and told herself it had not been her fault. She wanted to build on this sense of strength and free herself forevermore. July 1910. Mabel lay awake, facing the soft charcoal darkness of the night out the open window. The scent of the wax and smoke of the candle she had just put out drifted toward the outside, as if it were seeking an outlet. He was out there, over the fields, through the woods, up the road. She willed her mind to make the trip, to hover outside his window, to have him hear her and rise from his bed and come outside to her. He would have his shirt on loosely, as he had that day. He would take her hand, and they would sit on the porch in the soft darkness. She tried to see his face, and then couldn't, and then could again. She relived the moment he took her hand and said, "Come on, you'll miss lunch." She held her breath to better remember the exact sound of his voice. He had sat her at the first open chair at lunch by Andrew, and he had gone to the other end of the table, beside Isabel, who had kept a seat for him. She had stolen glances, but he had never looked up, nor did he talk. It was as though he had suddenly caught his sister's reticence. And Andrew had craved her attention, chattering about the cherries on their trees and how he had gone fishing off the wharf. "Did you catch anything?" she'd asked him. "No. Where I came from there was a river, but it was all black. I didn't know about fishing." Mabel hadn't paid attention. She had been looking toward Bob, who at that moment turned his head toward her to say something to John. She willed him to look her way, but he did not. She thought about that moment now, and tried to remember what Andrew had been saying, but it was something about fish. Why had Bob never looked up? She turned and pulled the blankets up to her neck and closed her eyes. She could hear her mother's voice in her head. "Best not to let your head get full of nonsense." She took a deep breath and thought, Mother can never know. In the next week, the boys came again 3 more times to build up the sides of the cellar, pack the sod between the braces of the roof, and pile dirt on top until it was over 3 feet deep. On 2 of the days, only John and Robin came, and on the last day, Bob Anscombe and his father accompanied them. Mabel watched them from the kitchen, from the chicken run, from where she threw slops into the trough for the pigs. When they were done, she saw him go behind the house to the tap. She looked and saw that the rest of the men were at the front, having already washed, and she ran lightly, her heart beating, into the house for a towel, and then went out the veranda door so that no one would see her go round to the tap. He was splashing water on his face, and then he seemed to sense she was there. "Got a towel for me?" he asked, holding out his hand. She moved toward him and held the towel out to him. He grabbed at the towel, and with it, her wrist. "Dry my face for me," he said, holding his dripping head toward her. She took the towel and carefully dabbed at his face until he laughed and said, "Not like that. Here, use your muscles." He took her hands and the towel and rubbed his hair, pressing her hands onto his head. She could hear Isabel calling him, and she was surprised. She had not known Isabel had come. She tried to pull away, but he had both her hands in his, the damp towel between them. "A kiss, Mabel. Come on." "Your sister," she began, but he had leaned in and she could feel his lips pressing hers, smell his skin, feel his hand on her waist. Mabel pulled away and saw Isabel turning, her hand on her mouth. Bob looked after her, and then turned back to Mabel and shrugged his shoulders with a rueful grin. "Bob's offered to come build the shelves tomorrow," Gladys said at dinner that night. "I'm not sure I wouldn't rather see a grown-up do it. There's something I don't trust about those Anscombes. Rough people. Practically drifters. Thank God you girls are too sensible to get involved with that Bob. I'll talk to Kenny in the morning." "Bob's 18, Mother. That's hardly a child. Kenny's only 22, for that matter," Gwen commented. "I don't suppose anyone could do it like Daddy," Mabel said. She struggled not to tear up, and got up from the table and went to the sink to fill the bucket for the water boiler. Gladys swallowed the last of her tea and pushed the cup toward Gwen. "Well, Daddy's not here, and we have to get on with things. Speaking of getting on with things, does anyone know why that wilting piece of goods Isabel was in a state? She came up here, said good afternoon to me, And then next thing I knew, she was running back up the orchard in tears. Nothing would surprise me about that girl, Gwen said, but she looked at Mabel's back. What's going on? Gwen said to Mabel that night. Mabel had put her candle out and was turned away from her sister, pretending to sleep. Gwen was sitting up in bed, holding a book that she had no intention of reading. Mabs, I know you aren't asleep. What's going on with that dish mop, Isabel? I saw her go around the back of the house, and I know you were there, don't deny it. What did you say to her? Nothing. Go to sleep. Only I was surprised because you always say I'm the one that's unkind about her. Mabel turned and glared at her sister. I did not say anything to her. I don't know why she was crying. If you find out, you can let me know. Aren't you a madam? Fine then, said Gwen, dousing her candle. Mabel lay in the darkness, her breast in turmoil. Why had Isabel reacted in that way? She went over and over that moment when Bob had kissed her. That was what a kiss was. She both recoiled from the memory and was drawn to it with a kind of aching. Wait, Bob was there at the tap, wasn't he? Maybe he said something cruel to her. I wouldn't put it past him. He's very rough. Gwen's voice suddenly came out of the darkness, and Mabel's eyes flew open. She felt somehow discovered. She gave no answer. In fact, Gwen continued, the whole family is brutish. Mummy's right. Mr. Anscombe never talks and looks angry all the time. And when was the last time we saw Mrs. Anscombe? She hides out in that house all the time with her baby and that other child. What's his name? I bet that man beats them all. And if you want my opinion, Bob thinks very highly of himself. She sniffed disapprovingly. I will say this. Isabel and little Andrew don't even seem like they come from that brood. She's all wet, I grant you, but she's got better manners than her own parents. Nobody wants your opinion, Gwenny. Now shut up and go to sleep. She thought that if Gwen were allowed to go on chattering, she'd stumble her way to the truth somehow, find her way to the kiss. Bob kicked off his boots and pushed the door into the kitchen. Young Joseph, I brought you a sandwich, he called. He filled a saucepan with water and put it on the stove, only to find it was unlit. Shaking his head, he went out to the woodshed and collected the remains of the wood. He went back into the house and opened the stove, shoving in the kindling. Mrs. A, where'd you put the matches? He called. No answer. He left the cover off and went in search of matches. Mrs. A? The sitting room was cool in the deep shadow of the roof that covered the porch. He pushed into the bedroom. Joseph was sitting on the bed next to his mother, who lay asleep. There you are, young fellow. Feeling better? Bob wanted to pick him up, as he used to do when he was younger, but Joe was 10, and even though he was still small, Bob felt no 10-year-old would want to be carted around like a baby. Instead, he came up and put his hand on the boy's shoulder. Come on, we'll let her sleep, and you come have what I brought you. Joe got up slowly and took Bob's hand. They went out and sat on the bench outside the woodshed, taking in the last of the evening light. Where's Pa? Joe asked, eating slowly. He stayed back to finish up some things. I wanted to come bring you this. Is it good? The child nodded and took another bite. It's eggs, he said. That it is, agreed Bob. He watched Joseph eat and wondered what it was that kept him from getting any bigger or healthier. By the time Andrew was 10, he was taller than his sister. Of course, she was short too. Maybe, he thought, it has to do with whether you have people. Joseph stopped having people the minute they drove away and left him. Maybe that kept him from growing. Well, all the Anscombes were his people now, for good or ill. But maybe it was too late. Joseph never would grow much. Chapter 9. Erin Landy sat on the bed in her aunt's guest room, clutching the one pillow she'd been given, looking through the small window at the alley. She was in a dilemma. 2 days before, she had told her mother angrily that she did not want to be told what to do, or for that matter, not do. She was not a child. to which her mother had replied, "Exactly." It was in that moment she realized it. She was a child. She felt like a child. She felt too young, like it was too early to end the world of her childhood. Now being banished to her aunt's gave her a certain satisfaction because she was being treated like a child. She was allowed out only to go to school, and she was being told she could not read or listen to the radio until she had completed her homework, as if she needed the incentive. Pushing a bobby pin into her red hair to prop it out of her eyes, she put the pillow behind her and slid off the bed. A wooden side table and chair had been provided for her to work at, and her chemistry book lay open, a pencil lying in the crease. She bent over her work, absorbed, until she heard a cursory knock at the door, which opened before she had a chance to say, "Come in?" Erin turned, noticing that the room had sunk into evening shadow. "Done?" asked Ida. "I guess so. I was just looking ahead in the book to a problem about nitrogen." "I don't care, and I don't know why you should have to. This whole thing is counterproductive." "Not you too, Auntie. You used to think I was cute and clever." "Supper's ready. Wash up. And no more books tonight. You'll hurt your eyes." Aunt Ida started down the stairs and turned back. "You were cute and smart. But in my experience, the first one has a purpose in life and the second only leads to disappointment. You won't need it anyway." Erin looked at herself in the bathroom mirror. Her wavy hair reached to her shoulders, and she defiantly pulled a strand across her face to make a moustache. She dried her hands and sighed. Well, she wasn't a boy, so no good thinking about it. She wanted time to think about her aunt's unusual pronouncement, that, in her experience, being smart only led to disappointment. Erin had no one else's experience to draw on. Her parents were exactly the perfect parents. Her father went to work each day at an office at the station, and her mother stayed home, and she always seemed to be wearing a perfectly clean, perfectly ironed apron. Her teachers in science had all been men, and in English had all been women. The world was sliced like an apple, girls on one side, boys on the other. She sat down at the table and pulled her napkin, nicely ironed, obsessive house cleaning obviously ran in the family, across her lap. "Hello, Uncle G. How was your day?" He smiled at her and said, "You don't have to ask every day, you know. I know you're only being polite. This must be quite upsetting for you." "I'm actually quite interested. You go off every day to some wonderful office. I don't even know what you do." "Thanks." She accepted a bowl of mashed potatoes from her aunt. Her uncle made no reply, and for some minutes they ate in silence, the sound of utensils on dishes resonating in the silent room. "Good stew," he said finally. His wife got up and began to clear the plates, and Erin started to rise to help. Her uncle reached over and put his hand on her arm, and she sat back down. His shirt sleeves were rolled up, and the scar she had always known but never understood made a great ridge along his arm. "Listen, kiddo, we don't mind having you here. We like it, if the truth be known. It's like having Ben around again. But where's it all going? Will you go home after the court case? You're going to have to face up to them sooner or later. Besides, what you did was awful. I don't think you can have any conception of how dangerous it could have been." Erin hung her head at this. After her outburst of fury when she'd been caught, she'd seen right away how dangerous it could have been. She'd seen it in the eyes of the night watchman who found her, jamming the axe into the mechanism of the saw. It terrified her now to think of how she had not recognized herself in that moment. Her silence to her parents, the police, and probably even the judge, whom she would be seeing in a little under 2 weeks, had come out of this abject terror about suddenly not knowing herself at all. She realized how dangerous what she had done would have been to some mill worker if she had not been caught. What she could not understand was what could be wrong with her, and it frightened her. "I do know, Uncle G. I do understand." Then why did you do it? He was leaning toward her, talking quietly as if he didn't want his wife clattering in the kitchen to hear. Erin's hands were on her lap, clenched together. She could feel her tears coming. I don't know, okay? She whispered. Her uncle put his hand out, palm up, and she put hers into it. Is it the fella? His uncanny jump made her look up. What do you mean? Just that. Is it the fella? Your mother said you haven't been the same since you got engaged. She wiped her eyes furiously. No one needs to worry about that anymore. I'm unengaged now. Obviously no self-respecting boy wants to be married to a crazy vandal. Maybe I'll return to normal now, whatever that is. Her uncle smiled. Did I ever tell you how I met Mother? He lifted his chin toward the kitchen. I met her in the hospital. She sewed me up. He held up his scarred arm. She was an intern at the hospital, the only woman. Erin turned, amazed, to look into the kitchen. How was it possible she had never known this? Ida was her father's sister. Why had he never said anything? Her aunt was putting teacups on a tray. She looked at her uncle, perplexed. Why isn't she a doctor now? Isn't that what you become after you've been an intern? What do you mean? Something was rising in Erin. She could feel its darkness pushing at her. I mean, why is she in there all day, ironing napkins and making pot roast? I mean, why isn't she at the hospital helping people? We got married, he said simply. Obviously she wasn't going to work. He chuckled. She always said she wishes she'd been born sooner, so she could have worked in France during the Great War. Wouldn't have got her for my wife then, so it all turned out for the best. Chapter 10. What do we think we have then, Inspector? Gilly stood over the skeleton he had carefully reconstructed. Badly deteriorated shards of earthy cloth and a gold locket sat on a nearby shelf. Darling stood with his hands in his pockets, his mouth set in a thoughtful line. You tell me. Isn't that why the department hires you at enormous expense? Did you find anything else on the remains? These scraps of threads and fabric, a grey wool blanket, I'd say. I can tell you that this child was buried at least 20 years ago, and I shouldn't be surprised if it were more. The cellar was rebuilt in 1910. Could it be from then? Darling asked. Yes, I'd say. Could be any age from 10 to even as old as 16. Damage makes it difficult to tell the sex, but I'd be willing to commit to the child having been malnourished early in life. Darling moved closer and looked with interest at the remains. We thought because of the locket it might be a girl. Gilly shrugged. Not necessarily. If you were to ask what killed him or her, it's hard to say. Some crushed ribs suggest something. She might have fallen under something and asphyxiated, or the ribs might have been crushed post-mortem by the weight of the soil when she was buried. There is also evidence of a blow of some sort to the skull, but the location in the central occipital area and the fact that the fracture is almost invisible does not necessarily suggest a blow hard enough to cause death. Oddly, there is evidence of a break of the right wrist that happened at some point in early life and then healed over. It looks like it was splinted properly, so there is evidence of some care taken of the child. Darling gazed at the remains, trying to sort the dissonance created by the idea that the child had possibly been well cared for at some point, yet buried unceremoniously over the Hughes' cellar with a cracked skull and broken ribs. Not entirely unceremoniously, though. The child had been laid face down, her arms tucked under her, and the locket around her neck. It suggests a child who was regularly knocked about by her someone? Darling asked. No, I'm going to say possibly not. In those cases, we often see evidence of serial damage on the frame. Aside from the broken wrist, I'd say this damage happened all at once. I'm not, as I said, sure that the blow to the head could have killed her, but we can't rule it out. She was small for her age and malnourished in early life. Perhaps she was just fragile. I'm puzzled that the locket was left, or, who knows, even put around her neck. If you've killed a child and are hastily getting rid of the evidence, don't you take anything of value? Then why isn't she buried in the King's Cove cemetery? I'll set Ames to looking at the locket. He's trying to track down any evidence of missing children in the last, say, 30 years. I should include the last 35 years just to be safe. She could have been buried there when the place was first renovated, or any time thereafter, up to, say, 10 years ago, suggested Gilly, beginning to wash his hands in the sink. As if manifested at the mere mention of his names, Ames appeared at the door, looking uncharacteristically troubled. "Sir, you know that girl you arrested? She seems to have run away. Her parents are in the waiting area. You'd better come." "Wonderful," Darling said. He turned back to Gilly. "Let me know if you have any other insights." He felt uncommonly gloomy after this conversation with Gilly. Having a living child now missing was not likely to improve his mood. Back in his office, Darling sat next to Ames, facing Mr. and Mrs. Landy, who, contrary to his expectations, seemed unable or unwilling to speak, now that they had presented themselves. "Can you tell me what happened?" he asked, looking from one to the other. The mother of the girl was wearing a dull, pale brown jacket and olive-coloured hat that seemed to render her skin ashen, and her eyes were red. The total effect was one of a woman who, of no great age herself, had nevertheless lost the battle with life. It was the father who answered. He'd been sitting on the edge of his chair, holding his hat, his lips set grimly. "We had her at my sister's. She seemed fine. Went to school, came home, did her homework, ate a good meal, helped with the dishes. Seemed to have learned her lesson, especially as she is having to go to court. But she's buggered off. I told you should have kept her in the clink." At this, his wife looked up with disapproval. "What he means is," she began, and was interrupted by his waving his hat at her to be quiet. "I think I'm quite clear about what I mean. The night before last she snuck out of the house and has not come home. She did not go to school, and she is not, before you ask, with her fiancé, Paul Headley. He doesn't seem to have a clue where she's gone. In fact, I like the kid, but I'm beginning to think he doesn't have a clue, period. She's doing this to spite us." At this, Mr. Landy sat back in his chair, as if waiting to have this bewildering behaviour explained to him by the police. "Why have you waited till now to report this?" Mrs. Landy looked accusingly at her husband, who sighed and looked away. "He thought she would get scared and come running back," she said acerbically. "He thought it would teach her a lesson. He didn't think anything could happen to her out there." Darling thought it best to stay out of the way of this full-fledged marital dispute. "Have you spoken with her friends?" "Yes and no. She is not with them." "What did she take with her?" Ames asked. He had been making notes and had his pencil poised above his black notebook. At this, the father frowned and looked at his wife. She wiped her nose with a handkerchief she had retrieved from her handbag. "I asked Ida, my sister-in-law, about that. Erin did pack up all the clothes we'd sent her with, but she left her suitcase in the bedroom. All she took were some books and a sweater of her uncle's. It usually hangs in the hall. He puts it on when he comes home from work. I'm frightened, Inspector. It's not like her. She has no experience of the world. Anything could happen to her out there alone." "Not like her?" her husband spluttered, glaring at her. "Nothing is like her anymore. It's your fault, filling her head with ideas." Darling listened to them with a sinking dismay. His idea of the most foreign creature in the world was a teenage girl, and this one was intelligent and fractious. Of course they had dealt with runaway girls before. They ran away with their boyfriends or to the safety of a friend's. Some of them had good reason to run, but he somehow suspected that these parents were no threat to their daughter. In fact, they seemed as helpless and unable to understand their teenage daughter as he was. He remembered Lane's surprise at the girl being expected to marry. Was she protesting her parents' plans for her? Ames suddenly spoke. Do you remember the last big argument you had? I have a sister, and she used to be a real firebrand. Argued with our parents all the time over everything. She was always threatening to run away. At this, Mr. Landy looked at his wife. She glanced nervously at him and then turned to Ames. We don't really argue. She clams up when we try to talk to her. She just goes in her room with some book. We've tried to tell her she's too, well, bookish, I suppose. I mean, the things she wants to do are completely unsuitable. And I don't know why you think I fill her head with ideas. It's that sister of yours, she added, turning to her husband. What sort of things does she want to do? Darling asked, hoping this might yield a clue about where she'd gone. She wants to go to some university in Montreal to study science, Mr. Landy said, cutting off his wife, who was about to speak. I mean, can you imagine? Science? It's ridiculous. So what does the wife do? Says she can go out to the coast when she finishes high school, take a secretarial course. I'll tell you right now, she's not going to any coast. She is going to stay put and get married. She's got a good young fellow. Works hard. He'll be running that mill before too long. Of course, he won't go near her with a 10-foot pole after this. My own sister was training to be a doctor. I don't know why my parents allowed that sort of nonsense. My brother-in-law soon put a stop to that. That's why she needs to get married. I was counting on that young man to do the right thing. Now I'm not so sure about him. He's weak, like so many of them these days. It was going to be futile to talk to these people about a world where women were doctors and flew planes and went on dangerous missions to enemy territory, for that matter. The war which had so transformed the world outside this valley seemed to hardly have had an impact on attitudes. Women, who had taken on so many jobs when the men mobilized, were being hastily pushed back into homemaking when the men returned. Resentment lingered wherever men found women hanging on to jobs they thought should be theirs. If I were a girl, he thought, I would leave. Are you going to do anything or not? Landy said. We will alert the RCMP detachments in the local towns and talk to local transport to see she hasn't gone on a bus or train somewhere. You must contact us the minute you hear anything. Did your sister indicate any reason she might have left? An argument? Anything? Nothing. That's why we put Erin there. They always got along. My sister and her husband have one kid, Ben, and he's grown and gone off to Toronto, you see. They said they'd like to have a young person around again. My brother-in-law said she seemed happy there, and I thought he would talk some sense into her. Does she have any money, do you know? Not that I know of. We gave her a small allowance, but she doesn't work. I doubt my sister would give her anything like enough to buy a train ticket, Mr. Landy said. My God, Ames, what a family, Darling said when the Landys had left, only barely satisfied with the proposed plan. He was seated at his desk with his chair swiveled around to face the window. What did you make of them? It's surprising they waited 2 days to tell us. They're a tad old-fashioned, sir. My sister is at the university in Vancouver, getting a PhD in sociology. She was always smarter than me. My parents never raised an objection to it. I think they were proud of her. Gave us all a bit of peace and quiet when she went off to the coast. I hope this Landy girl didn't try to hitchhike. Well, we could use some good social working now. Did your sister ever run away, by the by? No, it was all bluster. I think she just liked the idea that she thought she could. Anyway, I was her little brother. She didn't want to leave me. How sweet. If you were my little brother, I'd leave you without a moment's hesitation. As it is, I'm stuck with you. How are you getting on with the search for missing children? Gone back 16 years, sir, and so far nothing that would fit, missing girl-wise. Well, you'll have to start again. Gilly says it could either be a girl or a boy, any age up to 16, and small for his or her age. And he suggests you go further back, up to 35 years. Ames sighed in a resigned manner. Very good, sir. He turned to go. Not so fast. We have a live child on the lam. The dead one can wait. Run along and phone the RCMP and check to see if anyone of her description took an early train today. I can't see why even that unstable girl would climb for no reason out a window with her little all to escape from the clutches of some relative she got along with. We don't know she actually climbed out the window, sir. When you've done that, stop by the newspaper office and let them know we found a small child's skeleton out at King's Cove. Foul play suspected. See if it scares anything out of the bushes. Then we'll go visit the boyfriend, and then the aunt and uncle. And then, he thought, I will have to telephone Miss Winslow to let her know we are looking for someone up to the age of 16, of small stature. The thought of hearing her warm, resonant voice on the other end of the line lifted his spirits no end. Paul Headley worked at Sutter's Mill, situated 4 miles off the main road to Slocan, about a 20-minute drive from Nelson. Darling and Ames pulled up and parked near several cars and small trucks. An unnervingly high pile of stripped logs dominated the yard, and Darling skirted it at a respectful distance. A local man had been killed 3 years before when one of these structures had disintegrated and crushed him. The noise of the barking and sawing operations made conversation impossible, but they saw a man who appeared to be supervising the operation and approached him. The man leaned in to hear what Ames was saying and then signalled for them to move away from the milling. "What's that? My hearing isn't the best," he said. "I said we're looking for Paul Headley," Ames repeated. "Yeah, he's here. Who are you?" Ames took out his card and showed it. "He in trouble?" "Not in the least. We just need to talk to him," Darling said, showing his card in turn. Paul Headley, a sandy-haired young man with what Darling thought was an intelligent face, removed homemade earplugs made of wadded cloth and ran a hand through his hair, dislodging sawdust. "You're here about Erin," he said. They were sitting at a wooden picnic table around the back of the mill, where the noise was muffled by the distance and the wall. "Her parents called on me before I came out to work." "Do you know where she is?" Darling asked. Headley put his head in his hands and sighed. "This whole thing is such a mess. I do know where she is, if you must know. I couldn't tell her parents because... I don't know why, actually. Because they think the worst, I suppose." "I don't know what worst you have in mind, but having your daughter go missing in the middle of the night is the worst for parents. She's been missing for 2 days. You might think about that." I know. I got rattled. My dad was looking on and giving me the evil eye, thinking I must have something to do with it. I've got enough problems without stirring up that hornet's nest." "It sounds like you do have something to do with it," Darling observed. "I know she's in trouble over the other thing, but when she told me she was going to run away, hitchhike to the coast, I panicked. I tried telling her to just get through it. She's got a mind of her own. So I suggested she go to our secret place. It's a summer cottage along the lake just past Balfour. We found it last fall and we've been going ever since. The door wasn't locked or anything. Anyway, I drove her there and she made me leave and promised not to tell anyone. My loyalty is exemplary," he added disgustedly. "But it was better than thinking of her in the hands of some truck driver in the middle of nowhere. I know her. She would have gone if I hadn't helped her." "Is it the case that the two of you are engaged?" Darling asked. "I wish we were. Our parents like to think we are, but she's pretty independent. Keeps telling me she'll get engaged when she's good and ready. I know it sounds bad, us going off like that to a cabin, but we don't, do anything. It wouldn't feel right unless we were engaged. I guess we go there to be on our own, pretend it's just us in the world." "Well, unfortunately, we are going to have to retrieve her. You better tell me where this place is," Darling said, unfolding himself from the bench. "Oh, my God," Headley said, distressed. "Do you have to? If I tell you she's perfectly safe, she has some food and everything. I'll try to talk her back. She's a minor, Mr. Headley. She's gone missing and furthermore has broken into someone else's house, which is still against the law. Now, where is this place? She's going to kill me. That'll be it for me. God, I wish her parents were more understanding. They don't want her to go away to school. She's a bloody genius. She's the smartest girl at the school. I met her just before I graduated a couple of years ago. I think she liked me because I had dreams of getting away too, but my dad got sick and can't work, so it's up to me now. You've shown remarkably poor judgment for a man who is the main breadwinner in a household. If anything is amiss with her, you are likely to end up in jail. You'll have a hard time getting a job with a record, I expect, Darling commented mildly. Ames glanced up from his notes at the young man. His evident distress was pitiable. Darling was really turning the screws. "Oh, my God," Headley groaned. "I didn't think." "No, indeed," Darling said. "So where is this place?" "There's this wharf about 3 miles past Balfour where one of the steamboats docks. It's on a bay. There are a few summer cottages along the waterfront, and it's the one nearest that wharf. We discovered it when we drove down to look at the lake. There's a little path from there through the bushes. The door wasn't locked, so we went in. We didn't mean any harm. We never took anything. She's there. I was supposed to bring her some food and stuff after work today." "I'll save you the drive," Darling said. Chapter 11. The wood stove in the Armstrong sitting room had dispelled the damp, and Lane and Kenny now sat on chairs looking again at the row of photographs which were arrayed on the floor in an order Kenny had chosen. Lane was making notes in her notebook. She had been unable to reach Darling and thought she would like to go back and look more closely at the photos the Armstrongs had. She wasn't sure why, except that she was trying to build up as complete a picture as she could of what life was like in the early pioneering days of the Cove. The photo that now held their interest was of a group of children gathered outside the schoolhouse on a summer day. Lane leaned over, picked up the photograph, and thought how charming it was. The children were smiling, standing at attention, looking as if they'd been told to stand still, but could not quite repress their jovial spirits. In fading ink on the back, the words King's Cove 1902 were written, but no children in the picture were named. "My mother took this," Kenny said. "She was very fond of her apparatus. Too bad she didn't think to name people in her photographs." "Well, who can you identify now?" "Everyone in this picture, but there's others where I'm not sure. That's me, obviously, and next to me is John. Then Gwenny and Mabs are over here in front of John. Here's Robin, and then these 3 little girls lived in the Bertolli's place when it was just a log cabin without the fancy additions. This was taken before the youngest one drowned. Can't remember quite what year that was. 1903? I know they left shortly afterward. And as I said, Sandy hadn't been born yet." Sandy was the son of the Mather family, who was serving time in a prison on the coast. The events surrounding his arrest were the source of the cold shoulder Mather gave her whenever they met. "Now what about the Anscombe family? There were lots of kiddies there," Lane said, putting the photo back on the floor. "You know, there should be one more picture with those people. They came along, I don't know, maybe in 1907, 1908. I can't see it anywhere. Now let's see. Bob was in it, and then his younger sister Isabel, pretty little thing but a bit timorous, and Andrew was there as well. He was an outgoing kid, but he clung to Isabel. I remember thinking how odd that was. There was one younger child and a baby. I can't remember him much at school. Joe, as I recall him being named, did come for a brief spell, but he was small, and I had the impression there was something wrong with him. That family kept pretty much to themselves. Henry Anscombe, the dad, he did show himself at the hut at the wharf with his apples like the rest of the families, and he did come out to help build the cellar, but we never saw much of his missus. I seem to recall she was delicate as well. I wonder if she and the boy had the same ailment, something inherited. Were they English as well? No. Now, I think they came out from the prairies somewhere. Manitoba, maybe? They just turned up one day, bag and baggage.
Lane made a note. And what happened to them?
Now, there's something about that. Let me think. I know Bob, that older boy, left before the war by a couple of years at least. I suppose he didn't see any future for himself here. But I honestly can't recall when the rest of them left. Maybe they all left at once, or Bob went ahead to scout something out. I honestly can't recall. Sorry. But no one has lived in that house since then. I don't know why. Henry Anscombe couldn't make a go of it, so maybe no one else could either. I don't even know who owns it. Anyway, the only girl in that family was Isabel, and she was small, but she was probably 17 or 18 when they left here.
It was the other place the house agent wanted to show me, said Lane. I didn't even bother going into it. I'd made up my mind on your mother's lovely house. She had passed the house in the winter, on her way to the cabin on her snowshoes. It had been empty, but it did not have the forlorn look she now attributed to it, with a family coming and leaving after failing to make a living, or cope with the isolation, or whatever it was that caused families to give up and move on.
You said there was something about that. Do you remember what?
Kenny sighed and shook his head.
See, this is where Eleanor would be chiding me pretty proper. Says I don't see things that are right under my nose. I was young and busy with my own pursuits, I expect. I didn't pay any attention to the gossip. Sorry. I can't think of what little girl it could be. I mean, there's the drowned girl, but I seem to remember a proper funeral. In fact, she was practically the first King's Cove resident we buried in that cemetery. The other two Chase girls left in one piece. I recall helping them get their gear down to the boat. I'll try to get hold of Darling with what we have. He'll have to follow up and see what became of these people. Or more likely he'll get poor Ames to do it. Then I might plumb the depths of the Hughes next, and I may even go and see Mather. That should be fun. I bet. You'd better have a drink before you attempt it.
Back in her house, Lane took some paper from beside her neglected typewriter and stacked it neatly on the kitchen table. She thought about starting a pot of coffee, but recognised that for what it was, a delaying tactic. Something she'd perfected when she wasn't quite sure how to start a project. Her notebook contained point-form notes with scribbled details. She thought about the families coming and going. A timeline, she decided, starting at, say, 1903, when a little girl in the Chase family drowned. And of course she would do a map. She spread paper out and taped it down, ready to translate what she'd learned from the Armstrongs onto a map of the Cove. Being able to imagine exactly where people lived, how they moved from one place to another, helped her to visualize the distant world of the early settlement. It was a time when there were few roads, and goods and people travelled up and down the lake by steamboat. Local roads began at the lake and moved up into the town site, connecting the main dwellings much as the roads did now, but some homesteads and cabins were possibly only reachable by trail or footpath. She drew in the now familiar homes of the current residents: the Hugheses, the Armstrongs, herself, Harris, the Mathers, the Bertolis, and Glenn Ponting in the cabin a little farther along the road toward Ainsworth. In addition to these houses, she added 3 now empty places: a cabin above Ponting's that she had visited during the winter on her newly acquired snowshoes, a small cabin set at the very limits of the cove against a steep rise of the mountain behind the Hughes' house, and the empty house above the Bertolis. Writing circa 1910 boldly at the top, she began to write in the names of the families on her list. Lady Armstrong in her own house, along with her son and her nephew, Kenny Armstrong and Robin Harris. A lone man named Arthur Renshaw, who retired just after the Great War, occupied the post office. No children. The house currently occupied by Harris at the turn-off onto the Nelson Road was empty, having been begun and then abandoned.
It was subsequently purchased by the Armstrongs and taken over by Harris when he was in his late teens. He married prior to enlisting. No children. Lane had learned that Eleanor joined her husband from her nursing duties in France. She longed to know more about that. It sounded rather romantic. But for these purposes, she said to herself, just the facts required for the case. Eleanor's family had been friends with the Armstrongs in the old country. She and Kenny had met when she came for a visit to Lady Armstrong in 1912. No children. Hughes. 2 daughters, both accounted for. Alice and Reginald Mather. 1 son, not born until after the war. In Ponting's cabin, 2 brothers from Halifax, the Bartletts, exploring a mineral claim. No children. In the home above Angela Bertoli's, there was a large family, the Anscombs. Here, Lane felt, was some promise. A baby named, Kenny thought, Frank. A boy of perhaps 8 named Joe. A boy of 12, Andrew. A girl of 15 or 16 named Isabel. And a boy Kenny's own age, 18. She underlined Anscombe and continued. Some of the Anscombs had been part of the building party. The father, Henry, and the older son, Bob. At the Bertoli cabin nearby was a family with 3 girls, the unfortunate Chase family. He remembered the names of the girls from their brief time at the school. Emma, Mary, and Susan. The youngest girl had fallen from the wharf and been caught under the steamboat mooring and drowned, and their father had signed up for the war and never returned. This had some promise as well. However, as far as the Armstrongs remembered, the drowned girl had been buried at the cemetery that lay between King's Cove and Balfour. Kenny remembered going to the funeral. They left some time during the war, as the mother had been offered refuge at the home of her sister in town. They should be easy to trace. The cabin tucked up by the base of the mountain had no one in it that Kenny could remember. Lane looked at her map. Along the lake she sketched in 4 of the lakeside properties she had walked past. Kenny had little idea who might have lived in them, as they tended to be summer cottages exclusively. Their world of the homesteader and apple grower was another world from that of the summer cottagers. In any case, would a summer visitor unknown to any resident up the hill have carried a child to be buried in Gladys Hughes's root cellar? Very unlikely. She would leave it to the police to sort out the lakeside cottages and their owners. She sat back and thought about what life here must have been like in 1910. Roads suitable for horses and carts only. Well, this wasn't hard to imagine, as Harris still kept horses, in spite of his ever-present smoke-belching tractor, and Kenny had a newly retired horse, and both had carts that, in Harris's case, were still used to haul apple boxes down to the shed to await the steam transport. She knew that there must have been local roads, but the main method of travel up and down the lake was still by boat. The road she took frequently into Nelson would have been nothing like what it was now, a wide 2-way gravel artery connecting all the communities along the lake. No electricity, no telephone, no popping into Nelson or Balfour to shop for the weekly groceries. But what about the other things she took for granted? Access to a doctor, or the vicar, or indeed the police for that matter. She tried to imagine something happening on one of these rudimentary farms. Someone gets hurt, burned, say, or cuts their foot with an axe. A child falls ill or falls into the wash tub. What about a woman giving birth? She would have to ask Kenny, but she guessed that people tended to their own ills as best they could. She had always been robustly healthy, aside from an injury during a night drop-off during the war when she had broken her collarbone, and the usual bouts of gastric ills most people endured from time to time, but she was comforted to know that she could get on the phone to a doctor only an hour away in town if she needed to. She brushed aside her nightmares and bouts of anxiety as neurosis that would clear up with a disciplined effort of will. Relieved to live in the sparkling modern world of 1947, she got up and stretched. She wanted a break to let things settle in her head. She would go out and inspect her garden for likely places to plant some vegetables, and then go back in to refine the timeline. She would put it alongside the map like an annotated margin. She would tackle Mather and Harris later on. London, November, 1902. "Come on, out with you. Out, out." The landlord's agent stood at the door, trying not to see the gaunt woman with her 2 children, who he knew would begin to plead, and he wanted none of it. He hated this part of the job. But the woman was not pleading. She was weeping silently, taking in gasps of air, reaching for her son, who was 3. The 8-year-old daughter, holding a bag filled with their few clothes and belongings, watched the agent in that wide-eyed way children have when they're frightened. The agent reached into his pocket and found a few pennies, which he gave to the little girl. "Go on then. Out," was all he said. He closed the door and locked it, and then turned firmly up the street, making a mental note to get the woman who cleaned for him to tidy the place up for the next tenant. A few doors down, he stopped and looked back. She was such a young woman. He had heard from one of the other women that she'd been in service and had been let go because of a baby. The little girl, he supposed. The father of the children had died of consumption from hanging about on the waterfront where he had tried to find work. He watched the still woman and the 2 children, the crowd surging round them like a river. He knew that when he resumed his journey and then looked back, she would be gone. On the street, the woman looked, unseeing, at the passing throng. She had no thought about what she might do. Her son nestled into her arms and began to go to sleep. "Are we going to Pa?" asked the girl. "No, we're not going to Pa," her mother answered. "Your Pa is dead. But you said—" "Stop it! Stop it!" The woman was angry, near tears again. She seemed to make up her mind, and she turned up the street and began to walk firmly in the direction of London Bridge. The crowds near the bridge nearly swallowed the woman, and the little girl had to run, anxiety flooding her, to keep up. Instead of crossing the bridge, the woman went under it. The rank smell of the river lapping below them made the girl gag, and the wavering darkness frightened her so that she grabbed at her mother's skirt. Her mother had stopped and was looking around. There was evidence of others living under the bridge. Rags piled into what could be sleeping pallets, a metal cup, the smell of human waste. There was a sooty, half-dead bush that butted up against the beginning of the bridge deck. The mother made for it and put her son down on the dirt embankment. He looked around in newly wakeful puzzlement, and then something in his mother's face made him begin to whimper. "No, shush, it's okay. I'll be back in no time." She slid her hands down her skirt to wipe them and pulled her shawl more tidily around her. "You stay with him. Don't leave him on his own mind for any reason. Do you understand?" The girl nodded, feeling her heart beating almost painfully. "When will you come back?" she asked. "In no time, love. I'll get some money, something to eat. I'll find us a place to sleep. But I can't do that and have you 2 along. Understand?" The mother kissed the little boy and turned, and then reconsidered and reached under her collar and pulled a chain over her head with a small gold locket. She put it in her daughter's hand. "Here, you keep this. Hide it. I don't want no one taking it off me. It's all I got." Then she struggled up the gravel bank to the pavement. The girl put the bundle of clothing under the bush and, looking nervously around, put the chain around her neck and tucked the locket under her dress. It was still warm from where it had lain against her mother's breast. It made her feel safe. Her mother would be back later, and she had to look after things now. She took her brother's hand, and they went to stand at the edge of the river, away from the overhang of the bridge where it was dry and the smell was less pronounced. Sunshine reflected off the oily water. She picked up pebbles and threw them, scattering the oil slicks, making the colours dance outward. Her brother squatted down and collected tiny handfuls of pebbles and imitated his sister. The afternoon wore on, and there was no sign of their mother. The girl was aching with hunger. She suddenly remembered the pennies she'd been given. There was a bakery up on the street somewhere. She was sure they had passed it. "Let's go find a nice bun. I have some pennies that man gave me. Do you want to?" She took his hand, brushing the drying mud and dirt from the edge of the river off it, and she pulled him up the embankment to the street. The street was still crowded, and she stood, bemused by the noise and movement. Someone pushed past them, and she nearly lost hold of her brother's hand. He started to cry, and wanted to be picked up. "No, don't. Come, look, across the street. There's a bakery." But the boy put both arms up and leaned on her, whimpering. She shook her head and scooped him up, and he turned, more confident now in her arms, and looked out at the street. This change of position threw her off balance, and she stepped off the curb, narrowly avoiding a pair of horses drawing a wagon full of barrels. A man in a frock coat helped her back onto the pavement and bent down to look at her. She could see his dark eyes in the shadow of the rim of his hat. "Where's your mother?" he asked, not entirely unkindly. The girl looked across the street to the bakery. "She's just over there, sir. She's getting us a bun." "Bun," said the boy, looking at the man. "I'm hungry, and we're going to have a bun." The man stood up and sighed. The streets were full of these urchins. The little girl was almost certainly lying about the whereabouts of her mother, but getting them something to eat would be good. Then he'd take them along to the Children's Shelter Society. "Come along, then. I'll get you across the road, and we'll get you something to eat and find your mother, eh?" He used his gloved hand to give her a gentle push into the road when the traffic allowed, and they gained the other side of the street, the little boy beginning to slip down through his sister's exhausted arms. Somehow knowing that they should not go into the shop, the children waited while the man went in. The bell tinkled, and then sounded again a moment later, when a woman with a basket came out and wrinkled her nose at the sight of them. The girl leaned her back against the wall, enjoying the feel of the weakening sun on her face, and kicked backward against the building, singing, "See-saw, Marjorie Daw, Jack shall have a new master," over and over under her breath, and holding tight to her brother's hand. The bell rang again, and the man was out with a paper of Chelsea buns which he handed her. "I didn't see your mother in there. I think we'd better go along to a place where you can wait for her." The girl felt a wave of fear. Her mother had said she must be by the river. That is where she would try to find them. She grabbed at the buns, the sweet smell of them spiking her aching hunger. Her brother clutched urgently at her arm to get one. "No, we have to go to the river. Mum will find us there." She pulled at her brother and darted back into the street, and was drawn into the flow of the crowd. The man thought of going after them, but decided that the little girl was probably telling the truth this time. Her mother was off somewhere, drunk, prostituting, who knew what, and had told them to wait there. Fervently hoping the mother would return, he made his way home. He would talk to his sister. She did some sort of charity work for these sorts of cases. The police made sweeps as well. Someone would find them. It was dark when their mother found her way back to the bridge. She had a small cloth bag with a little food. The temperature was starting to drop, and she hoped her daughter had had enough sense to pull some clothes out of the bundle she carried to keep them warm. The light from the few gas lamps on the street did not penetrate the area under the bridge. She could hear movement and sharp, rasping, alcoholic voices. A rat ran up from the river and made her jump and cry out as it passed her. "Children!" she called out, but softly, fearing to alert whatever street life had begun to settle under the bridge for the night. She got no answer. She found the bush and could see the pale form of the bundle Isabel had been carrying. She seized it and shook it as if her children might be inside it. "Stop this nonsense now! It's me! I have some food!" "Do you?" said a harsh voice from somewhere in the dark. "You won't mind sharing it? Them kiddies you're calling ain't anywhere. Maybe they been took up by the workers. Maybe they been took up by someone else, eh?" Feeling the blood drain from her face, the mother experienced pure panic. She called for them loudly now, terrified, running and stumbling farther under the bridge into the dark. She stopped. In the noisome obscurity she could hear shuffling and movement. The sound frightened her, but she said shakily, "Did someone take them?" "Come on, lovey, give us some of what you got in that bag and we'll say."
The voice was so close that she recoiled and moved, stumbling toward the other side of the bridge, calling for her children. An old causeway went up toward the street, and the mother started up it, her heart pounding. A man stopped her, his hand on her arm. She jumped away, clutching her bags tightly away from him. "I've seen them earlier, but they went away and didn't come back. Maybe they was looking for something to eat." "Yes," she managed, and then continued up onto the street, where the pale light created the blackest of shadows. It was nearly morning when she gave up and slumped onto the stoop of a doorway. She didn't even know where she was anymore. In the fitful sleep she fell into, she dreamed of the house where she'd been in service in Bloomsbury. She was 15 again, only there was something wrong with the house. All of the stairs went down into darkness, and no stair would go up. She became more and more desperate, and could feel herself crying and calling out for her husband, Tommy, who never came. Chapter 12. The rectangle of earth at the side of the house that had been the location of Lady Armstrong's garden looked, Lane thought, forlorn and neglected, and not a little resentful. It had sat fallow for several years, and was now covered with a layer of rotting grasses and weeds. It was, she now saw, an enormous space. Did she need this much garden? She wasn't homesteading after all. A little patch of green peas and a few carrots was all she had in mind. With a feeling of guilt for betraying the work of the industrious Lady Armstrong, Lane determined she would have to get into the barn and find the tools she needed as soon as she'd finished her map. Tomorrow or the next day at the latest. Having successfully put off a daunting task, she went back inside to study her timeline. Taking up her pencil, she reviewed it from 1903 at the top to 1910 to 1913, the possible time the Anscombs had left. Down at the very bottom, she put 1947, with the date the body was discovered. Not much to go on. She wondered how Ames was getting on with finding lost children. She was just considering whether she should call the inspector with what little she had, and had decided it wasn't quite enough to bother him with, when the phone jangled. Perhaps Kenny had thought of something else. "KC431, Lane Winslow speaking," she said, wondering if she should have brought her notebook along. "Miss Winslow, good afternoon." She smiled at the sound of his voice. "Inspector, have you called for an update? You must think me very efficient if so. Still, as it happens, I do have some names for you to check into." "Excellent. I look forward to putting Ames on the job. But I am calling on another matter as it happens. Remember that girl I was telling you about who damaged a local mill? She's run off, and we've tracked her down to a bolt hole near you. I've got to go and retrieve her, but I'd feel more comfortable if a woman were along. I don't relish trying to persuade her on my own. Unfortunately, we have no women on the force at the moment." Lane tried to cover her combined surprise and delight at being needed in this completely unexpected way. "I would be glad to help. It will be useful to know where the local bolt holes are in case I ever need one. I'm leaving now, so I'll see you in a smidgen under an hour." "Just you? No Ames?" "I knew you'd be disappointed by that, but he has to do some real work some of the time, so yes, just me. And I have a photograph of the locket found around the child's neck. I'll give you more details when I see you. I want you to show it around, see if anyone recognizes it." Lane hung up the receiver and leaned against the wall, trying to control how undisappointed she was that it would just be Darling. With Lane beside him giving instructions, Darling drove across the main road to the narrow, rutted dirt lane that led to the wharf. "What happens when you meet someone coming the other way? One of you would have to back all the way up or down?" he asked her, as he leaned forward in an attempt to see around the blind corners. "The only traffic here is Kenny Armstrong, except during apple season, then it's quite busy," she replied. "People deliver their harvest to the shed here, and the boat picks it up. Otherwise it's pretty quiet. We should be okay." A last corner revealed the lake, shimmering light weaving in and out of the deep green and blue of the water in the sudden burst of sun that penetrated the dense grey cloud cover of the earlier part of the day.
He pulled the car in front of the shed and got out. The sound of the water lapping softly at the shore intensified the quiet and beauty of the moment. Darling wondered what it would be like to live out here where this peace was readily available. You'd probably get used to it in no time and then ignore it, he thought, and turned firmly to the task of finding the path. The boy said there was a path to the first cottage through a wood. That's right. You can see a string of cottages along the bay there. We walked here in the summer, Angela and I, and that brood of boys. It's just over here. The path led through a stand of pine and bare birch trees and a creek that emptied into the lake below. Lane worried that the girl would try to run if she heard them, and was grateful for the sound of the water rushing over the rocks. The stand of trees ended abruptly, and they could see the cottage just ahead, at the highest point of the sloped, rocky beach, tucked against the hill. They stood still, listening. They heard only the sound of the creek in the background. The cottage had a screened-in porch that looked over the lake, and they could see panels stacked against the side of the house that would probably be put over the screened area during the winter, Lane assumed. The cottage had a weary look. The pale green paint was peeling and the screens sagged. Darling mounted the 3 steps that led up to a weathered blue door. He knocked. "Erin, it's Inspector Darling. We spoke in Nelson? We've been looking for you. People have been very worried. Can I come in?" There was a brief sound, and then silence. "Erin, you can't stay here. For one thing, it's trespassing, and for another, your parents are frantic. We're going to come in. I have a friend with me, Miss Winslow." At this, he tried the door, which swung open. Erin was sitting on a tattered sofa, a pile of books on the floor, and a notebook and fountain pen beside her. She had a pale brown man's sweater on that was much too big for her, which she had pulled tightly around herself. She was staring at her feet, her dishevelled red hair covering most of her face. She looked up, and Lane thought she could see relief in her eyes. Lane came forward and sat next to her. "I'm Lane Winslow, Erin. I've come along to see if there's anything I can do to help." "I don't know what you have to do with anything," the girl said, looking down. "Well, I know. I'm a complete stranger, but I do have a lovely house up the road. You can have a wash and I'll make you something to eat. You must be absolutely famished. It can't have been that warm here at night." A grey wool blanket lay discarded on the edge of the sofa, giving proof of this. "Once you've cleaned up and had a proper meal, things might look a little different." "I doubt it," the girl said, sighing heavily. "But I can see I'm powerless, again. We might as well get this over with." She stood up and took up her books and writing equipment. She handed Lane 2 large textbooks. Lane took them, smiling. Her offer had been accepted, and she felt pleased as though she'd tamed some wild creature. Darling, relieved at the lack of fuss, said, "You 2 go ahead to the car. I'll just close up here. Erin, were those panels on the windows when you came?" "No. Not even earlier in the winter. They don't take very good care of it. That's why I didn't think it would matter if we came here." She watched the inspector retrace his steps along the path, and then they went to stand by the car. Erin said suddenly, "I got pretty scared this morning because I thought the owner was coming back." They had been leaning on the car, looking out at the lake. At this, Lane turned to her. "You saw someone?" "I heard someone first. I could hear the footsteps on the gravel, so I started to gather all my stuff, but then the footsteps seemed to stop. I snuck a peek through the window, and I saw it was just an old man bathing in the lake." She shuddered. "It must be freezing." "You must be a very brave girl to stick 2 nights on your own out here," Lane said, and then cursed herself. What a patronizing remark. The sort she'd absolutely hated when she was on missions, as if bravery were a male preserve. "I'm sorry. What a stupid thing to say. I want to ask you why you ran away, but it's none of my business." At this, the girl looked at her and almost smiled. "No, it's not," she said. "You're very pretty. Do you find it a problem?" she asked after a pause. Lane hid her surprise at the turn of the conversation. She could be honest, or she could demur. Honesty on the whole with this girl, she thought. Yes, actually, sometimes. Though one doesn't think of oneself as pretty, does one? Why do you ask? I just wondered. You said I, as in, I have a house, so I'm guessing you aren't married. Didn't your parents try to marry you off? That's what happens to pretty girls here, anyway. Obviously you're from England or somewhere, so maybe it's different there. Lane laughed. No, I suspect it's the same. My mother died when I was a child, and we've just had a war which kept me busy, so I suppose that's how I avoided it. You're so lucky, Erin said bitterly, as Darling emerged along the path. They drove in silence up the winding road to Lane's gate. Darling stopped the car and, leaving the engine running, said, "Thank you, Miss Winslow. I'd better get this young lady back to her parents." "Nonsense, she hasn't had a bite to eat. Erin, would you like a little something before you have to go back and face the music?" The girl nodded almost gratefully at Lane. "I am pretty hungry." Smiling brightly at Darling, Lane opened the car door. "Good then. Come on in." Once inside, she handed the girl a towel and washcloth. "Here you go. Why don't you have a wash-up and I'll put the kettle on and see about some food. We could all use some lunch, I expect," said Lane. "And if you want a change of clothes, I'm sure I have something that will fit. Just let me know." "Deftly done," remarked Darling when Erin had disappeared up the hall. "But I suppose you're right. She'll be in a better mood on the long trip back if she has some food. Can I help?" "Nope. Relax. I think you'll need all your strength for the drive back." Darling occupied himself scanning Lane's bookshelf, noting with approval that her choices included a wide range of interests, from histories of medieval England to poetry by Dylan and Yeats, along with dictionaries for French, Russian and German, and a massive Columbia Encyclopedia of music. He was contemplating the view from the window when Erin appeared, still wearing the brown sweater, as if unwilling to give up this one security. "I won't bite, you know," Erin said. She did not look at him, but instead she looked around Lane's sitting room, perhaps imagining something like this for herself one day. Darling smiled. "I didn't expect that you would," he said. "I was rather thinking you'd like to have something to eat before I start grilling you." "Maybe instead of grilling you could just try to understand." "You just think I'm some sort of juvenile delinquent. You have to lock me up and then return me to my real jailers." "By that, I suppose you mean your parents," Darling said. He sat down on the arm of the second easy chair Lane always seemed to have in front of the fire. For whom? He wondered, thinking for an unnerving second of what it would be like if the chair was for him. "I suppose the grilling I mean is an attempt to understand. You haven't so far been willing to say much to me, so I am finding it hard to know how to proceed. You should try being more like her." Here Erin jerked her head toward the kitchen, where they could hear Lane running water into the kettle. "She at least is honest. You might get more out of your prisoners if you were honest and tried to listen." Darling sighed, and was about to protest her characterization of herself as his prisoner when Lane appeared in the doorway. "I'm looking into sandwiches for our lunch. It's not very glamorous, I'm afraid, but maybe I can put him to some good use helping after all." Lane smiled, in a way that made Darling turn away in confusion, and she was rewarded by Erin smiling back at her and looking at the inspector with a little shake of her head. "Yeah, he is pretty useless," the girl said. In the kitchen, Lane was slicing through a loaf of bread, another gift from the Hughes kitchen. They'd left Erin to sit by the fire. "For the record, I don't think you are," she said. "I've got some cheese. We'll have grilled cheese sandwiches. What do you think?" "You don't think I'm what?" "Useless. I don't even think you are insensitive, though she clearly thinks you are. Here, cut this cheese into thin slices. I have a cast-iron frying pan here somewhere, one of Lady Armstrong's treasures." "She thinks you're the bee's knees. She says you are honest and you listen." "I don't have much experience with teenagers, but I was young myself. I think perhaps that is what I'm drawing on," Lane said, suddenly serious. "She reminds me of me, I suppose. Independent, a little angry, full of blighted hopes.
I was only a little older than she is when I signed on, so I didn't have much time for blighted hopes, and in the end I found that keeping busy doing something interesting took care of it." "Perhaps that's her trouble," Darling mused. "She's obviously intelligent. The boyfriend says she's the smartest student at the school. If she thought she could get away and do something interesting with her life, she'd be less angry." The sandwiches were cut and set on plates around the kitchen table when Darling remembered the photo. "Oh, here's the picture of the locket." He fished the picture out of the inside of his jacket. It showed a small and simple locket, both closed and open, its chain curving to the edge of the picture. "Gold?" asked Lane, taking it up. "Yes, it cleaned up nicely once we got the dirt off it. Nothing inside, alas. It's odd that a small child would be wearing it, so perhaps someone here remembers an unusual circumstance like that." Lane felt something in her falling. The reality of a real child, its life ended somehow, cast away, she thought, and then she tried to pull back from that image. A little child. It's so impossibly sad. She gazed at the locket. "Can I keep this photo?" Darling, discomforted by how moved he was by Lane's expression of sadness, cleared his throat. Yes, it's a copy for you to shop around, see what you can find out." Lane went to the door and saw Erin, seemingly lost in her thoughts, staring at the fire. "Come on, it's ready." The girl looked listlessly at her, and then pushed herself out of the chair. She's bone-tired, Lane thought. She must have passed an uncomfortable night trying to sleep in a strange place on her own so far from anywhere. Lane pulled out one of her 4 kitchen chairs and nodded at Darling to sit down as well. She did not feel he would get anywhere with his young prisoner if he insisted on looming over her while she ate. Erin perked up at the sight of food. She did not have to be invited to dig in. She seized upon the sandwich with all the enthusiasm Lane would have expected from an adolescent, especially one who'd spent a cold night in an unheated cabin on short rations. Darling, she noted with approval, was also tackling his lunch with evident enjoyment. Feeling like a society lady whose dinner party is going better than expected, Lane said, "You don't look like a young woman who has spent 2 nights in an unheated cabin being startled by sunrise bathers." Seeing Darling's look of surprise, she went on, "Erin heard someone on the beach this morning and got a little alarmed, only to find it was an old fellow having an early morning splash." "One of the locals, do we think?" he asked. "I can't think who would do that, actually," Lane mused, puzzled. "Everyone here has a bathtub, after all. What did he look like?" Erin put her sandwich down and frowned. "I don't know. Old? Naked? He had kind of wild hair, like a trapper or something." "That's no one I know," Lane said. "The only person we have like that is the prospector Ponting, and he keeps his hair pretty tidy. He's also not in the least bit old." Darling glanced at her, and she flashed him a cheerful smile. "I'll ask the Armstrongs. They know everyone around here." Lunch finished, Erin got up and began to pile the plates on the draining board. "We should head off," Darling said. Erin looked up in alarm, causing a knife to clatter sharply into the sink. "Can you help me pack up my things?" she asked Lane, moving down the hall away from the inspector. In the bedroom, Erin began to fold her clothes. "Here's a bag for your clothes," Lane said, handing Erin a cloth bag. "Where are your books?" "They're still in the car." "Can I stay here with you? I can't go back there. I won't go home and he'll put me back in jail. My parents will never let me stay at my uncle's after what happened." Lane sat down on her bed and patted a spot next to her. "Look, Erin, it won't do. You can't run away from your troubles. You need to be able to talk to your parents, to tell them what matters to you. The inspector is not such a brute. He'll help you. I'm quite sure he doesn't want to bung you back in jail." She smiled and took Erin's hands. "How much longer have you got to finish up your school?" "We're finished at the end of June, but I don't see the point. They're only going to make me marry. Do you know, my aunt qualified as a doctor and my uncle made her give it up? I just found out.
It's why I ran away. If even my favorite uncle thinks like that, I have no chance. They'll support my parents. Do you want to be a doctor? I want to be a chemist like Madame Curie. I want to do something, to discover things. I want to get away from here, she finished angrily. I'm sure that if you explain, you don't understand, Erin burst out, standing up. I'm underage, as they keep pointing out to me, and they can move me around like a pawn, doing anything they want. There's nothing left for me but to run away. She seized her bag and angrily pushed her arms into her uncle's brown sweater, which had the effect of making her look small and lost. Darling had moved into the hall and was standing respectfully away from the bedroom door. Erin walked out, the cloth bag slung over her shoulder. Inspector, I'm ready. And before you ask, I'll answer your stupid questions and go back to my stupid parents and appear for my stupid court case. Outside, Lane stood by the car. Erin insisted on sitting in the back, more like the prisoner I am, she'd said, and was now looking angrily away from them at the landscape outside her window. Good job calming her down, Darling said to Lane. Lane gave him a very funny look and leaned in the driver's side window to address Erin fuming in the back seat. Look, Erin, here's my phone number. Please call me any time. I'm always happy to talk. I'd love to know how you're getting on. Will you promise? Erin looked around at her and, maintaining a completely uninterested expression, reached for the piece of paper and then turned away again. Lane moved back, suddenly aware of how close her face had been to Darling's. I hope you won't live to regret that offer, Darling said under his breath, and turned to back the car onto the road. Chapter 13. Gwen never intended to be nosy. She told herself this very firmly, partly to exculpate herself from what, in a more honest moment, she would know was snooping, and partly to still her imagination, which threatened to take flight. The clothes she'd pulled from the trunk that served as a bench under the bedroom window now lay on the bed. Mabel had gone into town with their mother in search of some vegetable seeds, and so Gwen had the house to herself. Even so, a part of her mind was scrabbling about, looking for a reason for this shocking intrusion. Ah! She could look for her pale yellow silk blouse, she decided, the one with the tie at the neck and the shimmering buttons. She hadn't seen it for 15 years. She could hear Mabel in her head demanding to know why she imagined it would be in her trunk, in her room, but she soldiered on, pulling out clothing, sensible skirts, hand-knit wool sweaters, a grey suit, a pair of brown lace pumps, all neatly wrapped in yellowing paper. She had little idea what she expected to find, or even why she was violating her sister's privacy so completely. But Mabel had been acting so weirdly since the horrible business of the body began. Brooding, silent. Gwen had been thinking about when the cellar had been built, and something stuck in her mind about Bob Anscombe and her sister. She had been sitting on the high stool by the kitchen table, a cup of tea in her hand, enjoying the quiet and looking out at the garden in the pale spring sunlight, trying to remember the day they built the cellar. Goodness, she and Mabs had been girls. She herself had been, 17? You always imagine that memories will be like they are in books or at the pictures, where you see yourself and the others you were with, dressed as you dressed then, talking, moving about. But it wasn't like that. She couldn't look at their garden and see what had been there all those years ago. She could only see the garden as it was now, partially turned over by her that very morning. But she knew that they had put out a table, and she had a fleeting feeling about it, something just on the edge of her memory. Sunlight, the ghost of a scent. She was filled with a sudden longing to close her eyes and have it come back to her whole, to be able to be there again. Young, full of that sense of possibility. She remembered being animated, happy. The very air carried a sense of some girlish, dreamed-for future. And then another feeling arose, surprise and anxiety. A sense that something she couldn't see or understand was going on, and that it was in some way— what was the word she wanted? What would she have thought then? Sinful, maybe. Look at all these clothes, Gwen thought, shaking her head at her own foolish imagination. What fantasists young girls are, she thought. Look at these. All our dreams crushed and folded in layers of paper. What are we keeping them for? She and her mother each had a similar trunk, full of clothes she could not imagine they would ever wear again. It was a journey through time, this trunk. All the most recent clothing from before the war was piled on top, and then the few dresses from the 20s, frocks from the years of the Great War, a white pinafore with lace trim from the early teens. She shook her head. How they had maintained the social niceties. Dinner parties, summer high teas for the church. There had even been dances in a community hall in Balfour. She chuckled. It had all come down to dungarees and Wellingtons, and the one dress pulled out for the few special occasions. An emerald silk frock lay on the very bottom. Gwen pulled it out, revealing the pattern of tiny flowers that made up the cotton lining of the trunk. The paper the green dress was wrapped in felt brittle, but she opened it carefully and pulled out the gown, the green silk pouring through her hand like a waterfall. She held it up to herself and walked to the vanity, leaning down to see herself in the narrow mirror. Mabel would have looked lovely in this, with her golden hair, her neck and shoulders framed by this roll of chiffon around the curved neckline, she thought. God, look at them both now. Haggard, with white hair escaping in undisciplined wisps from the pins that kept their buns in place. As she turned to put the gown back on the bed to fold it, she heard something fall to the floor. Thinking that the gown was falling apart, she cursed tamely and pulled the dress up to see what was wrong. At first she didn't see it, camouflaged by the design in the rug, but then there it was, a bundle of dried flowers tied with green garden string. Had it been attached to the gown? She picked it up gingerly and saw that it indeed had a rusting pin through it. She put the gown on the pile of clothes and looked closely. The pin actually held a rolled paper attached to the string. Her heart beating, Gwen pulled gently on the paper. A roughly lettered note written in pencil read simply, "For another kiss? B." It felt as though time had stopped. She could hear the music now out of nowhere, as if it had never left her and waited only for this moment to come to mind again. She had had eyes for no one but John. John, who had danced nearly every dance with her, who bade her to come outside and sit with him on the back stairs looking up at the sky. John, who had held her hand and said, "I'm going to marry you one day, Gwenny, when we get older." What had she worn? Pale blue. It would no doubt be at the bottom of her trunk, she thought, coming to with a bump. She closed her eyes and tried now to recall more about the dance. Children had been there, running up and down, spilling punch, taking cookies. Isabel. She remembered Isabel, so small and pretty with her dark hair and pale skin. She saw her standing against the wall in a simple dress, watching the dancers go round in the flickering light of the lamps. And there was Mabel, in her emerald gown, giggling by the punch with Bob Anscombe. Gwen struggled to see it, but the memory had become a picture that captured only a moment. Mabel must have danced with Bob, must have received this posy from him. It was unimaginable. She shook her head. Bob Anscombe was as rough as they came. She could see the dance ending, people leaving in wagons and on foot, lamps held aloft to give some light. Then came the shouting and cursing, the angry blows. Bob had Robin Harris pinned on the ground and was about to hit him. Isabel was screaming at him to get up, to let him go. Gwen was on the edge of the bed, leaning on the brass bedstead, holding something that she could never have believed possible, a token from Bob Anscombe to her sister. In a panic she looked at her watch. If Mabs came home and caught her— Fear propelled her now. With shaking hands she folded up the emerald dress, wishing she'd remembered how it had been arranged in the paper in the first place, and trying to imagine where the dried flowers had been. It didn't matter. No one would go into these trunks anyway. As she bent to replace the dress on the bottom of the trunk, she saw another folded paper. Her heart beating, she opened it carefully, and in the same rough hand was written, "You better not tell." She thought of the ways one could read such a message, but the heavy, ungainly letters seemed to her to contain only one message, a warning. Hastily replacing the rest of the clothes in order, she closed the lid of the trunk, repositioned the pale peach embroidered runner that had graced the top, and looked around the room to see that it looked untouched. This had been the room she and Mabs had shared as children and young women. It was only some years after their father had died that Gwen had been given one of the 2 bedrooms on the main floor off the hallway. She retreated now to the safety of this much smaller room, shutting the door behind her. She could not shake the fear she felt at imagining Mabs finding out what she had done, and it woke her to the dilemma she faced. She would never be able to ask her about the note, but she'd been right. Mabel had liked him. She lay back on her bed, hearing the familiar creak of the metal frame in the ringing silence. A photo of John Armstrong sat on her dresser. She did not need to look at it to feel its presence. She felt it every minute, even after 30 years. She had always been the one, hadn't she? The one with the bow, the engagement, a kind of almost widow of the Great War, who had once been the object of someone's love. Hers had been the sorrow of loss, the nurturing of memories, the promise never kept. Mabel had been the unlucky one whom love had passed up. But now, with one small fragile roll of paper, everything had changed. Someone had loved her sister, and that same person had warned her not to tell. Why? How had Mabel borne the silence she had kept? How had she silently borne the suffering of her sister about her own losses when she herself had quite evidently suffered one of her own, even if it was Bob Anscombe? September 1910. Mabel sat against the wall holding a glass of punch. She had placed what he'd given her a few days before in her bag. She knew now. It didn't matter if he didn't dance with her. He wasn't dancing with anyone. She knew it was her. The note had as much as said so. It would be tonight, on the way home, that he would kiss her again. This time she would be ready. She smiled and leaned back, sipping her punch. The piano player and fiddler had just ended a dance, and the fiddle player was tuning up. It was at that moment that he came to her, bowing and smiling in an exaggerated imitation of some fine gentleman. "Dance?" he said. She put her punch and bag on the bench beside her and gave him her hand. A waltz started up. She giggled as they started to dance. "Something funny?" he asked. "Did you just learn this? Here, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Bob looked down at his feet, counting the beats. "There, what do you think of that?" he asked, looking up and grinning at her. "Pretty good for a boy." She looked over his shoulder and saw Robin Harris talking to Isabel, leaning close to her, his hand on the wall above her, holding a glass to her. "I guess it's Robin and Isabel," she said, indicating with her head where they stood. "I thought he was sweet on her." Bob swung Mabel around so that he was facing his sister and Robin. He frowned. "Robin and Isabel sitting in a tree," she began, giggling. She felt his hand tighten. "Ow!" "Shut up, would you?" And then he turned away to watch the door, silently and clumsily guiding her in a small, awkward circle. When the music stopped, he moved quickly toward the door as if he were looking for someone. Mabel watched him, feeling a new kind of painful anxiety. Bob disappeared out the door into the dark, and she turned and sat back down where she'd left her bag and punch. The band played one more song, and then someone said, "Good night, folks," and she was outside, pulling a sweater over her green silk dress. Bob walked out of the light being thrown from the windows onto the path and into the shadows by the trees at the side of the hall. "Let me go," he heard Isabel saying somewhere nearby, and then saw her hurrying up the path,
followed by Robin, who was reaching out for her hand. Bob felt his anger rise like a tide. It started suddenly, and so near Mabel she had to jump back, bumping into someone behind her. "You bastard! I saw you! Keep your hands off her!" And then a punch, and big bodies propelling frighteningly in the dark, not caring who they ran into, struggling, hitting, grunting. Isabel began to scream. "Stop it! Stop it!" She tried to go closer, but John held her back. Then the two men were on the ground, and Bob had his fist in the air, ready to come down. Isabel burst forward and wrapped her arms around his chest and pulled so that he fell back, overbalanced. Robin scrambled back with an oath and got up, pulling away angrily from someone who tried to reach out to him. Mabel wanted to go to Bob, to pull him away, to kiss his anger away, but she watched as Isabel pushed him into the darkness toward the waiting wagon. Chapter 14. Having returned the recalcitrant Erin Landy to her aunt and uncle, and telephoned her parents to inform them that their child was back in the bosom of her family, Darling went in search of Ames. He felt almost buoyant after the strain of the long drive back to town with the simmering and silent teenager. His few forays at conversation had netted barely the odd grunt, so he'd eventually given up and focused instead on thinking about the child in the root cellar. Lane had given him a list of names, and to the best of her knowledge, where and when they might have lived in the Cove. Darling had agreed with her that the most important to look into immediately were the Chases and the Anscombs, though the youngest Chase girl had died in 1903, which might put her out of the running for their corpse. The surviving sisters might have stayed long enough to remember something else about the families at the Cove. If, as Kenny thought, they had moved into town, they would be easy to track down. He found Ames at his usual stall in the diner near the police station, enjoying both his favourite sandwich, ham and cheese, and the attention of a new young woman behind the counter. "Ah, sir," Ames said cheerfully when his boss slid in next to him. "Nice trip up the lake?" Darling ignored him, and indicating the attractive brunette now at the other end of the counter serving a couple of men in coveralls, said, "Haven't you got enough troubles?" "As a matter of fact, she's engaged. Very nice young woman." "She only said that to keep you at bay. She probably spotted your type the minute you walked in. Or your ex, April, has clued her in." Ames finished his sandwich and noisily slurped the rest of his soft drink up with a straw. "I gather you are in this frivolous mood because you've got the girl back." He wanted to add, "and seen Miss Winslow," but his instinct for self-preservation prevented it. "Just a coffee, thanks," Darling said with a smile to the brunette. "Miss Winslow has been busy, and I have some names I want you to track down. They go back to before the Great War, but we might be lucky. One of the families moved back here into town, and the other possibly came out from Manitoba." Lane hadn't been able to say no to tea, though she had started her morning with an enormous pot of it at home, as she had continued filling in her map and noting down further questions. Feeling as if she'd be lifted by a tide of orange pekoe and float away, she sat in the kitchen stirring sugar into a pale pink cup, while the Hughes ladies examined the photos she had brought. She had stopped first at the Armstrongs, who had suspended their industrious and mysterious work in the garden and gazed at the photo of the locket. Both shook their heads. It meant nothing to them. She had decided she might as well spend the rest of the afternoon getting round to everyone with the photo of the locket. It was a fine day, the air redolent with the green smell of earth and new growth, and she relished walking along the paths and byways that connected all the families. It gave her a more visceral sense of how the people in the early settlement would have connected and interacted, that breathed life into her map and into her sense of the past. And so she had begun just up the hill with the Hughes. Lifting their glasses and peering with the photo held at a distance, and putting their glasses on and moving it close, the three ladies frowned in turn at the picture. "Well, that's not much to look at, is it?" Gladys finally declared. "It could be anyone's. I have one of those in an old jewel box somewhere myself." "It is kind of ordinary,"
Gwen agreed. I mean, one feels like one's seen one around somebody's neck, doesn't one? Whose neck? Asked Mabel. Not anyone particularly, just around necks. This was around that poor child's neck? Gwen asked. Lane downed a gulp of well-sugared tea. Yes. It's odd, because you don't expect something like this to be on someone buried in this secretive way. Is it something that someone would wear all the time, even at night, if it had pictures inside? Was it something the child had been given by her mother? I can't see a child wearing this at all out here. Mabel shook her head. The whole thing is ridiculous. What? She said sharply to her sister, who had her eyes nearly shut in an effort to remember. You know, I think I have seen it, or its twin, closer to home. I just can't remember at all where. It's so aggravating to have it on the tip of my brain. Nope, it's gone. It could have been Mummy's after all. Well, I certainly don't wear mine all the time. Haven't for years. Extremely unsuitable for the kind of work we do, even with pictures. I think mine has a very faded picture of my granny looking like a wrinkled apple in a lacy black bonnet. She looked like she was ready for the last trump. She was a very disapproving old thing. I must have taken it off before I even married. Here, I'll fetch it. Gladys disappeared down the hall and returned in short order. It was easier to find than I thought. Look, there she is, the old tartar. Lane smiled. It's remarkable how disapproving our ancient relatives always look. The corsets, I expect. When Lane had gone home with a new basket of eggs, the Hughes women, skirting the destroyed root cellar with its sinister gaps still under the tarpaulin, resumed their usual rounds of activity in an unspoken rebellion against sentimentality. Gladys turning over soil in the garden, Mabel scouring out the larder in a fit of spring cleaning, and Gwen shoveling the winter's accumulation of mud off the slate path they had built from the path to the chicken coop and looking for damage in the fencing. Gwen leaned on the shovel and watched the chickens fluffing their feathers as though to let in the new air of the coming spring. There was a light breeze, and she was reluctant to get started. She had a sneaking suspicion that the minor ache she was beginning to feel at the end of a day of work might have something to do with age, but she put this firmly out of mind. There was no use thinking like that. No one else was going to shovel the path. But as though the lifting air itself was trying to speak to her, she found her mind going back to the problem. She hadn't wanted to say, but there was the echo of an unpleasantness about her fleeting memory of the locket. Or a locket, anyway. Or was her discomfort something to do with the note she had discovered in Mabel's trunk? No, it was the locket. Maybe she was remembering because of having looked in the trunk. Maybe it had unleashed all kinds of memories from that time. Who here would wear a locket, or would have given one to a small child? With a sigh, she turned back to the path and began to scrape away with the shovel. She was systematically going through people she might have seen with such a locket. It's something you'd see in the summertime when clothes were more revealing. She tried to think of people she knew when she was young, at summer fetes, or the post office, or church, and shook her head. She could barely conjure up the faces of some of the children who had lived here. She would never remember something as specific as a piece of jewellery. The damp slabs of slate finally revealed, Gwen leaned on her shovel and thought suddenly, that's the point. First of all, who would wear a gold locket in this workaday community? And second, it was so specific she ought to remember. Isabel, she thought. How she had disapproved of her. Wet, she'd called her. Why had she disliked her so much? Because Isabel was pretty and she was afraid that John would like her? Isabel would be an old woman now, just like her. Why was she thinking of her, of all people? But she knew. Because of the memory of her at the dance. Because of the note signed B. That whole family seemed suddenly to be swimming into focus. Gwen tried to imagine a locket around Isabel's neck, but try as she might, she could not. Musing about the errant and changeable nature of memory, she pushed the shovel back into its place in the shed and turned to contemplate the pigs. A heavier job, to be sure, but the thing with pigs is that they are ever so much more responsive than chickens. September 1909. "I'll let you go by lunchtime today," Lady Armstrong said, pleased with the surprise for the children. Of course, it was really because it was early September, and the children would all have chores to do as the fruit season got going, but they would still feel like they'd been given something special. 16-year-old Gwen was resting her head on her arm, looking at delicate, pretty Isabel, who sat shyly by the window, her hands folded in front of her on the desk, as if she had had much sterner teachers somewhere. Her little brother sat in front of her in the same position. Gwen was aware of being annoyed by Isabel, and felt a stirring of guilt, because Isabel was shy and had never done anything to her. "Gwen, are you in another world?" Lady Armstrong's voice penetrated her reverie, and Gwen sat up with embarrassment. "I asked what you'd do with your afternoon." The girl looked around quickly to see if anyone was laughing, but aside from Mabel, who was shaking her head, the students were paying her no mind, already anxious to be out the door. "I don't know, miss. I expect Mother and Father will have things for us to do." She felt a bit superior saying this, looking again at Isabel. No one ever saw her mother after all. She was probably having the vapours. That's what Mum had said. Gwen had not missed the hint of disapproval in her mother's voice about anyone having the luxury to be poorly in a place like this. Outside, Bob, eating an apple, said, "Come on, little Joe, Izzy, Andrew, let's get a move on. Father will have work for us." He took Joe gently by the hand and nodded at the other boys. Gwen watched Isabel leaning over to do up Andrew's shoelace before they set off. Joe wasn't often in school. Today he had sat at the desk with Bob, leaning his head on his arms, looking up at Lady Armstrong, who had read them a story. He had looked up at Bob from time to time, smiling with surprise and delight when Lady Armstrong raised her voice dramatically, acting all the parts. Gwen could hear Lady Armstrong saying goodbye to each of them as she did at the end of every day. She turned to acknowledge the goodbye Gwenny with a wave, and then turned back to look at Isabel, frowning. She waited till she and Mabel had separated from the Armstrong boys and were on their way up the hill to their house, and then she said, "You know what? Isabel is wearing a gold locket. Can you believe it?" Mabel walked on without responding. "They are so poor. Isabel wears the same thing every day, and Bob's trousers have patches on the knees. And that Joe is a fright. He looks like a puff of wind would blow him away. They obviously don't feed him enough. I'm astonished she can parade around like that. Where would she get it anyway?" At this, Mabel stopped and turned on her sister. "I don't know why you have it in for poor Isabel. She wouldn't hurt a fly. And so what if they're poor? How is it any of our business? We're only not poor because Daddy works so hard. Not every family is lucky. Mr. Anscombe... Well, never mind. Why don't you try to be nice for once instead of a spoiled brat?" Gwen leaned on the fence, watching the pigs rooting among the potato peelings in the trough. She felt paralysed by the dawning memory of a gold locket on the neck of Isabel. She tried to grasp why the memory was tinged with distaste. She had disliked Isabel in the thoughtless way a young girl might. Had she been jealous? Isabel had been very pretty, very close to her brothers, timid and soft-spoken. Involuntarily, Gwen looked back across the yard at where the tarpaulin still hung over the root cellar, feeling herself grow cold. Had it been Isabel, or one of her little brothers, Joseph, or that plucky Andrew in the cold, muddy ground? "Oh, dear me, no," she whispered. "No, no." She stumbled away from the pig pen onto the sweep of damp lawn and looked at the house. Would they see her? She darted past the side of the house, past the looming cellar, and then stopped for a moment to look at it, her heart pounding. On the way down the hill, thoughts were coming in sickening legions. She could see Andrew clearly for a second. Short, but strong, dark blonde hair, a bit of spunk. Not like Isabel. Had someone killed one of them and left them there? Ridiculous, she knew it. Had Bob? Who would do such a thing? Why? Lane looked up in surprise when she heard her door open and saw Gwen burst through the door of the kitchen. "I have to talk to you. I don't know what I think. It's horrible." Lane pulled a chair out and cleared the papers off the table. She had been preparing to brave a trip to see the Mathers, but she'd seen their little car trundling down the road on her way back from the Hughes place, so she had decided to come home and consolidate her notes. She might wait till closer to dinner time, and then, forgetting her earlier resolution to walk, drive around with the photo. "Gwen, sit down. You look like you've seen a ghost." Gwen sat and took a few deep breaths. "I remembered where I've seen that locket, or a locket like it. Only that means it could be Isabel, or one of the little boys who were her brothers. Who else? Who would do such a thing?" Unable to make sense of this, Lane said soothingly, "Why don't you start at the beginning and just tell me what you remember?" "Yes, all right. Remember we told you about that family, the Anscombs? Mabel was soft on the oldest boy, Bob." She stopped and put her hand to her mouth. "Oh my, I shouldn't have said that. I just found it out myself. I think she was." Gwen was seeing herself going through her sister's trunk. An unforgivable intrusion. With an effort, she continued. "Anyway, they came here when I was about 15, and they lived in that house up the hill past the Yanks. They were poor as dirt and peculiar. We never did see the mother. We must have some time, but I don't remember. But Bob and his dad tried to grow apples, and they all came to the school some of the time. There was Bob, and then Isabel, and then Andrew, and then a littler one who hardly ever came to school, and then some tiny child, a baby, I think. I don't even know if there were other children at home. I don't remember them well, such a strange family. Anyway, about Isabel. I didn't like her very much, so I was always noticing things, and I'm pretty sure I saw her with the locket. I'm sorry to say I was very disapproving because I thought that as a poor girl she had no right to wear a gold locket." "Do you remember when you saw her with it?" "Not really. I have this idea that it was at school, maybe the fall. I think that it was then because we were picking apples and packing them. I don't remember anything else. Does this mean it's her, or poor little Andrew that—" "I don't think we should jump to conclusions yet. It is amazing how many different things a few facts can suggest, and the truth is often something no one expected. Have you told Gladys and Mabel?" Gwen looked away, embarrassed. "No, I don't know why. I'm a bit ashamed of how I treated Isabel. I still look back on it and wish I'd been kinder. And then she sort of disappeared and I never had a chance. Mabel used to give me hell for it. I was too much of a miss to pay a sister any attention, I can tell you. But I did like that little boy, Andrew. That's why I can't bear to think." Lane sat for a few moments looking out at the lake. She thought about Gwen's assertion that she liked the boy called Andrew, and so it was unthinkable that he should have been the one to die. We so want only unlikable people to be killed. But life doesn't organise along the lines of our prejudices, and an early death is never fair. "What do you mean she disappeared?" Lane asked. Clouds had begun to gather against the mountains, and the warmth of the earlier part of the day was being swallowed up in the chill of the oncoming evening. Gwen shifted uneasily. "I only meant... Oh dear, could it be her? I thought she'd gone at the same time as the rest of them. It's all so vague in my mind." Lane had gotten some information as instructed, but she felt puzzled as to what to do now. Gwen seemed reluctant to talk to her family. Should she encourage her to do it, and perhaps stimulate a long-buried memory, or wait to see if one of them remembered something on her own? She could leave it for a bit, but go across to Kenny and Eleanor. And she realised that she now had more to talk to Reginald Mather and Robin Harris about. She could ask questions about their memories of the Anscombs. Mabel had been soft on Bob. What did that mean? Did they have a secret understanding? Or had they had a big engagement party and everyone knew? It hadn't amounted to anything because the Anscombs had left before the Great War. Should she phone Darling and tell him this much, or wait till she got more? And what would any of it have to do with the dead child? "It's fantastic that you remembered this, Gwen. Did Mabel and Bob Anscombe have an engagement or an understanding of some sort? No, nothing like that. At least I don't think so. But I think if there was something, he wanted her to keep it secret. I don't know why I even remembered it. It must be something I thought when we were younger and... Gwen trailed off. Do you think you will say anything to your mother and sister? I only ask because they might remember things as well that could be helpful, Lane said. Mabel will be merry hell if I don't, and then she finds out I told you first. But now if I go back, she'll ask where I've been, so I don't even think I can fib about it. Just tell her you weren't sure how important it was and wanted to check with me. That should cover a multitude of sins. After Gwen left, Lane sat down and looked at the tentative timeline she'd started. What year would Gwen have been 15? She was 50-something now. 1907, 1908? She put a mark on her line, wrote the year, and above it, Anscombe's arrive. And they left before the war. She had originally put that at 1913. Was that right? Or was it earlier? She penciled 1911 and then 1912 on the line, along with Anscombe's leave. And she thought grimly, here were some names of possible victims. Isabel, or either of her brothers. There was at least a locket now possibly belonging to Isabel. If it was Isabel, she must have been tiny. She must ask Kenny what he remembered about her. Gwen seemed most upset about it possibly being Andrew, but the presence of the locket surely meant it was not a boy. And she had said, Bob and Isabel left. But she'd been young. She could have meant the whole family, but used only the names of people closest to her own age, as a child would when speaking of a family. But it could also mean that Andrew hadn't been there. She wrote this name down and underlined it. Calculating that Reginald Mather and Robin Harris might both be at home about now, Lane took her jacket from the hook in the hall and went out to her car. She'd finish her notes tonight, call Darling in the morning with what she had, and then maybe go up to the house where the Anscombes had lived. London, 1902. By now the 3-year-old boy was cold and beginning to whimper. His sister clung to him and pressed against the wall of the building. She was completely lost. A black pall of fear overcame her as the dark began to descend on the city. She watched people hurrying home, saw lights beginning to burn inside windows. So many people. At first she searched their faces, hoping her mother's would be among them, imagining herself shouting, "Mummy!" at seeing her, imagining the release from this fear. The lane they were in was narrow, and the building jogged out into the pavement, leaving a dark corner. She tucked herself as far into the corner as she could and pulled Andrew close to her, wrapping her shawl around both of them. She closed her eyes and began to sing softly, her voice shaking. Lavender blue, dilly dilly, lavender green. When you are king, dilly dilly, I shall be queen. She drifted into sleep, imagining the world of green and sunshine that had been her mother's childhood in the country. A wavering light held above her woke her, and she cried out, clutching Andrew closer. There now, no need to get fearful. Where's your mother? A policeman stood above her. Terrified, she shook her head and tried to sink farther into the corner. Andrew began to stir. Come on, up you get. You can't stay here. All sorts could happen to you. I'll take you someplace with a warm bed and some food and you'll be looked after. Come on, upsy-daisy. He reached out and pulled her hand. Do you know where my mummy is? She managed, her voice tiny, resisting his pulling. The policeman sighed. No, love, more's the pity. You and all the other ones we find on the streets. But we were supposed to wait by the river, she said, anxiously looking around. The street was empty and dark. The air was clammy and smelled of smoke and oil. Not at this time of night, you ain't. The policeman shook his head. He watched the little girl clamber up, shaking her brother to wake him. The remains of one bun fell out of his hand, still wrapped in paper. The girl's eyes widened in alarm. We didn't take it. A man bought them for us. See?
That's what I mean. Why would a man buy you a sweet bun? You shouldn't take nothing from strangers. Come on, we got a conveyance here. Isabel picked up her brother and staggered after the policeman. The end of the lane issued onto a larger street, and the dark square of a police van was visible under the sickly light of the gas lamp. The horse that pulled it stood motionless, as if brought low by this nightly task. The policeman hung his lamp on a hook at the front of the van and took the little boy from his sister. "You are a smelly one, ain't you?" he said, putting him over the ledge into the van. The boy began to cry loudly in alarm. "Keep your hat on, here's your sister. Come on, up you get." Once inside, the girl found that there was a bench against the side of the van, and she sat her brother down and pulled him close. The policeman held up the light, and she gasped in alarm. The light shone on 3 other children, cowering in the back of the van, 2 boys and a girl. One of the boys looked older than her and was scowling at the policeman. Back in the dark, as the van began to move, the scowling boy spoke. "This the first time you been took up?" The girl nodded, and then realised he would not see her and said, "I just got lost." "Sure. Where is he taking us?" "That's all right. It's a home. They got beds and food and all. I just didn't want to stay on account of the schooling, and I want to find my sister. I didn't find her. She got work somewhere, and I guess they don't let her out. Maybe this time I'll stay. I couldn't get nothing much to eat on the street on account of getting chased away all the time." He lapsed into silence, and the girl felt herself somewhere between relief at the thought of a bed and food and safety, and gnawing anxiety. What if her mother did not know where to find them? The van stopped with a jolt, and the policeman took the gate down and dropped the stairs. "Come on, you lot. Out." He turned and went to the door and pulled on a bell. By the time the door was opened, the 5 children were standing at the bottom of the steps behind him. "Don't you never sleep?" the woman who opened the door said crossly. "Now, sister, don't be like that. These ones don't bite. And look, here's an old friend." He pointed at the older boy, who grinned at her. "Yeah, well, you can help this time, young man, and none of your temper." The older boy led the way into the house past the woman. "No more tonight, right?" she said to the policeman as she closed the door. They were led downstairs, past a kitchen, to a cold anteroom. The woman disappeared through a door that seemed to issue into a hall. "No need to be scared," the older boy said. "They take your clothes and give you a bath. The boys and girls is slept separate." At this, the girl pulled her brother to her. Her brother turned and tucked his face into her side. The older boy squatted down and pulled him around. "You gonna come with me? I'll look after you, don't worry. You'll see your sister in the morning at breakfast. What's your name?" The little boy whispered something, still holding a fistful of his sister's skirt. "All right then. See, here's Matron. We'll go now. Say goodnight to your sister." The girl watched, anxiety making her nearly nauseated, as the boy took her brother with the other 2 boys. When he disappeared, she began to cry, a small girl again, with no one to be strong for. "Now what are you making a fuss about? You'll be fine here. You'll have food and a warm bed. Now then, cut the caterwauling and try to be grateful," Matron said, pushing her toward the bathroom. The girl tried to stop sniffling. "Miss, why did you tell that big boy to keep his temper?" "Oh, I wouldn't worry about that, love. He's soft on the little ones. It's only when them bigger ones gets too big for their boots he can go after 'em. If he takes it in his head to champion your little brother, it's better than having 2 parents." Barely comforted, the girl looked anxiously down the hall where her brother had disappeared. Later she would remember her pile of clothes being collected and taken away, her locket being taken and being told it would be kept safe, the scrubbing in the lukewarm bath, shivering in the coarse nightgown she was given because her hair dripped down her back, imperfectly dried. She would remember also that first morning when she woke and found herself in a long dormitory with girls of all ages up to 16, chattering, getting dressed, helping one another with buttons and ties. She found a neatly folded pile of clothes on the bed and her own shoes tucked under it. She found out later that many of the children who came in did not have shoes and were given them when they got there.
She saw that the other girls folded their nightgowns and put them under the small pillow, and then made their beds and stood at attention at the foot of the bed. A matron with a chapped red face walked up and down the rows, scowling. Isabel and the girl who came in with her got told impatiently how to make the beds properly, and then they all tumbled into a large dining area with rows of tables and benches. The boys were on one side and the girls on another. The noise level was deafening. The girl searched frantically among the boys for her brother. A woman dressed in black rang a brass handbell vigorously, and the room fell silent. "Bow your heads," she said loudly, and then began. "Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts," and the whole room took up the grace, "which we are about to receive from thy bounty through Christ our Lord. Amen." And then the room subsided in a noisy scraping of benches. She would remember all of that, and standing before a matron at a desk, her tiny brother by her side, his head not reaching the top of the desk, telling her their names, and the scratching of the pen on the ledger, the tiny clink of the nib in the ink bottle, the smell of carbolic and boiled cabbage that permeated every corner of the building. But she would not remember the months she spent there, time rolling into a pattern of sleeping, eating, walks by the river in rows, the schoolhouse where they spent the mornings, the afternoons of stumbling on needlework and tangling crochet string. She would not remember when she gave up on her mother. At first she had tried to see her in the street as they walked, and then at night she would try to remember her face, and then she simply stopped thinking about her as a person and replaced her with an ache that she could not shed. When she looked back, she could remember only a sense of greyness. People were neither kind nor rough. They were efficient. The food was bland, but she never remembered being hungry. She made friends of some of the girls and was wary around others. It was a world of dim light, both day and night, as the winter came on and then moved slowly into spring. "Now then, children, I have a very nice surprise for you." A lady dressed finely in black and grey stood before them, her gloved hands clasped. There were 25 of them, boys and girls, sitting in what was usually the classroom. The girl had been allowed to be with her brother only every afternoon before dinner, but he had been especially allowed to be with her now. Otherwise, he was in a nursery with other very young children. Some of the older girls helped with the small children, and one of them would report to her in the evenings about how her brother was doing during his hours there. "Would you like to go on the most wonderful adventure of your lives? You will get an opportunity to start all new lives free from want. You will be able to be useful and work to get ahead, and one day have homes of your own. How would you like to go out to Canada?" This was a difficult proposition to respond to. One boy finally put up his hand. "Please, miss, what is Canada?" The woman laughed and said, "It is the most wonderful place. There is great open land available, and there are God-fearing and loving families who will take you in. You will have to work, mind you, but that is as God wants it. We must all work." And thus it was that the girl came to be on a steamer bound for Canada with her little brother, the older boy who had taken them under his wing, and 40 other children. Chapter 15. "Where have you been?" Mabel asked, watching Gwen approach along the rutted road. "We've all been working here while you were swanning about." "I remembered something. I went to see Miss Winslow, if you must know." Mabel put down the trowel she was attacking the perennial bed with and got up off her knees with a small grunt. "Went to see her about what?" "I just remembered something about the locket," Gwen said defensively. "What about the locket?" "I'm not sure I want to tell you. You were always so upset with me for being Auntie Isabel when we were girls." "Oh, for God's sake, you do hang on to the past. If you must know, I couldn't care less about her," Mabel said gruffly. "You've changed your tune." Mabel turned toward the house, pulling off her gardening gloves, covering her sudden confusion, the compression she felt in her chest. The old fear and anger welled up in her. She had never told Gwen. It was all so bloody unbearable.
I've got to go get the potatoes on. You can tell me or not.
Once inside, Mabel busied herself peeling potatoes and boiling them and attending to the chicken she'd put in the oven earlier. Once the potatoes were mashed and the table set, she went out to call her mother, who was still Wellington deep in the vegetable garden, though the oncoming dusk made it hard to see anything. When they were all sitting, Gladys frowned at her daughters, a bite of chicken midway to her mouth.
What's going on with you two? There's atmosphere. I'm not keen on atmosphere at dinner. Gwen's remembered something about the locket and gone down to tell Lane Winslow, but apparently can't trust us with it, Mabel said.
It's nothing, Gwen said, and tried to look nonchalant. The scrutiny became too much.
All I told her was, I do remember Isabel wearing a locket. I saw it at school one day. Yes, of course, Gladys exclaimed, putting down her fork. You came home one day very upset that a poor girl like Isabel should be sporting a gold locket. You were very undemocratic in your views with that family. But good God, if that was her locket, and that poor child buried out there was wearing it, what if it was her? Weren't there other children? Was there another girl? You know, I don't think I went over there once in all the time they were here. I don't know why. I think I was always cast down by how pathetic they all seemed. And I didn't care one bit for that older boy, Bob, though he did come to help with the cellar. I suppose he was nice enough for doing that.
Mabel pushed her plate away and got up.
None of them were nice, Mother. They were poor and miserable and selfish and secretive. I'm going to listen to the wireless.
This surprising outburst caused Gwen and Gladys to look at each other with raised eyebrows. Gwen began to pile the plates together.
Well, that's that then, she commented. What on earth has got into everybody? Gladys asked.
Her voice was raised over the music of Glenn Miller pounding out of the sitting-room radio.
What a god-awful racket! Turn it down! She called in to Mabel.
Mother, in case you've forgotten, Gwen said, our cellar is torn to bits and the body of some hapless child was found in it. That sort of thing is bound to be upsetting. For all we know, it could even be Isabel with that locket. She was small. There. What do you think of that? You might show a little respect by being a bit more upset about things yourself. Reginald Mather stood at the door looking at Lane and not inviting her in. His dog had put himself between Reginald's legs and the door jamb, and he was stretching his nose curiously in her direction and seeming much more disposed to be friendly. Lane smiled at him. Reginald, I promise to take only a moment of your time. You know about the poor child that was dug up at the Hughes house? She hesitated, saying she'd been asked by the police to get information would not impress him. Inspector Darling has asked me to see if I could find out any information about some of the early families. For example, the Anscombe family, you know, that used to live up the hill past... I know where they lived. Another opportunity for you to interfere where you don't belong. Why don't the police come and do their own damn work? It was a fair question. I know, Reginald. This is just preliminary. Just anything you can remember. Reginald looked behind him and then stepped out onto the porch. Alice is resting. We can talk out here. Lane chided herself for always thinking of Alice as poor Alice and thanked him. I don't have much to tell. They came here before the war, maybe 1906, 1908 sometime, and tried to grow apples. Failed, of course. People always think it's a piece of cake and find out they have to do a bit of work. A harsh judgment from a man who had never succeeded at it, or any other grand schemes, Lane thought crossly. Poor as dirt, drifting from one place to another. Came out from the prairies with all those children. Ridiculous. Do you remember anything particular about their time here? They sent the oldest kids to school. I was already busy with this place. I tried to help when they first came, but the dad was too proud. I saw the wife when I was there once. Skinny woman. You could tell she'd been nice looking at one time. They had 2 little ones, one maybe 7 years old, and the other a baby. Her older girl was pretty too. I bet she ended up like her mother, producing babies and worn to death. There was an older boy, maybe 18, and a little fellow of about 6 or 7. Hell, he could have been 8 for all I know. Hard to tell. Here he glanced nervously at the door. Somewhere inside, his own not-always-well wife was resting. I went back to the old country for a spell before the war, so I didn't mix with 'em much. It's when I met my Alice. Brought her back just before the show. Couldn't fight myself. The knee. Can't tell you much more. Lane remembered from the summer before that he'd said he'd not been able to fight. At the time, she'd had to chide herself for not fully believing in his knee. It had not been a generous impulse on her part. She could think of no follow-up question, so it was with some relief she thanked him as warmly as she could and let herself out of his gate. He grunted a bare acknowledgement and stood on the porch with his hands in the pockets of his dark woolen trousers, watching her leave. He was older than Gwen and Mabel, but still a tall and imposing man, his posture erect, his black and white moustache bristling. Lane had learned in the summer that his family had exiled him to the Dominion, and he seemed to carry a permanent chip on his shoulder. She never had found out what he'd done to disgrace his family enough to be sent away as a remittance man, but he'd managed to create a scandal in his new home as well with his womanizing. His brusqueness had become worse since the previous summer, when his activities had been exposed by the death that had first brought Lane and Inspector Darling together. Lane knew Reginald blamed her for the life sentence his son had garnered for his part in that murder. On her way down to the bottom of the hill to see Robin Harris, who lived just by the turn-off of the Nelson Road, she sorted the meagre facts offered by Reginald Mather, trying not to ignore a slight touch of distaste at his remark about Mrs. Anscombe having once been pretty. Reginald had had an eye for the ladies. As was her habit, she created a set of shelves in her mind and stored information on them in a kind of internal visual landscape. It allowed her both to remember things she heard and to organize them in ways that might offer more insight into the problem at hand. At this early stage, it was impossible to know what might be relevant, except the assertion by Gwen that Isabel Anscombe had worn the locket or one like it. Lane placed this prominently at eye level and would wait for other information to gather around it. It did not do to put speculation where facts ought to be. Robin was in his barn when she arrived, working in the light of a kerosene lantern. He looked at her with his fall-back expression, irritation. Lane produced an enormous smile and said, "Good evening, Robin. Hard at work as usual?" "You don't seem to have much to keep you busy if you're here to bother an old man like me." He pulled off a pair of cracked and weathered gloves and put them on the seat of his tractor and then stood with his hands on his hips. "What do you want?" "As a matter of fact, I think you might be able to help me. I've just been to see Reginald, and he hadn't got much to say, I'm afraid, but I think you might know a good deal more." She felt only mildly guilty about her attempt to stir up Robin's contempt for Reginald. Robin snorted and took the lantern and started out the door to the house. "He's a waste of your time. You'd better come in." They climbed his back stairs into the Spartan kitchen, pulled out a chair. The lantern cast a warm glow. She should get one, Lane thought, imagining all the homes lit like this in the old days. "Now, what are you after?" Harris asked. "It's about the child they dug out of Gladys's cellar." She pulled out the photo of the locket and placed it before him. This was the locket that, strangely, was around the neck of the skeleton. Now, Gwen seems to remember that a girl named Isabel Anscombe used to wear it. Gwen herself was only 16, so the memory is obviously a bit fuzzy, but maybe you remember something about it, or anything about the family, really. Harris took the photo and peered closely at it, his wire-rimmed glasses sliding to the end of his nose. "Can't say I remember any locket. I'm not much for that sort of thing. I remember the Anscombes, though, because I was pretty friendly with that older boy. He was kind of akin to me in spirit, I guess. Had a bit of a temper, did Bob, but we used to fish and ride and so on, when his father ever let him off the lead. They came here to try to grow fruit. No aptitude. But I remember Bob used to get saddled with a lot of the work because all the other children were too young. I used to wonder how he put up with it. I mean, we all worked hard, and so did Bob, even not knowing what he was doing, but he had a funny attitude to his father. Not disrespectful exactly, but you got the feeling he was thinking he could bugger off any time he wanted to if he felt like it, and no one could stop him. They only lasted a few years, getting poorer and poorer. And do you remember Isabel at all? You know, I haven't thought about them for years, but now you've brought them to mind, Isabel was a hard girl to ignore. She was small and very pretty, dark curly hair. I think I could have been a bit sweet on her. John liked her too, but he was really all for Gwen. That Anscombe girl was very aloof. Didn't smile much. Didn't seem happy except around her brothers. Bob was pretty protective. Robin almost smiled. In fact, we had a Donnybrook one night after a dance down at the hall. I think he thought I was trying one on with her. Were you? Lane asked. I don't honestly remember. I was young. I could have been. Long time ago. Now, I think their mother... Now, that mother... I saw her a few times because I went up there to try to help from time to time when I could be spared here. She was a sad thing. Always tired. All those kids to feed and care for. Then she had that baby. Andrew? No, that was the one right behind Isabel. There was that smaller one. Joe? Maybe Joe. He was weak or something and had to be cared for at home. He wasn't a bad little chap. I remember him trying to help in the garden in his own little way. His mother was very impatient with him, but I suppose that was her tiredness. He seemed a bit sad, but cheerful enough when he was with me and Bob. That's where Bob's good points came out. I mean, he was a good worker, but he was extra kind to that Joe, always including him. We'd give him little jobs, fetch a hammer or some wood, get us water, that sort of thing. Andrew helped out too, but he was completely different. He seemed strong, even for a small boy. You could see he felt sorry for the little one and tried to play along, but honestly it was like a stork put him there, like he was from some other family. The whole family was strange, like they'd been assembled from bits and pieces from all over and sent out by the good Lord to try to make a go of it. Chapter 16. Feeling she'd done a good job of work, Lane put aside the notes she had made, put her toast plate from breakfast by the sink, and contemplated phoning Darling. The day was looking like it would be sunny, and she had developed a growing curiosity about the house where the Anscombe family had lived. She decided that a trek to the house would be easier than a phone call to Darling, which always gave her a case of the butterflies. In any case, she might find out something useful. Of course, the minute she thought it, she knew it for the excuse it was. It was absurd to imagine anything could be gleaned from a house that had been empty for 40 years. Lane had last seen the house in the winter, when she had snowshoed past it on the way to an abandoned cabin she had heard about. It had looked almost romantic then, surrounded with billows of untouched snow. Now, even on a sunny morning, it looked sad and bedraggled, the garden overgrown with tussocks of yellow and limp grass. The dark overhang of the porch looked forbidding and unwelcoming, instead of refreshingly shady in the bright glow of the spring sun. Even knowing that no one had lived in it since before the Great War, Lane looked nervously behind her before she climbed the 4 steps onto the porch. She knew that after all those years there would be no trace of the Anscombes. It surprised her that no other families had lived there in that time. Whoever owned the house had put it on the market because it was one of the 2 houses she'd been shown the year before when she bought her own place. Certainly no effort had been made to make it saleable. She had not even asked to see the inside, so put off had she been by the dark abandoned aspect of it. It was tucked into a thick stand of forest, with only a small space cleared for a garden, and a view only of the road down toward the lake. There was a small, unkempt and overgrown orchard attached to the property at some remove, she recalled. The front door, a fading red, was padlocked. Lane lifted the lock, looked at it, and let it fall with a bang against the door. It left a smear of rust on her hand, which she wiped on her trousers. The windows on either side of the door were curtained, a bleached-out flower pattern, adding to the sense of abandonment. She could just see a section of the floor, dark wood planks, and an overturned apple box. She smiled. They were ubiquitous, these boxes. Her own basement had a stack of them, and they were piled in the Hughes garage and Angela Bertoli's basement. Everybody seemed to have them, whether they harvested apples or not. The yard sloped slightly upward toward the back and was completely overgrown with rotting plant life. There must have been a garden, she thought. It was hard, looking at the desolation, to imagine what the Anscombs had made of the garden. Certainly a family could not have survived easily without one. A dark, stained woodshed was situated 30 feet behind the house, and an outhouse stood beside it, the door off one of its hinges gaping open. On the edge of the clearing, backing into a thick stand of trees, was a larger shed. For tools, she thought. She tried a door at the back of the house, and to her amazement it opened after only a slight struggle. She saw immediately why it had been left unlocked. It opened onto a tiny mudroom, mint-green paint bubbling and peeling from the walls, a small wood box in the corner. She pushed at the kitchen door, knowing it must be locked, only to find that it too opened. The air in the kitchen was dense with cold and silence. A wood range stood against one wall, looking incongruous with its shiny beige enamel oven door. It had a wooden table upended on top of the cooking service. Once inside, the darkness was explained. Unlike her kitchen, where large windows graced the north wall and French doors the east, letting in floods of light and a view of the lake, this kitchen had only one small window that looked out at the woodshed. Lane shivered, both from the cold and the thought of what it would be like to live here. She immediately chided herself and tried to think of it alive with the sound of children, the stove lit, a cat on a chair somewhere, but she could not shake her initial sense of the misery of this ungenerous dark space. The tiny sitting room she had seen from the front window was dark as well, and though windows looked out toward the road, the heavy roof of the porch shadowed them. Only 2 little rooms led off the front room. How many people had lived here before the Great War? At least 7, she calculated. The Anscombe parents, the oldest boy Bob, the sister Isabel, Andrew, and then 2 other small children that the Hughes said they rarely saw. Where had they all slept? The darkness and cold gave the whole place the air of a tenement. No wonder the mother was miserable. Lane moved from the front room into one of the little bedrooms. She was assailed with the smell of mildew and saw that its origin was probably the dank mattress, riddled with holes and with tufts of stuffing pulled out, still on the small iron bedstead. A home for rodents. She shivered involuntarily and looked at the rest of the room. A makeshift wardrobe had been fashioned in one corner, with a wire strung across the corner of the room, and a water-stained beige curtain hung on one nail, looking as if it had been ripped open suddenly. In the second room, the bedstead had been upended and lay on its side against the wall. A box sat at an angle to a dark corner of the room, looking as if it had been shoved there, or, she thought in a burst of dark fantasy, had scuttled there on its own to get away from the desolation of the place. Shuddering, she was about to retreat back to the sitting room when her eye was caught by something behind the box. A child's boot. She pulled her sweater over her mouth, beginning to be troubled by the mildew that pervaded the house, and leaned over to look more closely at the boot. She could not recall seeing anything more forlorn. It was clearly that of a child, the leather stained and nearly ossified by time, the tongue hanging out and laces gone, abandoned by the retreating family. Perhaps whoever had worn it had outgrown it. Standing up, she surveyed the room and walked slowly back through the kitchen. She tried to imagine the family leaving. Before the Great War, Gladys Hughes had said, so perhaps 1911 or 1912. It would have meant piling their possessions and the family onto a wagon. They would take everything that would fit, 1 mattress or 2 perhaps, but no unwieldy metal bedsteads, or much in the way of large furniture. Cooking supplies, clothes. They would trundle down the hill, the wagon being pulled by, say, 2 horses, and then would have to get themselves and their possessions onto the steam paddle-wheeler at the wharf. She shuddered at the effort of it all. Once outside, she felt her mood lift. She closed the door to the kitchen and then the outside door, feeling a little as though she was locking the ghosts of the family firmly away. Who would ever want to buy this house once they had been inside? She was about to begin the trip home when she caught sight of the woodshed. With an air of delinquency, she wondered if there was dried wood she could pilfer for her own stove. The shed was composed of dark weathered planks of fir, and the door was firmly shut. Lifting the latch, she pulled the door back and saw that the back half of the shed was full of unsplit logs that were stacked against the back wall. The splitting block was pushed against the pile, and enough split wood to fill her wood basket lay scattered across the floor. Picking up a piece, she could feel that it was a little damp, but it would dry in no time if they got a few sunny days. She would come back with the car and collect some. Toward the back of the abandoned garden, there was another shed. It was twice the size of the woodshed, but was also constructed of rough-hewn boards that had darkened over the years. She took the one step up to the door and pulled it open. Her brows wrinkled. It was the smell, she decided. It wasn't a bad smell, but it was a live smell, like someone had recently been there. She moved cautiously to open the door as far as it would go to let in light, and quietly said, "Hello?" She knew there would be no answer, as the place was obviously deserted, but her sense of caution was high at this unexpected discovery. In the shaft of light that illuminated the interior, she could see a lump that might be a bedroll, a canteen, maybe a pot of some sort. There was a box of crackers and a tin of coffee that was knocked over, its contents spilling into the dark corner. The floor was a rough plank floor, obviously designed to keep any items placed here off the damp ground. As her eyes became accustomed to the dark, she could see that there were still some remnants of its original use. A two-man saw hung on one wall, a rusty wash tin was upended near the door, and farther in, she could see that other things, which she could not identify in the obscurity, were stacked against the back wall. There was a kerosene lamp on a nail by the door, its glass shattered. She closed the door and looked around the damp, dishevelled yard, more alive now to the possibility that someone had been, probably quite recently, squatting here and could be watching her even now. Between Erin helping herself to the beach house and whoever was squatting in this tiny, uninviting shed, Lane began to wonder if any abandoned property in the area was safe from intruders. Dusting her hands on her trousers and shaking off the feeling that someone was hiding in the bush watching her, she turned back onto the road. This discovery called for a visit to the Armstrongs. Perhaps this person was the old man Erin had seen in the lake. Everyone seemed to come to the attention of Kenny and Eleanor sooner or later, and though she would be surprised if they knew of someone camping in an abandoned woodshed and hadn't told her, she could not suppose that she would be made privy to every secret. Kenny, Eleanor and Lane sat on the back porch enjoying the expanding morning. It was such a contrast to the rank darkness of the Armstrong property that Lane decided it was one of her favourite places in the world. Kenny had lifted the screens, and they sat looking out at the nascent back garden and the lake beyond it. The contrast was absolute. The air was redolent with the warm smell of new plant life. The teapot stood on the little round table in front of them. The lemon oatmeal cookies added to the sense of the coming spring. "Must have been an awful shock for the girl," Kenny said, chuckling. "A naked old fellow like that?" Eleanor rolled her eyes and shook her head slightly. He continued, "But as to who it could be, I'm afraid I'm at sea. I've not seen anyone out, either up here or on my runs to the wharf. And now you tell me you think someone might be camping out in the shed at the old Anscombe house. Got to be the same guy." "I wonder how long he's been here," Eleanor remarked. "I can't believe no one has caught sight of him before this. Mind you, you get some odd ducks all up and down the lake, trappers, would-be miners and the like. I imagine he'll move on when he realises there's not much to be gained here, or Ponting will get nervous about his own claims and move him on. Gwen came to see me in a hush-hush sort of way yesterday evening, and I've been to see Reginald and Robin. Are you interested in what I found out so far?" Lane asked innocently. In fact, you might be able to add to it. You are a dark horse. Yes, we jolly well are, exclaimed Eleanor, pushing the plate of cookies in Lane's direction as if to fuel her efforts. Worrying only slightly that she was inching into the realm of gossip, Lane began. Gwen must have remembered something after I'd been to see the three of them, because she came roaring down to tell me she thought she might have seen the locket on Isabel Anscombe. She seemed anxious to avoid having her mother and sister know. Now that I think of it, that speaks to something going on there, like they have secrets from one another. Well, that gave me impetus to go see Reg and Robin. Reginald was his usual charming self, but it seems he didn't know the Anscombes well because apparently he went back to Blighty around that time to marry Alice, who, by the way, was resting inside, so we had to talk on the front porch. Robin remembered a bit more because he apparently used to go up to help every now and then, and he remembers being chummy with the older boy, Bob. He didn't remember about the locket. Yes, Kenny said, remembering. Of course he was. Mother was a bit worried about that Bob's influence on Robin. Robin was already inclined to a bit of sulkiness in his teens, and she imagined they'd be off getting into trouble. In the end, it didn't amount to much. Bob was good enough. I recall him being a strange combination of high-spirited and secretive, but he did have a real temper. He could be sarcastic, too, but I thought underneath he was a bit sad. Do I mean that? More guarded, maybe. Of course, in that family, who wouldn't be sad? They never seemed to get a leg up. Being in that house this morning gave me the absolute heebie-jeebies, Lane said. I cannot imagine anyone ever being happy there. Tiny, miserable house, tiny, miserable garden. Robin said they only stayed for a few years, and I can't say I blame them. That's right, left before the war. The last time I remember us all doing something together was, funnily enough, building Gladys's root cellar. That was in 1910. So who were all the children? So far I know about Bob and Isabel, then Andrew, and Robin said he thought the younger boy, whom he remembers only seeing at their house, was called Joe, and then he thought there was a baby. That's about right. And that unhappy mother and the father, Henry, who I think made a genuine go of it, but things never fell in their favour. So if it is a child from that house, and aside from the locket we've got nothing else to go on, it would most likely have been Isabel. I was going to ask you, was she terribly slight? The tiny bit I saw of that skeleton did seem like that of a child. I was under the impression Isabel was a bit older, like 16 or 17. Kenny considered and then gave a nod. She was small. Petite, I guess they'd call it, but well developed like a young woman for all that. I seem to recall Bob having a go at Robin when they were young, maybe over her. I think I have enough bits and pieces to give Darling a ring anyway. I'll pop back home and write the whole thing up, see if I can make it coherent, Lane said. Chapter 17. Lane leaned against the wall by the phone. It had become warm enough to leave the front door open, and she could see the sun dappling the yard between her door and the barns in greens and gold. She thought she might have a go at tidying up the yard. Anything to be out in it. Her heart thumped when she heard his voice. Inspector Darling. Ah, Inspector, it's Lane Winslow. I have some bits and bobs for you. Excellent. That's what this case has been lacking. I am making 2 columns, bits and then bobs. Lane told him about Gwen's revelation that Isabel had worn the locket, or one like it, around the time the cellar was built. She apparently disapproved of it because the girl was poor and oughtn't to have had a gold locket. Darling took notes as Lane spoke. While it wasn't conclusive, knowing that it was positively identified with Isabel Anscombe was progress. He could now set aims to finding her or any other members of the family. The discovery of the body had gone into the paper the week before, but no information had come forward, as sometimes happened in these cases. Having a name would certainly help. I think that's it for now, Lane said. You've done well. You'd meagre enough information to work with. I can't help feeling this whole thing is coalescing around that Anscombe family. I'll get Ames onto tracking down that girl in particular.
We'll look silly if she is alive and well somewhere, raising apples and putting her children through university.
How's your young miscreant getting on? Lane asked.
As sulky as ever. She's threatening to drop out of school. A bit of nonsense, since June is only a few months away and she'll be finished anyway. She's not allowed out of the house unless the boyfriend is with her, and she seems to have gone off him as well. Her court date is coming up in a week. Perhaps all will be revealed then.
I hope everyone understands that she's very bright. I worry about what people might be missing in thinking she's just a girl to be married off. Well, it's not my affair, I suppose.
Darling put the phone down, his hand lingering on the receiver, as if to keep her voice in his mind. He imagined her in the hall, slipping that ridiculous earpiece onto its faulty hook, walking back to her kitchen, perhaps, leaning over her map of the Cove and writing in what she had learned.
"Sir?"
Ames said brightly, bristly with obvious news. Darling pulled himself together with a touch of guilt.
"Yes, Ames, out with it,"
he said, unable to quell his annoyance at being discovered by Ames, of all people, in a reverie about Miss Winslow. Well, Ames couldn't read minds.
"I've got something. I've traced one of the chases to a house just out of town. The other one seems to have died. I'll go see her after if you like, but that's not the big news."
Ames paused here. "Buried the lead again, Ames. What is the big news?"
"Manitoba, sir. There is an old record of a fracas involving one Henry Anscombe in about 1903. He was arrested for child endangerment when a home child died on his farm. Interestingly, they do make note of an older boy on the farm as well. Apparently he had been questioned, but the investigation settled on the father in the end."
So that oldest boy could be Bob Anscombe. What's a home child when it's at home?
"I had to ask that too, sir. It seems that children who were living on the streets in England were sent out to Canada to be adopted or to work. To quote the policeman I talked to, they were supposed to get a better life, huh?"
"I have never heard of it. How old was the child?" Darling asked.
Ames consulted his notes. He was listed as being 11. He died at the farm, and Henry was arrested. Endangerment is a vague word. It's hard to tell if he beat him to death or let him fall in a well."
Darling was aghast.
11? How is that old enough to plunk a child on a farm with complete strangers? Anything could happen to him, and obviously did.
At a guess, I'd say the receiving families weren't even vetted. Okay, this thing is firmly settling on this Anscombe family. Miss Winslow got information that the locket was seen on the Anscombe girl, Isabel.
So he was arrested, and then what happened?
The family disappeared, sir, and I guess no one followed up. My guess is they came out this way to get away. There's no record of his having been before a judge. Not following up on the death of a child, it's a bloody disgrace. Well, let's not add to the scandal. Have you tracked down Henry Anscombe? He appears in the Cove with a large family and then leaves before the war. Where did he go? Is he still alive? What's happened to that family?
That's interesting too, sir. I don't know what happened to the family, but I tracked down Henry Anscombe. He died of a heart attack in 1930 in Creston. The fellow at the RCMP office remembered it right off the bat, because one of the girls that worked at the nursing wing of the hospital tried to say she thought the man's son had something to do with his death. A report was taken at the time, but nothing came of it, except the original diagnosis that he died of a heart attack.
Darling rubbed his chin. That's a lot of violence sniffing around one family. Anscombe Sr. and possibly Jr. implicated in the death of a child. This child we found possibly being part of the family. And now we have Anscombe himself dying of a heart attack. Only someone thinks he was killed by his son. Excellent work, Ames. Call them back and get them to read you chapter and verse of the report they took in 1930. Better yet, see if you can talk to that girl who made the fuss. And track down, Darling consulted his paper, Isabel Anscombe, Joseph Anscombe, and Andrew Anscombe. The boys were young at the time. If they are alive, we will have to expand our search.
Ames, pleased that the word excellent was used anywhere in his vicinity, went off on winged feet to do his master's bidding. Mabel awoke feeling completely groggy. She knew this meant she had overslept. 20 minutes was her rule for her after-lunch nap, or she spent the rest of the afternoon trying to recover. She groaned and swung her legs off the bed and sat. It wasn't just the sleep, she knew. It was being reminded of the whole business. Thinking about the Anscombs brought back with staggering force what had shattered her young life, what she had struggled to forget but still haunted her nights. She pulled on the sock that was dangling on the end of her foot and padded downstairs to the kitchen to peer at the afternoon. There was no sign of Gwen or her mother. They too must be oversleeping. A storm was brewing up behind the mountain, but for the moment the sun still spread across the garden. She would walk up past the top of the orchard onto that rocky knoll that had that lovely view of the lake to clear her head. "Come on, then," she called to the spaniels, who sensed adventure, and she started through the garden, trying to throw off the last vestiges of her sleep. The only sounds in the quiet afternoon were her footsteps. The dogs had run ahead. She reached the end of the orchard and took the path that wound steeply uphill through the forest to the outcrop. Panting, she arrived and sat on the flat bench of rock that had been a favourite of hers all her life. She looked out across the lake to the mountains beyond. The storm clouds were coming from over the mountains behind her, and she could see that they were beginning to cast a shadow on the scene below. As it wasn't yet summer and the apple trees were still nearly naked, the house was visible now. In the deep quiet she heard the screen door slam and saw the figure of her mother stretching. How often in her life had she sought comfort in this secluded spot? When she was a girl, her glumness had lifted away here as if carried by the breeze. Now she wished for this same magic. Even the climb up the hill had not eroded in the slightest the anxiety that was causing her to feel completely ill. You soon learn that there is no magic, she thought. A cascade of near-hysterical barking by the spaniels interrupted her gloomy reflections. God, she thought, they've cornered a bear. Best to beat a retreat. She moved a few feet into the forest behind her to call them, anxious not to encounter the bear herself. "Come on, you bloody stupid dogs!" she shouted. "Get away from there!" She was rewarded with a crashing in the underbrush as the dogs made their way back to her, still barking, a reminder to whatever it was that they meant business. But even back by her side, they continued looking into the forest behind her. Mabel felt suddenly uneasy. A bear would be kept at bay for a bit by the dogs as long as they didn't get too close. She waited, silently now, to make sure that it was not coming closer. She would calmly walk back down the hill, not giving the bear any reason to pursue. The silence was absolute, and her eyes had begun to water from looking so intently into the forest, now darkening because of the coming storm. "Come on, let's go home," she said, and turned. But at that moment she was certain she saw a pale flash in the woods. Not a bear, she thought, her heart in her mouth. Not a bear. Human. She began to descend as quickly as she could, trying to sound calm as she called the dogs. September 1910. Through the window, Mabel could see the early morning sun cascading down the hill. She was irritated in the next minute to see that Gwen was already up. She always wanted to be first, as if it was she who discovered the morning before anyone else. She hurried to dress in her overalls, took the chamber pot from under the bed, and went carefully downstairs to the outhouse. The slight bite of coolness presaging the coming fall lifted her. By the afternoon they would all be hot, baked in the unrelenting sun and sweaty from picking. Gwen was coming from the chickens with a bowl of eggs. She was wearing her work dress and pinafore. "You're not planning to climb ladders in those clothes?" Mabel asked. Her heart flooded with warmth again at the thought of the day. Everyone was going to be at the upper orchard. "What if I am? At least I look like a girl," her sister said disdainfully, stamping her boots on the first step and then swinging into the house, letting the screen door slam. Mabel flipped her braid off her shoulder so it hung down her back. She didn't care what Gwen said. Bob knew she was a girl. She smiled as she approached the orchard. Both Robin Harris and Kenny Armstrong had their wagons parked along the rutted road, the horses nodding their heads against the restrictions of their tackle and reaching for the long yellowing grass at the edge of the road. Boxes were piled on the ground, smelling of clean, new fur, the labels already affixed. Andrew was at his station, ready to wrap each apple when it was approved and place it in the box. Mabel was surprised to see that he had a helper, young Joe, who stood solemnly and attentively, waiting for apples. She had thought he was not above 7 years old, but someone said he was closer to 10. She could see the young men settling ladders against the trees, and felt herself blush at the sight of Bob, testing the stability of his ladder, shaking it against the tree to make the branches give up their cargo. "Stop that! Are you going to pay for the bruised ones?" John called out to him impatiently. Bob saluted good-naturedly and adjusted his shoulder basket. Mabel looked around for Isabel and found her talking to one of the horses in a soft voice. She was so pretty, Mabel thought, glancing at John. She wondered suddenly if that was the reason for Gwen's dislike of her. "Isabel, can you make sure the boys know what they're doing with those papers, and then maybe go see if Mother and Gwen need help with lunch?" Isabel smiled at her and waved, moving to where her 2 little brothers were waiting with the papers. How quiet Joe was, Mabel thought. So unlike his older brother, who laughed easily and chattered incessantly. John could be happy with a girl like Isabel. Such a sweet smile. Not striking like Gwen, but sweet and amiable. For that matter, so could Robin. Look what had happened at the dance. In the end, Isabel stayed and helped the boys, who were young and getting behind, and it was Gwen who came up from the house and said, "Lunch is ready." They trooped down the hill, swatting flies away from their damp faces, thirsty and ready for some food. Mabel threw herself under a tree at the edge of the lawn with a sandwich and willed Bob, who was jostling with the Armstrong boys by the table, to come and sit by her. "You work hard for a girl," he teased, flopping down beside her. Their shoulders were touching, and she could feel her face flushing. It was like being at the dance all over again. That wonderful dance with him. Touching him. Being close to him. In the 3 weeks since the summer fete, he'd hardly paid her any attention. But she knew the fight had thrown everything off. It had worried her, but now she could see how he felt about her. "You're lovely and pink from the exercise," he said. She turned to him. His smiling face was close to hers. "Well, you're bright red. You'll get all grizzled like your dad if you're not careful." He looked at her for a moment, his expression suddenly serious. God, she thought, I've said the wrong thing. "I'm sorry," she faltered. "Oh, don't worry. My dad's all right. He's had to work hard. Worry probably does it more than anything. Speaking of which, where are those boys got to?" He stood up and called his sister. "Isabel, have you seen Andrew and little Joe?" Isabel, leaning on a nearby tree with her arms crossed, had been watching her brother and Mabel. She pushed herself erect and looked back up the path to the orchard. "They probably went to talk to the horses. I'll go." "I'll go with," Bob said, and strode off after her, leaving Mabel with a wink. Mabel sat, her heart in her mouth. He meant for her to go with them, she thought. She looked around the garden where people sat in the shade, finishing the last of their lunches, taking cookies off a plate Gladys was handing around. She stood up, brushed off the back of her overalls, and started walking after them. She had just passed the barn when she felt her arm pulled. Bob, winking, pushed her gently against the wall of the side of the barn, out of everyone's sight. He leaned in, kissing her, exploring her mouth, pressing his body into hers. "Got 'em!" It was Isabel from somewhere near them. Bob pulled away from Mabel and pushed at her as if wanting to put distance between them, and in that moment Isabel caught sight of them. She stopped for a moment, and then turned angrily away, pushing the children back toward the picnickers. Chapter 18. She tossed long into the night. At last Mabel blearily turned on her lamp and took up her book, hopeful that the prose would impose order on her careening thoughts. It was absurd that after all these years she should be seized again by the shame of having been lured so easily into the thrall of that horrible family. February, 1911. Bob came into the house from the closed-in back porch where he had left his boots. The kitchen smelled sour, of cabbage soup, wet wool, and unwashed people, and already seemed as dark as night, though outside the thin light of winter evening still clung to the tops of the trees like mist. Isabel was near the stove, where she'd obviously been trying to do something with the soup, but she had the baby in one arm and he had been crying. She was trying to jostle him into a better humour. His eyes were beginning to close. Bob shook his head. Isabel was forced to cope with the baby because his mother never got out of bed. She had to be coaxed by Henry or Isabel to feed the infant. Isabel was still only 17, but she looked weary and full of shadows, as if she expected no other life than this one. Charlie felt anger well up in him as he put down the armload of kindling. "He's asleep now. Lay him down in his crib." Henry had gone to help Lady Armstrong, and Andrew was playing with the girls from down the road. Charlie pushed her gently toward the room where Marla Anscombe lay in a perpetual stupor. "His ma will hear him when he wakes up. Go on." "But she can't. She's his ma. She's got to. She ain't never going to get better if you do everything for her." He watched her as she came back, tucking her hair behind her ear, looking nervously back into the solitary bedroom, which was dark and cold. He felt a shock of confusion. Mabel was waiting for him, but he had a momentary vision of kissing Isabel. He shook his head slightly and thought about the woman in the orphanage all those years ago. "You'll be able to have a better life, your own farm in the healthy open places of Canada." Isn't that what that lady in the black dress had said? Nothing was healthy about their life right now. Watching Isabel, drained of life, the spark gone out of her eyes, he thought what a lie it had all been. In a short time the world would descend into the grey semi-darkness of a winter evening, like some land that hovered between life and death. Mabel waited where he had told her to wait, at the edge of the path hidden by the tall spruce, and looked furtively into the misty and overwhelming vastness of the forest silence. She shuddered with a combination of excitement and fear. If Mummy or Gwen knew... But she could not look away as Bob came around the house from the kitchen porch in the grey light, and then down the path toward her. Fearful, she knew she was on the brink of something wonderful. Bob found her, and smiling, put a finger to his lips, led her across the yard to the building where whoever had built this place intended to store tools. There was a ladder and a massive two-man saw lying along the length of the wall, and various buckets and the wash tin had been pushed into the small space. In the darkness inside, Mabel wasn't sure what she was meant to be looking at, when suddenly light flared up and danced up the wooden walls. Bob held up the kerosene lamp he'd lit and said, "See?" Mabel looked nervously around the small space. Somewhere he'd found a rug, and on this he'd situated a couple of stools and a pile of blankets and some pillows. Where could he even have gotten these things? She'd been in the house once or twice, and the squalor had nearly overwhelmed her. They barely had a rug for the floor. "Where did you get these things?" "I didn't steal 'em, if that's what you're worried about. In fact, old Lady Armstrong gave me some blankets she had and a pillow. She said she worried about all of us fitting into this little house, and I said I was old enough to go on my own, only I didn't have nothing to do it with. She said she wished I could stay in the schoolhouse because of the stove, only I said I needed to be here for the others with the way things is going." Bob jerked his head in the direction of the house. He turned back to her and pulled her toward him, bending to kiss her. Mabel felt herself gasp at the sudden force of what she felt and pulled away. She sat down on the pile that was the bed and was surprised by how soft it was. She suddenly wanted to curl up here in the golden light and pretend she was in another almost unimaginable world, away from her boring life with her sister and her mother. She lay down, tucking herself part way under the blankets, and thought about them together, older and able to strike out on their own. Bob came down beside her, putting the lamp on one of the stools so the light threw a long shadow of him up the wall. Lying down, he pulled himself close to her, and she could feel his body pressed against her coat. He reached under the blanket, undoing her coat, pressing his limbs against hers. She allowed herself to be held and to be kissed, warmth flooding through her. "Listen," he whispered. "The first chance we get, we leave. I'm old enough now. I can look after you. First chance. Maybe right after harvest so we know the Anscombs is okay." Mabel greeted this with a puzzled look toward the door, beyond which lay the house, gloomy, sickly, hopelessly mired in a constant shadow. "Why do you say that as if they aren't your family?" "Quit fussing." He took her face and turned it gently toward him. "Say yes." He kissed her, feeling a rising hunger again. "Does this mean we'll be—" She had a sudden fear of saying the rest of the sentence. She wanted to say, "Together forever." "You don't need to worry about nothing, okay?" There was no warning. The door was pulled open and Henry Anscombe stood filling the doorway, the light of the lantern emphasizing the lines of his outrage. "Slut!" he shouted. He yanked Mabel up by the arm and pulled her out into the night. "You go back where you belong," he said to her. "We don't need you sticking your nose around here." Mabel stumbled backward, trying to do up her coat, running into Isabel, who stared at her, her face contorted in disbelief. "Charlie!" Isabel said, pulling her gaze away from Mabel to Bob, where he stood face to face with Henry. "Charlie, what is this?" Mabel found herself unable to turn away. "You whelp!" Henry was yelling, but Bob had him by the collar and had pushed him against the shed, his fist raised. The next moment, Henry was on the ground where he'd been pushed, saying, "You will regret that for the rest of your life." The spell broken, and fear engulfing her, Mabel turned and ran. The memories tumbled back. She kept thinking about Isabel crying, Isabel shocked by seeing Bob kissing her, Isabel crying out "Charlie" on that horrible night, the fight over Isabel after the dance all those years ago, Isabel with the locket. Isabel. It's what they all thought. She groaned and turned, pulling the covers tightly around her, squeezing her eyes shut. At 4 she turned out her light and tried to breathe herself into calmness, but was jolted awake again by the certainty that it hadn't been a bear on the mountain the day before. It had been a human. As her thoughts rolled through why she suddenly thought this, she drifted into an exhausted sleep. "Mabel!" Her sister's raised voice penetrated her sleep, and Mabel opened her eyes, surprised to see that sun was pouring through the window. 10 in the morning. She heard Gwen again from the bottom of the stairs. "Are you getting up any time today? Mother wants to discuss the garden. We have to think about getting the peas in." "Yes," Mabel called. "I'll be down in a minute. Stop your caterwauling." Gwen and Gladys were already outside, their breakfast done, when Mabel came downstairs. With a gargantuan effort of will, she pushed aside the misery of her night and mentally packed it into wherever she kept unpleasantness buried. What she didn't put aside was the fact that she was sure now that the noise she'd heard in the underbrush in her walk up the hill with dogs was human. She drank her tea and, with some relief, put her mind to trying to imagine who would be lurking in King's Cove, especially so far from anyone's house. While the current denizens were becoming decidedly eccentric as they got older, none of them was, in her mind, a lurker. In a burst of independence, she decided she would go straight down to Kenny. If someone were hanging about, he'd be likely to know about it. Perhaps some new homesteader had come, and they simply hadn't heard about it yet. "Where are you going?" her mother asked, as Mabel came out of the kitchen and started around to the back of the house. "We've got decisions to make here, what with everything all at 6s and 7s. I imagine the two of you can cope. I've got to go see Kenny." "She's behaving very peculiarly," Gladys complained to Gwen. Gwen felt herself not above the same criticism and said nothing, watching her sisters retreating back. But she agreed. Something was up with the way Mabel had been moping about lately. At the post office, Mabel found Alice Mather just leaving, swinging her walking stick in that vaguely dangerous way she had. Alice glanced at her, lifted her stick in salute, and then continued up the hill. Well, at least she was out and about, Mabel thought. Must be between spells. Inside, Lane was chatting with Eleanor, and they both looked up, smiling, when Mabel came in. "I need to see Kenny." "And good morning to you, Mabel," Eleanor said, and then turned back toward the inside of the house. "Kenny, Mabel's here for you. I'll send her in." "Kenny's through there. Has something happened?" she asked, turning back to her neighbour. "I'm not sure. I suppose you can all hear about it," Mabel said, suddenly feeling like it might not be that important after all. Inside, having told her story about the figure in the trees, Mabel was about to apologise about making a fuss when Lane spoke. "You're not imagining things at all. An old fellow was seen bathing in the lake a couple of days ago by a young girl who was hiding out in someone's cottage, and I am certain that someone was using the shed at that old property that the Anscombs used to live in. It can't be pleasant for him. Rodents had got into some food that was left there. But you saw him yesterday, so I wonder why he's hanging about here. It's so far from anywhere." "And is he dangerous?" asked Kenny. "Surely not," Eleanor said. "He had a perfect chance to hit Mabel on the head and he didn't. He could just be a drifter looking for a place to stay dry. Some of those poor fellows who came home from the war and who haven't adapted very well do wander about." The young girl said he was old, but anything over 25 could seem old to her, especially with a beard. "I have to phone the inspector this morning," Lane was going to say to report on her progress, but then realised Mabel was not quite in on her spying mission, and so continued, "I can tell him that the man has been spotted again. Perhaps he'll have an idea." Mabel, back at home and trying to focus her attention on the problem of where to plant the peas this year to avoid getting in the way of the rebuilding of the cellar, whenever the blasted police took the tarp away, underwent a good deal of scrutiny from Gwen and Gladys. While she was impatient, she was reluctant to worry them with her sighting of the person in the wood, particularly now that she knew she hadn't been imagining it. Still, considering the dressing down she'd get if she didn't tell them, and one of them later ran into him, she caved in. "I thought I saw someone in the woods yesterday, if you must know, up behind the ridge. It wasn't any of us either before you say anything. I thought maybe Kenny would know if there was someone new. Anyway, Lane Winslow was there and said someone had been spotted by some runaway girl down by the lake." "And you didn't think to tell us?" Gladys asked, amazed. "What if he starts stealing things? Our garage is wide open with all our preserves in it." "I don't see how my telling you would help," she said defensively. "Anyway, he might be hungry. We'll never get through all that lot. What if he's some poor addled war vet?" "Golly, I'm sorry, it's me again. Mabel's just been to see me. You know that old guy Erin Landy saw bathing in the lake? Well, there's been another sighting. Mabel thought she saw someone in the woods up behind their orchard, and as it happens, I saw that someone had been squatting in a shed at an abandoned property. Anscombe's property, actually. I was up there looking about. After the business with the locket, I felt the Anscombes might be involved." Darling quelled a knot of anxiety that was beginning to rise. "You've been up to the abandoned property? Did you find anything, Detective?" "No need to be sarcastic, Inspector. I was just curious. I like to see where things happened. In this case, I wanted to see where the Anscombes happened." "Oh, I see. It is more important now that we've tracked the locket to one of them. I shouldn't have been tramping around up there." Lane cursed inwardly to find herself once again embarrassed and wrong-footed with the inspector. She could see his newfound trust in her vanishing in an instant. "Don't worry. There's likely nothing left that relates to this case. I know they haven't lived there for nearly 35 years. Any number of vagrants could have taken up temporary residence there in that time. But what would be useful is if you could make some notes for me. You might as well include your notes about your visit to the house. Did you make any other observations there?" Relieved at his apparent unconcern with her bumbling, she said, "It is a cold and miserable place. I bet it was when they lived in it too. It's much too small for all those children, very little light. Everyone who remembers them says the mother was sickly and rarely came away from the house with her 2 younger children. I got the idea that she might have had a sort of melancholy. Robin Harris does remember being up there and roping the younger boy into helping with something or other, and Reginald Mather, true to form, said she must have been quite pretty at one time. I can't imagine anyone being happy in that house, even if they weren't suffering from some sort of depressed state. They decamped, taking anything they could, I expect. The bedsteads were left, some furniture, and ghastly little piles of mouldy clothes here and there, and a pitiful child's boot." "That could be interesting. Did you bring it away with you?" "No. I thought of it, though." "Well, it'll still be there if we want it. Can you write it all up? You've been particularly good at seeing patterns or anomalies. You never know what might be revealed when it's all laid out on your map. You are doing the map, I suppose?" "Indeed I am, with the addition of a very smart timeline down the margin. I feel the weight of the responsibility you have given me, Inspector. You should come have a look at it." "I should like that." It alarmed Darling how fervently he meant this. "And Miss Winslow, please stay away from that property now. Just because your vagrant hasn't done anything yet, it doesn't mean he won't. As to developments at this end, Ames has had a call from Manitoba, and the father in that family was involved with the death of a child there before he came here, and he seems to have died under mysterious circumstances himself. I'm concerned about that vagrant. We don't know who he is, but we've put the business of this dead child in the papers, so we don't know what it's flushed out of the bushes. I'll try to come up tomorrow with Amesy and have a look about. Oh, blast, we can't. I have to prepare for the hearing of the delinquent girl. That's coming up in a couple of days. Look, in the meantime, can you try to be careful?" "Not to worry, Inspector. I'll be as careful as can be." Darling hung up the receiver, wishing that he could believe that Miss Winslow intended to heed his warning. She had been very unobliging about this sort of thing in the past. Chapter 19. A late afternoon ushered in a drop in temperature, and Lane, working hard on her notes, felt its effects at the same moment that she realized the sun was already low in the sky and she had not yet lit her stove. With an imprecation, she pulled on her wool jacket and went out to the woodshed with her basket. Here she discovered she had gotten behind on her wood splitting, and she rolled up her sleeves. As she took up her axe, she remembered that just up the road there was a whole shed full of wood that no one at all was using, and though most was, like hers, not split, there was a small pile ready to use. It was only when she was steering the car up past the Bertoli's house toward the old Anscombe place that she admitted to herself that the wood would probably be damp and unusable, and what was really going on was a renewed curiosity to see the place and perhaps bring out the boot. There would, she calculated, be at least another hour of light. With the engine of the car off, she sat in the total silence and gazed at the house from the road. She tried again, more concretely this time, to imagine the house alive with the Anscombe family. In the spring, with evening coming on. The house was higher than hers, closer to the looming mountain and forest that backed King's Cove. The mountain already sank the house in shadow, causing Lane to shiver. The mother would be in the kitchen preparing food, her daughter Isabel helping, or perhaps looking after the younger children. There would be smoke from the chimney. The father and the older boy would be outside splitting wood or washing. Where would they wash? She hadn't seen any sort of bathing facility in the house, she realized. Would they use the metal washtub in the shed? The misery of the settler's life filled her with a fearful sadness. We usually think of idyllic life in the country, Lane thought, always pictured in the late summer during the day. Apples beaming and blushing in rich orchards, gardens arrayed in sunny rows. Plump, pink-faced children smiling as they help with the harvest. We don't imagine it on a cold spring evening after a long winter of scarcity, unsanitary conditions, the ever-present danger of fire from kerosene, and the endless hardship of every little act, constant drudgery for already exhausted and unhappy people. Oh, for heaven's sake, she chided herself out loud. People were used to it then. It was all they knew. Everyone outside a city lived like that. But she could not shake the feeling that this was a house with an unrelieved burden of sadness about it. Even knowing that after nearly 35 years there would be nothing left to tell the story of the child and the locket, Lane moved more deliberately through the house, imagining more completely where people slept, what they were tasked with. All the children must have slept in one of the small rooms and the parents in the other. Perhaps the two smaller children, or only the baby, slept with the parents. The stove in the kitchen would have been kept going, perhaps ashes banked for the night. A large kettle on the hob for hot water, laundry hanging over the stove. She looked up. She could see hooks in the ceiling for pulleys, but the wooden laundry rack was gone. In the sitting room she tried to imagine a Chesterfield and some chairs, some books, but then realized that in a house this small, the room might have been used as a sleeping room as well. When she was a child, she had visited local farmers with the cook, and in the winter all the beds were pulled into the kitchen. It was the only place warm enough in those bitter northern winters. Outside again, she bypassed the woodshed, moved toward the other dilapidated shed, and pulled the latch up. The door swung open, and in the silent darkness she heard a faint, unnerving scurry. She moved to the metal wash basin. Here clothes and people would be washed. She touched the rim, and could feel the disintegration of rust under her fingers. She wished she had brought her flashlight, as the darkness inside this outbuilding made any further exploration impossible. She would come back in the morning. Taking her wood basket from the back seat of the car, she returned to the woodshed, and trying to still a feeling of guilt, she began to pile the split wood into the basket. It was stealing, she saw that, but not from anybody really, she told her conscience. When her basket was full, she stretched and was about to leave when she saw the splitting block. She looked around the small space. You couldn't swing an axe in here, she thought. Her own block was outside, ready for use. She imagined the family leaving, packing everything into the wagon to be pulled down the hill to the steamer, horses waiting, trying to reach tufts of grass, while the family went in and out of the house with mattresses, boxes, bags of clothes. She moved the block a few inches forward, and immediately the pile of logs began to shift, and some rolled free as if making a break for it after all the years of being held. She hastily pushed the block back into place, but the balance was disturbed and more logs rolled down. Jumping back toward the door to avoid being hit, she chuckled nervously at what Darling would say if he could see her, and waited till the action subsided. She was about to push some logs back away from the door so she could close it, when she noticed something crushed against the wall. It was almost unrecognizable at first. Hoping it was not a desiccated animal, she wrinkled her nose and pulled it out into the dim light. The mate, she was sure of it, to the boot inside the house. The logs that had been on top of it had crushed it, but it was clearly the same size as the other one. How old would a child who wore this boot be? 5? She felt an overwhelming desire to reunite it with its mate, a kind of mute testament to the last moments in the house of the vanished family. Returning to her car, she looked for some sort of cloth in which to wrap the boots, and found in her trunk the picnic rug that she used for trips down to the lake. The rug would probably end up smelling of mildew, she thought regretfully, but a good airing would take care of that. Inside the house it was so dark that she could barely see what she was about. With a quiver of distaste, she moved through the kitchen and sitting room to the bedroom to retrieve the boot. She could see immediately that it was gone. She crouched, frowning, and lifted the cloth. Nothing. Now frightened, she backed toward the door, looking through the murky light to make sure she was alone, and then she turned and surveyed the living room, trying to hold her breath so she could hear any sound. The silence pressed in, and seemed to emphasize the rapid beating of her heart. And then she saw it, sitting on the window ledge, carefully placed there by someone. "Hello?" she said. She could hear the wavering in her voice. There was no answer. She darted forward, seized the boot, and clutching the boots, bolted out the kitchen door. Her anxiety to be away from the house gave her wings, and she hurried to the car and sat in the driver's seat, her heart pounding. Carefully she put the boot next to its mate on the blanket on the seat beside her and went to start the car. Blast! She dropped the car keys somewhere. Propelled by a combination of fear and fury at herself, she went back to the woodshed, thinking that it was the most likely place she had dropped them, because she would have heard them hit the floor in the house. She could not see them at first glance. Wincing, she began to feel along the sod floor, hoping it was relatively rat-free. With a flood of relief, her hand fell on them where they lay, on a scrap of discarded cloth near the wall. She seized them and was about to retreat, anxious to be home in the warmth and light of her sitting room, when she pulled at the cloth. It seemed, in the dark, to be a garment. God knew how long it had been there. Mice had no doubt been nesting in it. She peered at it for some time before she realized it was a shirt. She was about to turn away and leave it when it came to her that what she could see of it looked like it was small, something belonging to a child. She grabbed it, bolted back to the car, and threw it next to the boots. Back in her own house, she locked her door for the first time, looking nervously into the dark through the panes of glass in her door. She should get a curtain, she thought. Anyone could see in. In the same moment she rebelled against any loss of her sense of security and carried her takings into the kitchen. She laid the shirt and boots out on a towel and looked at them. It was impossible now not to imagine that these belonged to the dead child, though the shirt could have belonged to anyone in the Anscombe family and been demoted to a cleaning rag. It was stained and mouldy and appeared to be very fragile. It might have been blue once, she thought. One sleeve had been patched, tiny stitches unravelling along the edge of the repair. With a sigh, she realised she had left her basket of purloined wood sitting outside the woodshed. Putting her treasures on the stairs to the attic, she went outside, looking defiantly into the darkness, as if to challenge any interloper who would dare approach her, and got a few logs for the fire. Her night's supply of wood by the stove, she lit the fire and turned her mind to dinner. She washed her hands thoroughly in her kitchen sink to get off the stink of mildew, put her kettle on, and opened her fridge to see what she could put together. She smiled at the irony of its sparse contents. She loved good food, had grown up with excellent cooks, and had many fine meals even during the early years of the war with Angus, who managed to find out-of-the-way restaurants that still produced top-notch food until scarcity reduced everyone's diet to spam and root vegetables. There was still cheese to be had in her fridge. Beans on toast, she decided, with cheese grated onto it. Having settled on that, she opened a can of beans and dumped it into a saucepan, turning the heat on low. She cut a thick piece of bread and decided not to put it in the toaster till everything else was ready. She'd far too often been distracted and left the toast to burn. She would eat, as she always did, in front of her Franklin, and think about the case. The flames danced cheerfully in the grate, and Lane, full now, with her plate and wineglass on the floor beside the chair, could not shake the memory of the almost elemental fear she felt when she saw that the boot had been moved. Darling was right. She was far too careless. Someone had been in the house, found the boot, and placed it on the window ledge. Though she was sure he had not been there at the moment she discovered the boot was moved, he could have been. What if he was the killer, and having read the paper was coming to cover his tracks, to make sure he'd left nothing that could be traced back to him? She looked at her watch. She wanted desperately to tell Darling, but it was too late to reach him at the station. And she'd have to listen to an earful about not being careful. Well, he could jolly well wait. Her doors were locked and she was perfectly safe. As she washed her dishes in her gleaming sink and put them away, She thought about the lives of the Anscombs in that miserable house in those last years before the Great War. Some rural people even now in these modern times did not yet have running water, electricity or telephones. Many still used wood stoves, even when they did have electricity. The Hughes and the Armstrongs still did. She tried to imagine life in 1910, without even the option of electricity and hot water to augment the stoves in the long cold winters with short days, and the endless need to keep the stove full, wood cut, children fed long after whatever had been harvested was nearly gone. The one big impression, she decided, was of a grueling existence. Any children would have had to work as hard as their parents from the minute they could contribute any small labour. She thought again about how dangerous it must have been, especially for children. Everything she had seen posed a danger. Hot stoves, kerosene, axes, saws, falling, drowning, sickness and infection, lack of adequate food, the neglect of an exhausted and depressed mother. Her childhood had been filled by the sad head-shaking of the cook and the maids at her grandparents' house when yet another child had died of some mishap in the home of one of the local farmers. Children were hard to keep alive, she thought, which led to either an almost casual neglect of their emotional needs as children or to an overabundance of cosseting and care. She herself had been fussed over by every member of her household, from the housekeeper to the parlour-maid. She had been in very little peril, with so many adults looking out for her, and no responsibilities for chores or the use of dangerous implements. When her mother had gotten ill, she was not even allowed to see her until she was dying, so great was the fear of her becoming infected. Well, that wasn't fair, she thought, to think ill of the dead child's mother. She may have been an excellent mother, but somehow a child, possibly one of hers, had died, probably right there, and been buried, illogically, in Gladys's root cellar. Possibly killed by someone in its family, perhaps by whoever had moved that damn boot. She pushed aside this thought. She wished now she had seen the child. Perhaps she would ask Darling if she could come in and see the skeleton. She wasn't sure what good it would do, though she might be able to get a sense of the child's size. Darling had said that the coroner saw evidence of damage to the ribs and a bang on the head, plus the healed wrist bone. How old was the break, she wondered? An accident or a thrashing? She should add dangerous parents to her list, she thought, and sat up, pulling her little table with her notepaper on it toward her. Meticulously making a list of everything she had seen, she wrote down the ways a child could have died. Though it was a grim list, noting all the ways a young person could die by accident or sickness, it was nowhere near as grueling as imagining someone deliberately taking the child's life. It was significant, she suddenly realized, that the pathologist believed the injuries had happened all at once, bar the one on the wrist. It could mean, and she rather earnestly hoped it did, that the child had not been beaten, and even that it had died through no fault of the parents. After all, the child might have fallen, or might have been carried away by an infection or some sort of flu, and the bones crushed by the weight of the soil it was buried in. She made a note to ask Kenny whether a spate of illnesses had swept through the area before the war. She suspected, though, that the fact that the child had been buried in this secretive manner gave lie to any of her hopes of an accidental death. There was nothing to explain that, and she and all the members of the King's Cove community might have to accept that it was possible that no one would ever discover why. Chapter 20. November 1930. Mr. A, time to wake up for your tea. Come on, old-timer. Wendy gave him a gentle shake on the shoulder. The old man slumped forward, his head falling with a bang on the card table he'd been sleeping in front of. His arms, which had been resting in his lap, slid off to hang by his sides like dead snakes. It was only Wendy's first week at the nursing home, and her shrieks brought the woman who manned the desk at the end of the room running. The woman surveyed the scene with a practiced eye. She could see immediately what had happened. Heart attack. They had them all the time. No need for this chit of a girl to carry on like this. There now, you calm down. Run and get the doctor in his office. Mr. A was bound to go. It was just a matter of time. Come on, pull yourself together. Now. Wendy ran out of the room, sniffling, trying earnestly to pull herself together, wiping her sniffles with her handkerchief, but she couldn't still the voice in the back of her mind that kept saying, "But he was fine this morning." Everything went out of her mind except that awful sound of his head falling like a cannonball. The shouting, the man who had left, banging the front door behind him. Everything was washed away from her mind by the awful finality of death. After a restless sleep, Lane made tea instead of coffee. This morning she wanted its sugary comfort. When she tried to analyse her own unease, it was, she realised, that she had had to lock her doors. She stopped midway in putting the second spoonful of sugar into her cup. She had begun to think of the vagrant as dangerous. But why? He might have had something to do with the child's death. Why had he come back now? Oh, of course, the newspaper. Was he coming to cover his tracks? But really, all that had happened was that he had, in the course of his exploration of the house, found the shoe and moved it. It wasn't much after all. He'd not tried to break into anyone's house, had not stolen anything. She shook her head at her own foolishness. The light of day made everything clear, blowing away ridiculous and unfounded fears. But she knew as well that part of her mood was from having written down the night before how a child might die. The process had given flesh and substance to the child from the burial. She tried to give it words, thought about haunted and then settled on bound. She felt bound to the child, a determination to know about its short life, to tell its story. "Inspector," Lane said, "good morning." "And a good morning to you." Darling paused, and she could hear that he'd put his hand over the receiver and was talking to someone else. "There, I've gotten rid of Ames. He's had no luck at all tracing likely missing children. I've sent him off on a quixotic errand. I hope you were calling to tell me you have found out the name of the child and how it died." "We all seem to be off on quixotic errands of your devising. I'm no further forward with knowing, I'm sorry to say. I'm afraid I will disappoint you when I tell you I went back to the house late yesterday afternoon. We're still assuming that is where it happened. Anyway, I did spend the evening making notes about all the ways a child could die in that miserable house. I was quite depressed by the time I went to bed." There was a brief silence, and then Darling said, "You're right. I am disappointed. We have a possible culprit, and we have a vagrant whose identity and intentions we do not know." Lane ignored the implications of this observation. "I'm afraid I will further disappoint you when I tell you that my object in going there was to swipe some wood that I found on my last visit, already chopped and ready to burn." "I shall add larceny to your charge sheet, then." "And?" "Yes. Well, I didn't come away empty-handed. You remember I found a boot the first time I went there? Yesterday afternoon I found its mate in the woodshed under a pile of logs. So I went back into the house to get the first boot, only—" She paused, trying to think how to put it so it would sound quite reasonable. "Only I found that someone, our vagrant, I suppose, had moved the boot. I found it sitting on the window-sill." There was a long silence, during which Lane felt her heart sinking. He was going to be tiresome, she thought. "I see." He could hear the pinched anger in his voice. He too stopped and tried to think about what to say. "Look, Inspector, I'm sure you're cross because you told me not to go back there. No doubt you're imagining me meeting him in the dark and getting hit on the head or something. But I thought about it, and I won't say I wasn't scared. I did skedaddle out of there, and I even locked my doors before you ask. But when you think about it, that vagrant has disturbed no one at King's Cove. He bathes in the lake and hasn't tried to break into anyone's house or steal food. I'm sure I was perfectly safe." Darling sighed. "I suppose you were right. But suppose, shall we, that he is the one who murdered the child and is back to cover his tracks? I thought of that. I think it's the reason I got out of there in a hurry and locked my doors. But just because one is afraid, it doesn't mean there is a real threat. He could simply be what he seems, a vagrant or a disturbed ex-soldier who, like me, pottered about the house exploring. We don't even know how long he's been here. He could have been here for ages, living quietly on the fringes. Darling had to confess to himself he saw the reasoning in this. I don't see that the possibility of his being a disturbed ex-soldier makes it better, he said begrudgingly. Anything else? I also found a shirt belonging to a child in the shed. I brought the shirt and boots home, and they are lying now on my attic stairs on a towel, making the place smell of mildew. The shirt is most likely a discarded rag, but the boots made me realize that I have no idea how small the person was, and I was going to ask if I could come in to see the remains. That's a good idea. Better than some of yours. Why don't you come into town today? Erin's hearing is this afternoon. You could come and sit among the plebs. Of course you are welcome to look at the remains of the child. I should warn you, it's a bit grim. He paused, and before Lane spoke, he added, I know, you're not likely to swoon. I shouldn't have said anything. If you want to know the truth, it is I who find it hard to look at. Lane felt a flood of warmth. They so often batted witticisms at each other, she had been about to do it again, and was completely caught off guard by his sudden honesty, his guileless putting of himself in her hands. This habit of exposing his real feelings when she was set to make some cynical remark was unnerving, because she felt herself always on the verge of being unkind. It would have to stop. I don't think there is anything harder to contemplate than the death of a child, Inspector. I made myself quite miserable thinking about it last night. I can't imagine how you cope with all you see. I will come in, and am very interested to hear about Erin. I'll bring the shirt and boots as well. Oh, and perhaps my map. What time would be good? If you leave now-ish, we'd have time for a visit to the morgue and lunch before the hearing. I better take you along to Lorenzo. I suspect he's been pining after you. Do you think you can get yourself here in one piece? Very funny, Inspector. See you soon. Lane hung up the receiver, pressing down the faulty hook that she still had not fixed, and thought with sudden delight about anyone listening in. The exchange girl in Balfour was quite capable of it. Lane imagined the girl's shock at hearing about a visit to the morgue, followed callously by a nice lunch at Lorenzo's. It was the loneliest thing she'd ever seen, Lane thought, looking at the skeleton, lying on the cold metal table, still stained with the soil it had lain in for all those years. I wish we knew for certain it was one of the Anscombs, she said quietly. You know, the little boots I found would fit. Upstairs in his office, Darling had laid out the shirt and boots on his desk, and he, Ames, and Lane now contemplated them. Sherlock Holmes would have done any number of experiments with obscure chemicals to determine whose shirt it is, if it has bloodstains and the name of the tailor, Lane said. You know, it doesn't look like it was cast away to be used as a cleaning rag. Of course, I'm probably just imagining that. The boots could definitely have fit this child, even been a little big. No laces. It would have flopped around in them, like so many children in the cast-off boots of an older sibling. We'll get these analyzed, see where they were made, said Darling. There seems to be so much contradictory evidence, Ames said. On the one hand, the child is buried in a way that is meant to hide the death. On the other, you have the gold locket being left, and even the fact that a broken arm was properly set, indicating it was cared for to some extent. Lane sighed. A thing that surprises me is that no one at King's Cove describes the family as squalid, in the way, say, a family might appear in the poorer parts of London, where I lived during the war. The father drinking and beating his wife and children, the children stealing to eat, and so on. If I put together everything people remember, the father was grim, but worked hard, both for himself and for other members of the community, if the story of the construction of the cellar is to be credited. 3 of the children went to school, at least part of the time. The mother is interesting, though, always described as unwell or sickly and as never coming away from the house. Now, mind you, she had another young child and a baby. She would have been fully occupied just keeping her family clean and fed, and if she wasn't strong, it is easy to understand why she wasn't gadding about the Cove attending teas. It just seems like a family that had beastly bad luck and could never quite make a go of it. Well, we need to add to that picture a father strongly implicated in the death of a child before. With that and the information about the locket possibly belonging to Isabel Anscombe, I'm not sure that we need look further. Mind you, we don't fully know the circumstances of the earlier death in Manitoba, and the fact that this child was buried in the Hughes' cellar means one of them could still be implicated, though it seems a very long shot under the circumstances, Darling mused. I can't think it would be Gladys. It's nearly 36 years ago. That would make Gladys 40-something. Already tough as boots, given the strength she still displays with shovels and that massive garden she keeps. In 1910 she has 2 nearly grown daughters, and her husband was recently deceased. Isabel, if we are going with one of the Anscombes, annoys her? Comes for tea and falls face down in the chicken coop and bangs her head, and Gladys can't revive her and doesn't know what to do with the body. She digs up the carefully constructed roof of her own root cellar, buries the girl there with her gold locket to assuage the spirit. It won't do, Inspector. Anyway, I've seen Gladys's locket. It houses a picture of a fearful old relation of hers. However, Lane put up her hand to stop a comment from Ames. The problem is that though we have a possible candidate for the murderer, we still do not have a candidate for the child. And it seems to me that we are narrowing down to 3 possibilities for the corpse, since Gilly isn't completely sure of the sex. Either Isabel or one of the 2 smaller Anscombe boys, the one who does go to school, or the small boy who is kept at home most of the time. Did I tell you? When I went to the schoolhouse, I found a lot of abandoned scribblers in boxes. One of them had one little attempt at a sentence by Joseph, who was the youngest boy, barring the baby. The teacher, Lady Armstrong, had clearly been the one to write his name at the top of the page. It was rather sad, really. It gave the impression that there was only one day he ever went to school. Of course one can't know that. Anyway, one of those 3 would make the most sense if we decide Anscombe is the guilty party. Well, we might never know if it was Anscombe Sr., Ames said. I found out he died of a heart attack in Creston back in 1930. Oh, said Lane. If he's dead, he's not the vagrant coming around covering his tracks. I do wonder if anyone else was involved in the build that the Hughes ladies don't remember because they were more peripheral, the people who delivered the lumber, say. I also don't know if everyone is telling the absolute truth. That's a very depressing thought. The really odd thing is that there is not a whisper of gossip. No one is saying, remember all that funny business. She turned to Ames. Obviously nothing came of your research into a missing child during the early 1910s, or you would have said. Though when I think of it, I've been told twice that Isabel disappeared. Nothing. In fact, his nibs had me look into locating any of the 3 of them, and so far it's like they disappeared off the face of the earth. Mind you, I haven't heard from everywhere, but still. Good grief, I hope they haven't all been killed. Well, if they have, I'm sure Miss Winslow will find the other bodies for us, Darling said. Miss Winslow, can we have a look at your map? I'm not sure what more it can do, but I'd like to be able to visualize the whole scene. Lane pulled out her folded paper. She smoothed the map down and said, Here it is, though at this juncture I think there is little doubt we are looking at the Anscombe family. Darling looked at where she was pointing, the square she had drawn at the end of the top of the road that went past the Bertolli's renovated cabin. It's a goodish bet, yes, though it's still circumstantial. There's nothing we have in hand at the moment to tell us that. Even the boots you brought are too big for a small child, and probably too small for a big one. I'm not sure we'll ever know for sure. The gold locket appears to be the one that Gwen Hughes says she saw on the older girl, Isabel, and certainly there are 2 boys that might be possible candidates, but we'd have to explain how either of them ended up with Isabel's locket. We have the boots and shirt, but they could belong to absolutely anyone. As to who did it, we have the possibility that it could have been the father, Henry Anscombe, either deliberately or accidentally, as we know now that he may have form. But I wouldn't want to hang a man on that kind of evidence. In any case, nothing to hang. There is something odd here, though. Ames is waiting for them to call back with a report that was taken at the time, because one of the nurses thought Henry had died after an argument with his son. Gracious, said Lane. Very odd indeed. The peculiar thing is that no one who spoke of him, the father I mean, described him as particularly violent. But of course people can be quite violent in their own homes and not show that side of themselves to the outside world. Mostly they talk about how poor the family was. It seems that the older of the two younger boys, Andrew, was quite sturdy. He was out and about a good deal according to Kenny and Harris. The only person who claimed to have ever seen the younger one was Harris. He seems to have been palsy with the oldest boy, Bob. They were of an age. In fact, he said they had fought once when Bob thought Harris was making passes at Isabel. It must not have disturbed the friendship much, though. He said he was up at the house helping from time to time, and they would get the littlest boy, Joe, to help with small things. And I did find that one copybook with his name in it. Who lived in the Bertolli's fancy log cabin during this period? Asked Darling, looking back at the map with interest. That is where the Chases lived. The cabin wasn't fancy then. They're the ones whose youngest little girl drowned. I think they might have been gone by the time the cellar was built in 1910. We don't even properly have a year for this. Sometime between 1910 and just before the Great War, since that's when the Anscombe family left, Darling said. Well, closer to 1910 if we take into account when the gooseberry bushes might have been planted. It would be easier to bury someone in recently dug-up soil. It's so hard to imagine all these people 37 years ago, Lane said. Kenny and Harris would be in their early 20s, and Gwen and Mabel in their teens. So we have Kenny and his brother John and Harris all living here, with Lady Armstrong, at what is my house. We have the Armstrong cottage that is now the post office, and an Arthur Renshaw lived there on his own with no children. And then up the hill are the Hughes girls, and it's quite a distance from this cluster of houses up to the Mather house, and then the Bertolli's cabin and the Anscombe's house. I'm just trying to make out how isolated they were from one another, Lane continued. One thinks of a small community as a place where everyone knows everyone else's business, but I wonder about King's Cove in the early days. No telephones, everyone hard at work trying to survive. Is that how a child could disappear and no one hear about it, especially if you had a reclusive family? Could the mother have done something, by accident, say? Darling asked. Yes, why not? Lane said. And if they are already reclusive, might they not have felt shame and not want to let anyone know? I had a sort of feeling the other day that shame might have played a part. The problem is, it could have been any of these other people. What about this postman, Renshaw? He lived on his own. He could have had unsavoury predilections, Darling pointed out. But I can't see why it would have been hidden like this. The police or someone would have been involved. What's so odd is there appears not to have been any gossip. It's like someone disappearing underwater without a fight or a trace. That's why I think it happened inside the family. Well, never mind. No, what? Asked Darling. No, it's nonsense. It's like that damn ghost of Lady Armstrong opening my windows. Fantastical rubbish. But when I was at the house, I felt it. I felt the child had died there. In fact, thinking of it now, I think that's why I find the house so utterly oppressive. It's like the child's spirit is locked in there and can't get out. Of course that's rubbish. It's all about poverty and want, the dangers of homesteading. When I was a child, the local farmers' children were always having mishaps, falling or being kicked by horses, trapped in house fires, or hurt by farming equipment they were too young to use. For whatever reason, I think the child died there. There's no other explanation for the secrecy. As Lane spoke, she saw that she had indeed given words to what she believed, felt, while she was in that dark house. Miss Winslow, Darling said, sensing a new danger, her persistence. I want to ask you again to be careful and not to return to that house. The vagrant may be staying there, and we don't know what he is up to. Try, please, to leave this part of it to us. Yes, Inspector Darling, Lane said, with the most disarming smile. Darling looked at his watch. We'd better get a move on if we're to get in lunch before the hearing. Not you, Ames. You are doing very well so far. Reward yourself with a sandwich from next door and then get on the telephone again to see if they've scared up the report about Henry Anscombe's death. Chapter 21. Beaming with delight, Lorenzo welcomed them into the Italian restaurant he ran near the railroad station. He was very fond of the inspector for supporting his restaurant immediately after the war, when the local population had taken against any unfortunate immigrants from Italy or Germany. Things had begun to improve slowly for him, as more people were attracted to the excellent food, and the patriotic wartime spirit of empire was being replaced by current and local concerns, but he never forgot a kindness. It had been some time since the inspector had come to the restaurant with the beautiful Miss Winslow, and his view on her corresponded very much with that of Sergeant Ames. The inspector was mad to leave Miss Winslow unattached. "How lovely to see you again," the beautiful Miss Winslow now said to him. "I'm ravenous." Darling put his hat onto the coat rack and followed Lorenzo and Lane to the table. He rather liked being bossed around by Lorenzo, and he approved of his admiration for Miss Winslow. If so many reasons kept him from admiring her in the way he was beginning to believe he'd like to, at least Lorenzo could serve as his proxy. As was the usual practice, Lorenzo forbade any contemplation of the menu and brought instead what was the crowning achievement of his wife's labour in the kitchen for the day: an aromatic, lemon-scented risotto with veal. His wife watched her husband take the plates to the table. Lorenzo was right, she thought. The girl was extraordinarily beautiful. Not the blonde kind of beauty that seemed so favoured in this largely Anglo town, but dark, with all that rich auburn hair and green eyes. More like the beauty back home. Her husband loved the inspector and had already made up his mind that Miss Winslow was for him. She shook her head, turning back to the stove. You could never interfere in the love lives of others, however obvious a match might seem. So many things could get in the way. I was going to say how unimaginable it is that a child could disappear without a trace, and no one would care, but, Lane said, sipping the house white. You've said it now. But what? But if the child had been done in by a member of its own family, that child would never be reported as missing. But was Henry Anscombe violent? I mean, he was described as standoffish and grim. I would be too if I were fighting for every scrap to feed my family. They were variously described as pathetic and unlucky, but hard-working, willing to chip in to help neighbours. Darling shook his head. The trouble with violence in families is that it is often hidden from anyone on the outside. Children are afraid to talk. Wives say they've fallen down the stairs. It's very hard to get hold of. It's also very hard to get a conviction of a man who beats his family, unless he manages to kill someone. Lane was silent at this. She could hardly think of an adequate response. Or that older boy. He gets into a fight at least once that someone remembers, and he was mentioned in that earlier incident in Manitoba. Anyway, she said finally, I can't shake the image of that child dying. She felt in danger of an embarrassing bout of tears. What was it about Lorenzo's that seemed to bring out her vulnerability? She glanced around, slightly aggrieved. Come, let's put it aside for now. In my experience, problems sometimes solve themselves when you walk away from them. I'm in danger of being a miserable lunching companion. I would not lunch with anyone else in the world just now, Darling said. He reached across the table and placed his palm open on the table. Lane put her hand lightly into his. I remember the last time we came when my father died. I made a miserable lunching companion then as well. Darling's heart turned over. That lunch the previous December, when Lane had been distraught over the death of her father, she had allowed herself to be comforted, and for one brief period had let him in. That lunch had become the centre around which all his imaginings now flowed. "I don't suppose it would be a proper lunch if you weren't being miserable," he said. He pulled back at the sight of Lorenzo bearing 2 bowls of fragrant risotto. Lane closed her eyes to take in the aroma of the dish. Where does he get lemons at this time of year? What a luxury! He, or should I say the missus, is an alchemist to be sure. Lane smiled, watching Lorenzo attending to a new customer at the door. An excellent lunch like this fairly cries out for the balance of human tragedy. Otherwise we would become complacent and begin to develop the misapprehension that life, as the old song says, is just a bowl of cherries. An error into which both of us, with our life experiences, are bound to fall. Très amusant. But that's the thing, isn't it? Look at this lunch. Or spend a spring morning up at the Cove, with the sun glinting off the lake and the leaves beginning to appear on trees. Life is good, or I want to believe it is. When I came there last spring, I thought it was the most beautiful place I'd ever seen. I felt like it was an elixir to heal all sorrow. But I'm not sure now that all sorrow does heal. It fades a bit, I suppose, until something reminds you. You know, when I was looking at that wretched house on a cloudy afternoon, I saw all the dangers, for children in particular, and I thought, I won't marry. I won't have children. The risk of loss is too great. Darling hardly knew what to say to this, feeling himself risking great loss at that moment. There are so many things we will never tell each other, he thought. He reached over and retrieved her hand. I'm afraid I'm beginning to think about you a bit too much, even when I should be working. Lane was silent for a moment, feeling her heart compress. Really? She managed. I would have thought you had more discipline. Anyway, I'm not very interesting, and I suspect I'm a secret misanthrope. Perhaps. Perhaps we all are after the war. It might be what draws us toward one another. He was unable to relinquish her hand. This isn't very professional, Inspector. I'm sure you don't do this to Ames. She allowed him to turn her hand over and stroke her palm. Ames is unrepentantly sunny. He never has to be brought back from the brink of despair. Well, I'm back now. You can unhand me. I can never look at beans on toast again, not after having a meal like this. Perhaps we should not let it go to waste. Lorenzo would not forgive us for letting his lovely meal get cold. Lorenzo, come here. Lorenzo's wife was looking through the round window of the kitchen door. Look at that. He is holding her hand. Are you happy now? Lorenzo smiled and kissed her on the cheek. I am. I want him to be happy like me. Erin sat with her parents and aunt and uncle before the judge, her head down. Darling left Lane at a bench near the back of the courtroom with a few curious onlookers who appeared to be habitués of the entertainments to be found in courtrooms, and moved near the front, as he was to be called. Darling had told Lane that the proceeding was going to be relatively informal because Erin had never been in trouble before, and in the end the damage she had done had been minimized by its timely discovery and had hurt no one. They really only wanted to give her an object lesson. Still, Lane did not envy the girl this scrutiny. I arrived at 7 as usual and walked through making sure everything was in order prior to firing up. I was a bit more careful because Paul, the night watchman, had called me when he'd had to stop the young lady from wrecking the machinery. She'd jammed the axe into the chain that runs the belt. The foreman, in his work clothes as he had come away from his shift at the mill, was testifying. I see, said the judge. And what might the consequences have been had she not been discovered? What? Oh, I get what you mean. It likely would only have stopped the machine from working when we flipped the switch, but I suppose it could have somehow snapped out and hurt someone. As it was jammed in pretty good, and we had a hard time getting it out. The blade of the axe was hooked under the chain, and it was awkward to get at. At this, the judge looked over at Erin with an expression of mild interest, perhaps curious about how she could have had the strength to shove the axe in so that it was hard to remove. "It must have cost some production time to remove it," he asked the foreman. "We lost maybe an hour, and then we had to check everything over. That took some time." A cost, then," the judge mused and made some notes. Darling made a brief statement about being called out to look at the scene and his subsequent arrest of Erin. Then it was Erin's turn. While she had looked frail and miserable as she listened from the bench where she sat, once on the stand, she pulled herself erect and made a game attempt at looking defiant. Asked to explain her actions, the real logic behind it seemed elusive. She sat in silence for so long that people began to fidget and look at the judge. "My parents want me to marry Art," she said finally. "I don't want to marry him. That is, it's not that I don't want to marry him. I just don't want to marry." "I'm having difficulty understanding why this led to you damaging a sawmill," the judge said, frowning. "Symbolic, I guess," the girl said. She appeared undaunted by the judge. Anger, Lane thought, or futility seemed to have given the girl courage. "Paul works in a sawmill. He has to. His father is sick. That means he'll always work in a sawmill, and I'd spend the rest of my life here being a housewife. As it is, my parents are ashamed of me. They're ashamed that I won't be like other girls, just leave school and get married and have babies and be like everybody else. When I got in trouble, they even sent me to my aunt and uncle. They didn't even want to have to look at me. Look at them. They can't even look at me now." Indeed, her parents sat with their heads down, her mother clutching a handkerchief. The judge sighed and took up the papers on the table and then put them down again. "And what would you do instead of marrying?" Lane frowned. The judge managed to squeeze a good deal of censure into this question, she thought, as if he disapproved of girls not marrying. "I want to go away to university. I want to study science. I'm actually smart. They're ashamed of that, too." "You're not that smart, young lady, if you think breaking the law is going to get you what you want. I imagine your parents are ashamed of you for behaving in this willful manner, especially as they are going to be financially inconvenienced. I am going to assess damages in the amount lost by the mill for the time it took for them to repair your mischief. Mr. Landy, once this sum has been determined, you will pay it. Miss Landy, you will take a job immediately that your school semester has ended and repay your parents. I recommend that you set more realistic goals for yourself and marry as your parents wish, if that young man will still have you." His voice conveyed a sharp finality. Erin's mother approached her daughter where she sat, stunned in the witness box. Mrs. Landy tried to touch her daughter's arm. Erin shrugged her away impatiently. "I will pay back the money," she said, looking up at her mother, "and then I will leave. You will never see me again." Outside on the quiet side street where Lane had parked, Lane and Darling stood next to her car. They had walked back from the courthouse in complete silence. Still, Lane could scarcely bring herself to speak. "That," she finally managed, "was absolutely outrageous." "Well," Darling began, "don't make excuses, please." "Please, not after telling me men can't get convicted for beating their wives and children, and hearing that judge say that absolute nonsense to an intelligent girl who simply wants a life of her own. It's no bloody wonder she wants to run away. If she calls me, I've a good mind to help her. You'll no doubt be disappointed with that as well." With that, she got into the car, closed the door, and sat for a moment, fuming, trying to put the keys into the ignition. Then she rolled down her window. "Thank you for lunch, Inspector. I will let you know if I learn anything new about that hapless child." He leaned down to speak to her, his hand on the roof of her car. "Please, Miss Winslow. Lane, please promise me you will stay away from that property and continue to lock your doors. Promise me?" "I'm angry, Inspector, not suicidal. As to promising you, how about you leave my safety to me? I survived the war and I've no wish to die. That will have to do." Darling watched her drive away, his heart torn asunder. He had been about to make an excuse for the judge. He was ashamed to admit it. He was about to babble about the law and the relatively minor consequence meted out to the girl, who after all had damaged property. He suddenly saw it the way Lane must see it, a gathering of social forces to repress the aspirations of women. How would he have felt if it were a boy being talked to in the same way? How could he think himself in love with an independent, intelligent woman while accepting the status quo? He knew he hated how he saw women treated. He'd give himself that much. But suddenly now he felt himself culpable for he knew not what. Being a man. Not being able to stop this unquestioning power that men had over the lives of women. Seeing Erin as an unfathomable teenage girl who couldn't behave, instead of someone who was genuinely suffering, afraid of the doors closing on her life forever. With a sinking heart, he turned to go back into the station. What woman with any fight or brains would put herself into the hands of any man? At home later, Lane sat before her fire with a glass of scotch and contemplated the hearing. The darkness had closed around the cove, providing a quiet, peaceful sanctuary. She had been seething all the way home at the judge's suggestion that the girl buckle down and do what her parents expected. He had so little understanding of how a girl like Erin might respond to being ordered to be quiet and do as she was told. Typical man, she thought crossly. The war is over, ladies, back to the kitchen. But it was the matter of shame that occupied her now. Erin had said her parents were ashamed, and Lane rather agreed with at least one thing the judge had said. It was likely they were ashamed their daughter had done something to drag them into court. But were they ashamed in the way Erin thought? A girl her age would have an idée fixe about her parents, but might it not be the other way around? Erin was ashamed of her parents, of her town, of the life she was expected to lead. Indeed, of herself, perhaps, for behaving stupidly, when in fact she was, as she said, a very smart girl. Or the parents may feel shame themselves for being unable to understand or tame their clever daughter. Lane wondered about what role shame might have played in her own family. She thought that her father had probably been ashamed of her. Her sister was garrulous and charming. She had none of the introspection and sadness that crippled Lane and made her shy and nervous around her father. Her father wanted an entertaining and cheerful presence. Her sister was the perfect girl. Lane realized now that she was like the teenage Erin. Having decided her father was ashamed of her, she had formed her own opinion of him, and probably all men, around that idea. Perhaps instead it could be turned around. Maybe her own father had felt powerless to make his daughter happy, and his initial frustration with himself had turned to anger against her by the time she was a teenager. It might have been himself he was ashamed of. Whatever it was, she thought, it had caused him to put his more difficult daughter out of his mind. And she could very well be wasting her life being suspicious of men for no reason. No, she had reason. She had loved fully and without conditions once before. It had gone badly. She would not willingly revisit that pain. She got up and stretched, closed the door of the stove on the embers of the evening's fire, and took herself off to bed. She allowed herself a few moments of the onrush of feeling precipitated by thinking about Darling, and then she slept. This time, when she woke at 4 a.m, it was not an attack of panic, something she had been troubled with since the end of the war. This time it was the burial of the child in the roof of Gladys Hughes's root cellar. She had been right. There was shame involved there. She was sure of it. Chapter 22. Darling, who for once had resolved not to turn the anger he felt at himself on his subordinate, sat glumly in his office, contemplating the boots and shirt. His thoughts were interspersed with heart-sinking memories of Lane's face as he last saw it, outraged at the judge. Outraged at men in general. She was right. He should have more discipline, especially where the situation was absolutely hopeless. He had categorically not wanted to fall in love, not after his own wartime experience with what he could only remember as humiliation. he would come home to civilian life and concentrate on work. The problem with finding a beautiful and brilliant woman is that she would be too intelligent to give herself over to the vagaries and pain of love. With an effort of will, he pulled his mind back to the forlorn, battered boots. It would be difficult to determine if they were related to the little skeleton. He would have Ames take the boots around to the local cobbler and see if he could find out where they might have been made. He had, with great delicacy, measured what he could of the skeletal feet of the child in their lab, and determined that while the boots were likely a little big, there is nothing to say the child had not worn them. But there was nothing to say another child had not either. He had promised that he would come out the next day to look around for the vagrant man. It would mean being with Lane. Would she have gotten over her anger? It wasn't the kind of anger you got over. He wasn't even sure he'd be over his own shame by then. That's the bloody problem with being in bloody love, he muttered under his breath. While he felt some relief in finally admitting that he was in love, hopelessly and deeply, he knew nothing good would come of it. It made a mess of everything. He longed for the early days of the previous summer, when she had only been a beautiful suspect, and he had had a hold on his emotions. "Sir?" Ames said, popping his head in the door. "Did you say something?" "Must you pop up like some blasted clown in a farce? I did not say anything. Quit being a useless blight on the universe and take these boots down to Noel Roberts' repair shop and see if you can figure out where they came from," Darling barked, his resolve to be nice shattered. "And see if you have any further news on Joseph Anscombe, Andrew Anscombe, or Isabel Anscombe. We'll look like bloody fools if they turn out to be alive and well." Ames saluted and took the boots. He was dying to ask his boss how lunch had gone, but judging by his mood, some breakdown in communication had once again occurred. And Darling was unlikely to welcome his curiosity. "Oh, by the way, I was going to make an appointment with an elderly lady called Chase. She is the only surviving sister, but she told me over the phone that she had no memory of the family at all. And Vancouver didn't have much in the unsolved missing children portfolio for our era. A missing teenage girl, but from the 20s, so no good to us," Ames said. "And we haven't received copies of the reports from Creston yet. And I'm afraid I've heard from most places, and there's no news of either the Anscombe boys or the girl." "Well, that's just dandy," Darling said gloomily. Ames was back within 40 minutes with the boots in hand. Darling had used his absence to close up the file on Erin Landy. As happened so often with his cases, he wondered about what would happen later in the lives of the people he dealt with. What happened to girls like Erin Landy? He had a deeply ingrained belief that intelligent people found a way to overcome their difficulties, but now he wondered. Was it possible that the world was full of girls like her, who had too much in the way of social and family expectations stacked against them? "He's pretty sharp, that Roberts," Ames said, "and had surprising information. He's certain these boots were made in England, and while not a high-quality boot, it's a reasonably good one." Darling looked at them with interest. Would that be unusual, I wonder, for a poor family at the time? Well, not if they'd gotten them from a poor box or a charity. Hand-me-downs given to a church for distribution to the poor. Makes sense. These Anscombes came out from Manitoba sometime before 1910. It certainly appears they were poor as church mice. They might well have gotten things from charities. But wait, we do have a link to England, I realize. Didn't you say they had been assigned one of those home children? They were from England. What if this child was one of those? The boots could have come over with him. If the family had other children, they'd certainly have kept a good pair of boots if they could, even under those grisly circumstances. I think this, as meager as it is, brings us closer to linking the death more certainly with the Anscombe family. It adds to my unease about who that vagrant is. If he arrived subsequent to our posting the story in the paper, it could even be one of the Anscombes. People do, we are told, revisit the scene of the crime. I've never seen it, but there's always a first time. It's too late now, but first thing tomorrow we drive up the lake to see about the vagrant. Now, if Miss Winslow could keep the hell away from him till then, I'd be very glad. You could telephone her, sir.
Not bloody likely.
Ames sighed, held his tongue, and went off to write up his notes about the boots. Sir, it's here. Ames was waggling a brown envelope at Darling from the door of his boss's office only an hour later.
Well, let's have it then, said Darling.
Ames opened the envelope and pulled out some typewritten sheets. It appears Anscombe Henry, the father, was some sort of patient at their new hospital, and he was being woken for his afternoon tea as usual by one of the staff, a young girl called Wendy Downing who had just started work there. She found him dead, and the determination was made that he died of a heart attack.
That seems straightforward.
What was odd? Darling asked. Ames read on quickly. It seems that the girl reported to the hospital authorities that something had happened earlier that day that made her suspicious. Apparently he never had visitors, but that day someone claiming to be the man's son came. They had talked for a while, and then there was an argument loud enough to be heard by others. This Wendy Downing reported seeing the son storming out of the hospital, slamming the door. She had been off to check on the patient when she was called to change a bedpan elsewhere. After she found him dead and the report was written, she felt anxious enough to go back to the police to tell them all this. It seems they made a note of it, but were satisfied with the report from the hospital. Track her down, Ames, if she still works there. See why she felt strongly enough to go to the police. I feel like something is missing. Back in his office, Ames asked the exchange to put him through to the hospital in Creston. He was rewarded with learning that Wendy Downing did indeed still work there, though she was now Wendy Epping, having married, and was the head of nursing services. "Wendy Epping here," said a voice. Miss Epping, my name is Constable Ames, and I am calling from Nelson about a police report we have regarding the death of a Henry Anscombe back in 1930. Do you recall the incident? Mrs. Epping had a soft, slightly quavering voice. "Oh, my goodness, I don't think I'm ever likely to forget, though I admit it has not been uppermost in mind for some years. According to this report, you found him dead and ended up about a month later talking to the police because you were uncomfortable about something. Can you tell me what?" She sighed. "I was very uncomfortable, Constable Ames, but I ended up accepting what they told me, that he died of a heart attack. I was a young girl at the time, and they all seemed very certain. When I explained about the welt on the head, they said I probably got confused, and I dare say I did, though I must say it is still clear in my mind even now." "Welt?" "Yes, you see, when I went to wake him, I saw a big angry red welt on his forehead, and I was going to ask him about it, only then he fell forward and his head banged the table, and I realized he was dead. I'm afraid I panicked and was screaming, and I didn't think about it till later. When I did say something about it, they pointed out that he banged his head on the table, which must have been what I saw. I think in all the fuss I must have decided I was wrong about it, and must have seen it after he fell forward." "And who was the visitor he had the argument with?" Ames asked, making notes. "That's the other thing. He told me he was Mr. A's son. I went afterward to double-check the visitor register, and it said Bob Anscombe, so I assumed it was true. But that puzzled me right off the bat, because I couldn't imagine someone's son hitting him and leaving him like that. But of course the man had a weak heart. That's why he was there in the first place. I imagine anything could have set him off, but I had it in mind he'd been hit. I remember that he lived in a rooming house, and he said he had no family. That's why I was extra nice to him. I felt sorry for him. I was happy when I learned his son had come to visit, but afterward I got the idea that maybe this guy was just passing himself off as a son. I remember telling the police that maybe a dangerous man was out there after having got away with killing old Mr. Anscombe. They said they'd follow up, but I don't believe they ever did. At least they didn't tell me if they did." Ames tried to think of what else Darling might want to know, and decided he'd got enough. "Thank you, Mrs. Epping. Is it okay if we call again if there is something else?" "Yes, though I must say I'm surprised. Why is all this coming up now?" "Oh, we're just following up in the course of another investigation." "I see. Oh, Constable, before I hang up, I should tell you that old Mr. Anscombe sometimes gave the impression of not being all there. He'd talk to himself, sometimes as if he was having a conversation with some invisible person, maybe from his past. That's interesting. Do you remember any of what he said? No, I'm afraid I don't. I do remember thinking they were very ordinary things, domestic conversations. Put that over there, and things like that. Blast, Darling muttered, putting down the receiver. Sir? Ames said. They were preparing to go out to the Cove to have a look around for Miss Winslow's vagrant the next morning. Far from being the lovely sunny day the weatherman had predicted, a steady grey spring rain was falling, giving Darling the feeling that nothing would go well. Ames, on the other hand, was buoyed by the fact that he could wear his new dove-grey raincoat, a sharp British model for which he'd been saving up. As usual, his subordinate's good spirits plunged Darling further into gloom. He was scarcely even comforted by his usual satisfaction that Ames would have to cover up his fine Oxford leather shoes with unsightly black rubber overshoes. Miss Winslow is not answering. I wanted to let her know what time we'd be out. No doubt off detecting, sir, doing your bidding, Ames replied, taking Darling's hat off the rack and handing it to him. Are you going to be insufferably cheerful all day? Doubtless it is consequent upon a tryst with one of your flower girls. I did go to the pictures with Violet last night, sir, if you must know, and had a nice dinner with your chum, Lorenzo, who asked after you, by the way. He was very excited about you bringing her to lunch the other day. The inspector, your boss, and his lovely non-compliant Miss Winslow. Of course I can't do his accent justice, Ames said. No, indeed you cannot, Darling said, and I'll thank you to keep your offensive insinuations to yourself for the remainder of the journey. Sir. On the way out, they reviewed what they knew. Added to the possible domestic violence visited on a child in Manitoba and King's Cove by the senior Anscombe, they also had the possibility of his suspicious demise at the hands of his eldest son. What if Bob Anscombe was the one who hurt the child? We have some evidence of his temper already, suggested Ames. Yes, that's what I'm worried about. What if this so-called vagrant is Bob Anscombe himself, back to visit the scene after reading about it in the papers? What doesn't tally is that according to what Miss Winslow learned, he was by all accounts quite protective of the younger children. If this vagrant isn't him, I think we're going to have to track him down directly when we get back. A person can care about his family and still have an ungovernable temper. If he did lose his temper and beat his father, he's out there somewhere, having gotten away with it. He could be quite dangerous, and perhaps has accumulated a record as a result of his temper. We'll have to look into that. He might be able to tell us the whereabouts of the younger siblings. Chapter 23. Drive straight to Miss Winslow's. I know we're supposed to be looking for the vagrant, but I'll be easier in my mind if I know where she's supposed to be, Darling said, as they reached the King's Cove turn-off. Well, in fairness, sir, you did ask her— Darling put up his hand. Did I ask you for any sort of commentary? No, sir, said Ames, barely chastened. They were not immediately discouraged when they saw that Lane's car was not in the driveway, because it was possible she was now using the barn to keep it out of the elements, though the gate being open might have given them pause. The rain had become a steady, soaking downpour, and the men ran to the shelter of the overhang at the front door and knocked. They could see through the glass panes that the hallway was deserted, but Darling knocked one final time, and the door slipped open. Stepping inside, he called, Miss Winslow? She's obviously out, sir. We might as well get going on looking around for the vagrant. Though, if I were a vagrant, I'd be taking shelter, which means he'll be harder to find. It means you'll have to get your feet wet looking into abandoned sheds, Darling responded. He knew they should get on with it, but he felt uneasy. Why was Lane's door barely closed? You stay here. I'm going to take a quick look around. He walked down the hall, glancing into the bedroom. The bed was made, and the curtains were open. In the kitchen he was surprised to see nothing whatsoever indicating that a breakfast had been consumed or even contemplated. He put his hand on the kettle and on the coffee percolator. Both were cold. Her handbag was sitting on one of the kitchen chairs. In the sitting room he saw that the door to the Franklin was open, but it too was cold. Perhaps she'd been planning to light it. He saw the basket she used for wood and kindling was gone. Relieved, he went back into the hall. "She's gone for some wood," he said, feeling silly about how anxious he'd been. "Run along to the woodshed and give her a hand." Ames turned and went outside, standing and looking toward her outbuildings. With a sigh he plunged into the weather and made for the barn. "She's not here, sir," he called out. "Her car isn't here either." Alarmed now, Darling returned to the car. "Drive to the Armstrongs. She might be there." Kenny Armstrong wrinkled his brow and pulled out his watch. "It's gone 10:30, he said. "Only I tried to call her last evening at around 7 to ask her over for a bite. I tried again at 8:30, still nothing. If the Bertolis were here, I'd know she'd be over there, but they've gone off to the States for a holiday. I don't expect them back for another couple of weeks. Eleanor's been holding their mail." "She could have been with someone else, the Hugheses?" Darling suggested. "Unlikely. They're early to bed, early to rise sorts. Even their Christmas party was over before 9. "We mustn't panic just yet," Eleanor said brightly. "I'll telephone Gladys and you can pop down to see Robin Harris. Sometimes she goes along there. I think she feels a bit sorry for him after everything. I'm sure by the time you get back she'll have come home and we'll all feel silly." Ames was made to get out, slosh up the drive and knock on Harris's door, but to no avail. As they were about to turn at the church to go back to the post office, Darling suddenly said, "Go straight up here. I think this runs past the Bertolis' property, and that abandoned house is farther up past that. My one hope is that she's gone there, no doubt looking for the vagrant or feeling sorry for him or something against my sternest warning to leave him to us. She's an absolute menace," he concluded darkly. Even Mabel, who of the three of them was most attached to the pigs, was not pleased to be donning her thick oiled jacket and hat to provide their daily ration of slops. She looked skyward as she stepped onto the ground, now squelching beneath her feet in the downpour. There appeared to be no let-up in sight. With her head down, she hurried past the root cellar and the garage and took the downward slope of the path to the sty. She didn't even hear him the first time because she was looking intently at the small pig house and wondering if it was keeping out the water as it should. It was only when the man stepped out from behind the barn and held her arm, his finger already at his lips indicating she should keep silent, that she realized he was there. Dropping the bucket in fright, she tried to back away, but the man held her firmly. "Shh, please, please. I'll do you no harm. It's Mabel, isn't it? It's you." Mabel looked at him, her eyes wide. Was it his voice? His eyes were still unchanged in spite of the years and the messy growth of hair and beard. Whatever it was, it gave her strength to pull herself out of his grasp. "You! What are you doing here? No, get away, don't touch me!" She stopped and looked past him toward the house. He grabbed her arm again. "Mabel, please, at least let's stand under the roof. I need to know something." She allowed herself to be pulled under the overhanging roof at the back of the garage, which afforded a very imperfect defence against the clattering rain, but she moved a few feet away, still staring at him, trying to see the young man she once knew. He was not used to living rough, she could see that. His clothes were decent, and the beard was short, as if he simply hadn't shaved for some weeks. "Was that you in the woods? Have you been watching the house?" "I've been watching for you, Mabel. I wanted to see you. I hoped you would talk to me. Tell me. Only now—" "Talk to you about what? Why are you here?" "I read the paper about the body found in the cellar. I had to come. You can see that." Mabel looked back down the path toward the root cellar where the tarpaulin was sagging. The rain was beginning to let up. She started to back away, but the man held her arm again. To her horror, he seemed to be crying. "I looked, Mabel. All them years I hoped you'd be found. I don't understand what you mean by coming here. Who is that in there? Is it little Andrew?" Mabel could feel herself going white with horror. "Mabel!" It was Gwen calling from the porch. "Mabel, Kenny's called. They can't find Miss Winslow. She hasn't been here, has she?" Mabel swallowed and then called back, "No, haven't seen her." She turned back to speak to the man, to tell him he had to leave and never come back, but he was running away from her, slipping and falling, swallowed up by the grey. Lane's head ached like nothing she'd ever experienced before, throbbing above her eye like a manic engine. She reached up and winced, pulling her hand away. A massive swelling had developed, and it hurt like the dickens. It was pitch dark and very cold, reeking of damp earth. She could hear rain pounding relentlessly on wood somewhere in the distance. She stood up slowly, but even so felt herself sway, so she reached out, her hand landing on an earthen wall. The dirt floor felt cold. She was missing a shoe. She was afraid she would faint, and she put her head down, trying to breathe deeply. Bending made her aware of how bruised most of her body felt. How long had she been out already? There was no light visible at all. Was it night time? She felt slowly along the wall and scraped her shin on something metallic. She cried out in pain and frustration, clutching it. God, how had she got here? She reached out carefully with her hands, trying to feel her way, moving her feet gingerly to avoid another collision and hoping she'd find the other shoe. She remembered now. She'd seen light in Angela Bertoli's kitchen. She'd stopped and gone onto the porch. Why was she at Angela's house at all? Had she been going back to the Anscombe house for some reason? She remembered thinking she'd missed something. Maybe she thought she'd find something. But why Angela's? That was all she remembered. Well, obviously it wasn't Angela, she said out loud, her words sounding flat in the enclosed space. She remembered Darling suddenly telling her to be careful. Perhaps this wasn't quite what he had in mind, she thought ruefully. She had a flash of him saying, "I told you so," and felt a combination of embarrassment and anger. Where the bloody hell was she? She felt around with her stocking toe, and it bashed against something hard. Reaching out and then down with an oath, she found that it felt like not quite a ladder, but very steep stairs. That was something anyway. The wooden stairs creaked as she carefully felt her way up the steep incline. When she was near the top, she heard a sharp crack and felt the structure shift. Frantically, she reached out, hoping to feel the door she was anticipating would be there. She had a vague sense of having done this already once. She wondered if her injuries were from falling down the stairs or being pushed. Her relief at feeling the doorknob was short-lived. The door was locked and felt as solid as granite. She turned and sat nervously on the top step, hoping the whole thing wasn't about to come apart, but reluctant to go back down to the perils on the ground. She banged on the door and began to shout. "Hello? Help! Is anyone there? Hello?" But only silence greeted her efforts. In retrospect, she questioned her initial desire to shout for help. If the only person around to hear her was the person who banged her up in here, it was unlikely to do her any good to have him notice her. In the stillness after her initial desperate clamber up the stairs, the darkness pressed in, and the pain in her body seemed suddenly to be the only thing in the world. Her ribs ached, her head throbbed, and she was becoming aware of a growing feeling of nausea. That's all I bloody need now, she thought, anger momentarily besting her very real and growing fear. Fear was nothing new. It was amazing how quickly it overwhelmed, she thought. But fear had a purpose. They'd been taught that in the service. The job of fear was to clarify the mind and stimulate all the resources of survival. She closed her eyes and let her fear become that clarity. She had parked her car in the driveway. No, wait, go back. Why was she there in the first place? She had seen light in Angela's kitchen and thought it was her back from holiday. What kind of light? Not as strong as her full electric light. A flashlight? The light wobbled like a flashlight, and the rest of the house was dark. She must have become uneasy, because if they were home, she would have heard the children. There would have been lights blazing all over the house. Those bloody dogs would be barking. They had left them at a farm in Balfour. She remembered thinking that maybe they hadn't picked them up yet. Had she paused? She remembered knocking on the kitchen door now. No one had opened it. Why had she not simply gone back to her car? She knew the answer to that. It would not have been like her to back away. She must have thought it was the vagrant and wanted to confront him, especially if he were helping himself to Angela's house and supplies. She had a fleeting thought that it was this single-mindedness that made Darling uneasy. It led to a lack of caution. Had she found the door open and gone in? She stayed with the question, trying to envision what she must have done, and was rewarded with a fleeting image of falling forward, the knotted rag on the kitchen floor rushing at her. So she had not seen her assailant. He must have been behind her. It was unnerving to find bits of dark space in her memories. She hoped it was simply that she was concussed and they would come back. It worried her that she had lost her edge. She had avoided this sort of ludicrous situation during the war with a finely tuned nervous instinct for danger. Now here she was, locked into some sort of bloody basement, not knowing if it was night or day. Still, she reasoned, she was at Angela's and she had parked her car near the road. If someone began to miss her, they would see it. They would know she was here, somewhere. Then, with a precipitous sinking of her heart, she realized that he, if it were the vagrant, could have swiped her car, in which case there would be no trace of her at all. Lane tried to pierce the darkness, but it was total. Chapter 24. Ames pulled the car up in front of the deserted house. In the rain, the house projected an unrelieved darkness and abandonment. "I wouldn't take shelter here if I were a rat," observed Ames, opening his door. "No sign of her car," Darling said. "We better go have a look. I would not put it past her to try to find him." He went onto the porch and cupped his hands against the murky windows, but saw no sign of life. The door was locked. Ames, in the meantime, had gone around the back and found, as Lane had, that the kitchen door was open, and he went inside. "Miss Winslow?" he called into the dark silence. Outside again, he saw Darling emerging from a small outbuilding. "Nothing in the house, sir. She's right. It's a miserable place. I wouldn't be surprised if it was haunted like she said." "Not here either." Darling moved to the larger shed set farther back at the edge of the yard. He opened the door, and as he stepped inside, he saw that someone had been here recently. There were footprints in the earth beside the door. They were filling with water and beginning to fade. Not small, but not large enough to be a man's foot. He stopped momentarily, not wanting to obliterate this slender evidence of Lane possibly having been here, feeling an almost overwhelming sense of sadness and anxiety. "Where the bloody hell are you?" he whispered. Ames stood outside watching him, rain dripping off the rim of his hat, still looking annoyingly debonair with his new raincoat, a circumstance that made Darling feel the full force of his own impotent fury. He knew now, absolutely, that Lane was not on any errand, but somewhere in trouble. "Not bloody here. We're going back to the Armstrongs and we're going to phone everybody around who is on the telephone. You are going to go to every house that is not, and down to the waterside. We are looking for anything, but in particular her car and that blasted vagrant." It was a car. She was certain of it. She could hear it going past on her left, as if it were on some distant roadway. With a cry of frustration, she heard it fading. She had a momentary impulse to shout for help, but knew that was pointless. Better to think. There were only two roads possible, the one that went past the front of the Bertoli's log cabin, or the one that went along the side, up to the Anscombe house, and straight down again to the Nelson Road. She tried to imagine how the basement would be oriented. The house was built on a slope. It was possible that it was shallower toward the back. Nope, that didn't help. She couldn't remember a basement at Angela's, but there must be one. The stairs would logically go down into the highest part of the basement. If that was true, these stairs likely were pointing toward the road at the front of the house, in which case the car was going up past the side of the house in the direction of the abandoned property. Lane waited. She had moved down the stairs and was sitting with her feet on the ground. She had lost all sense of time, of day or night. She wondered how her body had become so bruised. Had he thrown her down the stairs? Then she remembered thinking she'd gone up those stairs once already. They were rickety. Perhaps she herself had fallen. She closed her eyes and waited, listening intently. She was only in this dark and silent moment, waiting for the sound of the car returning. At last it did. She willed it to slow, to stop. Whoever it was had gone up to the Anscombe property. Ames and Darling, of course. The inspector had said he would be coming out the next day to look around for the vagrant. God, it's the next day, she thought, but she listened as the car slowed, turned, began to pass on the road at the front, and with a sinking heart she heard it speed up, pass, and fade. Why should they stop? They wouldn't be looking for her. Knowing that it was daytime, Lane resolved to explore the whole of her prison, looking for any crack that might lead to the outside world. She was only now becoming aware of how cold she was and how stiff. The rain added to her sense of hopelessness. And on top of it, she suddenly realized, her remaining shoe was full of dirt. She had a pounding headache and was getting cold. She sat on a step, undid her shoe, and shook it. She could hear dirt cascade out of it. Dusting off her stockings, she slipped her shoe back on, groaning. She must have been dragged here. Her other shoe could be anywhere. Movement was agony, and standing made her groan, her bruised limbs and ribs protesting. She must, she reasoned, have been out most of the night. A good thing she hadn't had to spend the night complaining about the cold and damp. Her plan was to explore the whole perimeter, feeling the wall for any clues that might get her out. Moving to her right, the first thing she felt was a pile of wooden boxes. Of course! Bloody apple boxes! She moved her hands along these, exploring how high they were stacked and how far along they went. At least 4 high and 4 along, and then her hands hit air, but her feet hit something hard. She bent and reached out. It was a machine of some kind, metal and heavy. She felt along it, remembering the story she'd heard as a child about the 4 blind people feeling an elephant, each of them thinking it was some completely different thing. This object had wheels. That was something. Even standing on tiptoe, she could not feel the top of it, so it was tall. That meant there was a way out besides the stairs. A large door that swung onto a driveway. Why could she not picture where it was? She must have been dragged through that door. That would mean whoever it was hadn't pushed her down the stairs. She could have come to sometime in the night and tried to go up them and fallen. She was sure now she wasn't under the house. Nothing this big would fit in the basement. She wondered about the barn behind the Bertoli's house, but that was above ground. She'd never been in it. Was the barn built against the hillside with big bay doors at the front? She sighed and sat on the wheel of whatever it was and became aware of her thirst and behind that her hunger. No point in dwelling on that, but it meant she'd better find a way out soon. Feeling her way carefully around the machine, she held out her hands and began to feel the wall for any sign of a way out. Lane's eyes flew open. For a minute she was confused, and then the cold and aching in her body reminded her. She had placed several of the wooden boxes in a way that allowed her to lie above the dank dirt floor, intending only to close her eyes for a moment after finding there were indeed large doors, impossible to budge, set into the dark wall she had explored. And further, no cracks were visible, so she still had no idea whether it was day or night. The rain had stopped, and she felt a minuscule moment of gratitude for that. She had intended only to close her eyes for a moment, but she must have fallen dead asleep. It was a noise that had woken her. She sat up, now alert, and tried to attune her ears to the sound. It was a door scraping, and a faint light appeared from across where the stairs were. With a strangled cry of relief, she jumped up and moved toward it, only to be halted by nausea that folded her over. "Shh," whispered a male voice. "I've brought you some food and water." She wanted to shout, to cry for help. It came on her all of a heap. She was someone's prisoner. No doubt the very vagrant she had been looking for. If she screamed, he would only lock her in again, or worse, tie her up and gag her. The fact that he had not killed her outright was the only good news she had. She breathed away the nausea and the fear. Okay. Where am I? Why are you holding me here?" She tried to sound calm and reasoned. She knew that showing her fear and panic would allow him to treat her as he wished. If she reached through to his reason, he might have doubts, waver, be talked down. "I never wanted to, did I? Now we're stuck with each other." "I don't understand. Can we not go upstairs into the light? I'm completely disoriented. I've no idea what time it is even. And I'm cold." This last statement veered into actual whining, she thought. But she suddenly felt very hard done by, because it was evident now that whoever this was had never had any intention of keeping her prisoner, but now here they were in this ridiculous situation. There was a silence after this. Even though the door to whatever room was at the top of the stairs was open, precious little light came through. Suddenly she was blinded by a shock of light. He had a flashlight, which he was now pointing at her. "I found this in your car. Here's some food. It's not much, just what I had when I came here, and my thermos of water. I'll throw down that rug you keep in the back." Now she could see the shadow of his body, and then he shone the flashlight onto the top stair, where he deposited the food and water. She longed to reach for the thermos, a round metal affair, army issue. She tried to glance at him. Had he been a soldier? Was he one of the unhappy ones who had never been able to settle? She wished she could see his face, read in it who he was, what he intended. "Who are you? Why are you keeping me here? I see you have an army-issue thermos. Are you a soldier?" Anything to try to get him to talk. "Look, it's no good. Don't try gabbing at me. You should have kept your nose out. I've been watching you, coming and going, snooping around. If only I could have explained to Mabel. Now it's too late. I can't let you out, do you understand? They're going to think I did it, aren't they?" "Mabel?" she asked in surprise. "You know Mabel. You know about the dead child. Do you have something to do with that? Did you—" She was going to say, "kill the child," and then thought his response might not do her any good, and so let the question hang. "God, no, I did not kill him. I'm the one who rescued him in the first place. But no one will ever believe that, will they?" Suddenly he sobbed. "It's all so bloody. Now shut up. I'm leaving. Someone will find you any time now. There have been cars driving around." With that, he turned, lit the stairs, and began to climb them. Panicked, she hurried after him, but he pushed her back, so she had to drop down to her knees on the stair to keep from tumbling down to the bottom again. "Bob!" she cried. "Are you Bob Anscombe?" This stopped the man. "You took the boot?" He shined the flashlight in her eyes so that she recoiled and almost fell backward. We're just trying to understand about the child." "Those never did fit him proper, the poor tyke." The man turned and began to close the door. Feeling that keeping him talking was her only way of not being left behind in this dank hellhole, Lane called, Are you Bob Anscombe? What do you mean, he? We was none of us any kind of Anscombe at all. The man paused, holding the door open before stepping through it, and then he disappeared into the darkness, and the door closed with an awful, resounding bang. Her heart sinking, Lane shouted after him, "You'll only get into more trouble. If you've anything to do with this and you didn't kill her, you must tell me. The police. Someone." She could hear the footsteps coming back, heard the door open, and felt the flashlight blind her again. This time, though, she could see him coming down the stairs, fast, coming at her. The hand with the flashlight was raised, the light playing crazily on the walls and ceiling, strange parts of monster equipment coming into view and disappearing in the wild dance of the flashlight. She backed away, tripping over something, hitting her head on something made of metal. The man pulled his hand back as if to strike her, and she threw her arm up to protect her head. Then he uttered an oath and kicked savagely at whatever had tripped her. "I did kill someone once. I didn't mean to, but I did, which amounts to pretty much the same thing." He had it coming to him. "I could have talked to her, reasoned with her, helped her understand. Helped me make it right. But you got to her, didn't you? She would have talked to me. She was sweet on me once, you know." He stepped backward, shining the flashlight into her face. "Isabel was pretty like you," he said. He turned quickly, leaving her in the darkness. She watched the flashlight mark his progress up the stairs, saw him momentarily throw his arms out for balance as the stairs swayed, watched his hand reach for the door. "Wait, Bob, is that Isabel in the grave? Did you bury her? I could see you tried to make it right for her. I could see that." At this, the man stopped. "I did try to make it right." He pushed the door open, and then he was gone. She was left again in total darkness. She heard the door slam, and then a key turning. She followed his footsteps across the floor above her, then heard another door slamming somewhere, and a car, her own car, starting up. She leaned back where she had fallen, feeling the cold, damp earth through her clothes, and took a shuddering breath of relief that she was no longer trapped in this dark hellhole with that man. Later, sitting on an apple box with her car rug wrapped around her and the thermos still in her hand, tried to pull herself together. She had hoped when he threw the blanket down that he would leave her the torch, that he would talk more. She'd been right, she knew with her sudden insight that this must be Bob Anscombe, though why had he said he was no kind of Anscombe? Was he trying to deny his name because of his brutal act? But he said he'd rescued the child. What did that mean? From what? Clearly the child had not been rescued, and he kept saying he. It must be one of the two smaller boys then, not Isabel. Her own rescue seemed further away than ever, and despair at being alone in the dark nearly overwhelmed her again. She began to cry, shivering and gulping air. She knew she was in danger of giving in to panic. With an effort of will, she pulled herself together. She had to get out. At the top of the stairs, she felt the whole length of the door, looking for any weakness. Nothing. She banged furiously and impotently on the door with her fists. "Damn you!" she shouted. "Damn, damn, damn!" Spring, 1904. The train station was a maelstrom of confusion and noise. Isabel clung to Charlie's arm and pulled Andrew in close. A group of 5 children sat on the bench behind them, a boy of 4 asleep against the oldest girl, who was perhaps 14. A child somewhere was crying. Isabel found it unbearable and wanted to block her ears, but in a few moments she began to hear other sounds, shards of sentences, the scraping of bags and boxes along the wooden platform, the train issuing explosive little puffs of steam, as if trying to catch its breath after the long run to Manitoba from Halifax. She had only been aware of the children as they were bundled off the train, but now she could see grown-ups, some disappearing into the station, their journey done, others coming out of the station and standing confused on the platform. They seemed to be looking for someone, their faces cast in shadow in the late afternoon. "Faraday?" a woman called, her eyes scanning the groups of children. Other people began to call out names: McClintock, Arthur, Ellison. There was a commotion behind her by the bench. The children had stood up. A man and woman were talking to them and began to usher them impatiently toward the door. Isabel looked away, frightened. What if the people that came for them were angry and rough like those people? She could hear the girl cry out from inside the station, and then the noise of other meetings closed over her cries. "Charlie, what if no one comes for us?" she asked. "They will, won't they? Whoever it is already knows you're coming. They'll be here. See, them other kiddies is leaving with people." "I wish we were going to the same place." "I know, but you'll come and see me, you and young Andrew, or I'll come to you." Isabel, clutching at any comfort, nodded, but she felt a weight on her heart that seemed like a warning, a premonition. She felt as abandoned as the night they had spent in the doorway before they had been taken up by the police and sent to the children's home. The memory, long buried, returned to her, and she dropped Charlie's arm and pulled Andrew into her skirts with both arms. "Isabel Thomas? Isabel?" "There now," said Charlie. "Here's someone for you. Go on, wave, let him know you're here." But Charlie himself waved his arm and called out, "Over here!" A man in a frayed jacket and a pair of greasy black trousers approached. He wasn't old, Isabel saw, but he looked weary. "You her?" he asked, tipping back a dark blue cloth cap. "You're kind of small." Isabel nodded, and the man looked at Andrew. "What's that?" he asked. "It's my brother, Andrew," Isabel managed, her voice sounding strange and tentative to her. "There's nothing about no brother." He frowned in a tone that suggested she should solve the problem. Isabel could hear a child crying again, a frightened, rising sound that made her heart clamp inside her. "He's my brother," she said again. She looked at Charlie, hoping he'd explain, but Charlie was looking toward the bench, his eyes wide. Isabel turned. The 4-year-old boy was standing alone, crying, snot running out of his nose, looking desperately toward the door of the station. He turned, wailing, looking for anyone. She felt a wave of horror. He'd been left behind. "Come on, then," the man said impatiently. He took Andrew's suitcase and took Isabel roughly by the arm to steer her to the door, allowing Andrew to follow. "Charlie," she called, "please come like you said." But Charlie was kneeling by the little boy, his hands on his shoulders, speaking softly to him. Isabel and Andrew sat up next to the man, their 2 little suitcases, issued by the lady in London, banging about in the back of the cart. The road from the station had a fine film of mud on it that kicked up from the hooves of the horse. It had been raining earlier in the day, but now the sun shone in a sky so vast that Isabel wanted to shrink away from it. The great dark horse pulling them rocked from side to side, giving the appearance of fatigue. She longed to ask where they were going, but fear kept her from speaking. The man driving had not said anything unkind, but he had frowned at Andrew, and she was afraid he would make her leave him if she made him angry. The fear and horror at the sight of the abandoned boy had not left her, and so she sat, collapsed in on herself. They passed through a small town that seemed almost abandoned, it was so quiet. There were wooden buildings with wagons and horses parked in front of them, but she saw only one person. A man who leaned on a green wagon as though he was waiting for something, spit onto the street in front of them and watched them go by. He nodded at the man sitting next to her. She was aware of being hungry, but had no idea what time it was. The sun was high and beginning to become hot. Isabel closed her eyes and allowed herself to drift into sleep. A sudden jolt woke her, and she opened her eyes to a landscape unimaginable to her. Land stretched out in all directions, terrifying in its vastness. Rolls of low hills, ploughed fields, sparse lines of trees in early summer green. They passed a group of men and boys eating next to idle ploughs. Horses grazed under trees. Every creature stopped and looked up as they passed, some lifting a chin in greeting. "Those are from the farm. You're lucky you aren't a boy, or you'd be going there too." Isabel turned to stare at the boys in particular, looking for Charlie. But he wouldn't be there yet. She didn't even know if that was where he was going. "Is that where Charlie will be?" she asked, finally able to find her voice. "How should I know?" the man answered. "You better learn to talk right. The missus ain't going to understand a word you say. And don't think about those other kids. You'll never see them again. You're coming here to work." At this, the man looked at Andrew and shook his head. "That's not going to go well," he muttered. Chapter 25. Mabel knew she had to tell someone. She felt like she was in a state of shock since she'd seen him again, as if her sudden spate of memories had caused him to materialize out of the past. She had worked with Gwen and her mother digging in the peas, feeling nothing of the joy she generally felt at this annual ritual, especially on a day like this. The rains of the morning had stopped, leaving the air clean and glistening. The sun flooded their garden, as it wouldn't a little later when all the leaves were in full strength. The lake below glimmered with the warm promise of the summer to come. Shoots of perennials climbed out of the ground, and snowdrops bobbed, oblivious to human drama, glorying in the warmth of spring. The afternoon wore on. Clouds began to bank behind the mountains across the lake, and the temperature dropped. The Hughes ladies were getting ready to go in and were packing up their tools and peeling off their muddy gloves. The phone call came that Miss Winslow was still missing. "There's nothing I can do," Mabel thought. "Nothing I say will be of any use in finding her." She felt enveloped in a kind of mental confusion she never remembered having before, playing over and over in her mind the conversation she had had with Bob, searching for any clue about the missing Lane and the dead child, desperately convincing herself that she could keep it secret because nothing she knew would help. The phone jangled again from inside the house. All the doors had been opened to let in the new air of spring. "I'll get it," she said. It took time for her to get from the garden to the house, and she worried whoever it was would ring off. "King's Cove 553, Mabel here." It was Eleanor. "Yes, hello, Mabel. You are to come here, all of you. The inspector is asking to have everyone in one place so that we can try to piece together what's happened to Miss Winslow. We'll make search parties as well. Can you come right down? Even the Mathers have agreed to come." "Yes, all right, if he thinks it's necessary. I'll get Mummy and Gwen." A new fear gripped her. Lane might be dead or kidnapped. Would it be her fault? It seemed harder to imagine that whatever happened to her would be separate from Bob waylaying her behind the garage. "Mummy, Gwen, that was Eleanor. We're to come down immediately to the post office. I think there is going to be some sort of search party set up," she called out from the steps. "What? All of us?" Gladys asked incredulously. They had not all gathered together for an emergency since the fire of 1919. "I wonder if Miss Winslow's disappearance has anything to do with that poor dead child," Gwen said, as the three women, their Wellingtons making a rubbery cacophony, clumped down the hill. Mabel felt her innards compress with the knowing it had everything to do with it. They found the grass area directly in front of the door of the post office bristling with the energy of a small crowd with a purpose. Harris had lumbered up in his tractor and now sat forward on its curved metal seat, one arm resting on the steering wheel and a drooping cigarette in his free hand, watching people gather. Alice Mather thumped her walking stick impatiently against her shoe while her husband talked quietly to Kenny. Glenn Ponting, the prospector from the cabin along the main road, was there with his horse tethered to the fence. Inside a paddock, the Armstrong's horse, which until the year before had pulled the wagon he'd used to collect the bags of mail and supplies delivered by the steamboat, watched the goings-on with interest. Darling stood on the front step, waiting for them to gather. Those horses might be useful, he thought, in extending the range of the search in the bush. Not a big group, he thought morosely. He had a sudden fantasy that King's Cove had as many dead people in it as living, and that they now hovered curiously and invisibly, keeping mum about all they knew. Darling began. Miss Winslow seems to have gone missing sometime yesterday evening. What we know is that yesterday morning she reported to me by telephone that she had gone to the house that formerly belonged to the Anscombe family. She reported that she believed the vagrant, about whom most of you have heard, I believe, had been squatting at that location. It is possible she returned there. It is likely that this is the same vagrant that was seen by a young girl from town who broke into a summer house down by the lake. First, has anyone else spotted this person? He is in his 50s or 60s, if the girl is to be believed, bearded, of average height. There was a general murmur and shaking of heads. Mabel looked studiously at the ground, feeling as if her heart was being squeezed of the last of its blood. Very well. Miss Winslow left her house unlocked, probably not an unusual circumstance, and took her car somewhere. We have looked in every conceivable place for the car and have not found it. Constable Ames is still out looking for her, or the car. Might she not have gone into town? Asked Reginald Mather. His wife snorted. We wondered that, but her leather handbag was in the kitchen. We think it unlikely she left the Cove area. What we must establish now is who was the last to see her and where. I should add that we don't absolutely know for sure that her disappearance is related in any way to the sudden arrival of the vagrant at King's Cove. However, the circumstances are singular, and the connection is difficult to dismiss absolutely. The silence that greeted Darling's speech caused his heart to sink. He wondered now why he'd nurtured any hope that anyone in this misanthropic and reclusive collection would have noticed anything outside of their own gardens. Suddenly, Alice Mather spoke. I saw her yesterday. I think it was yesterday. She drove past us, and then I heard the car go up the road to that old house. Maybe 40 minutes later I heard it come down again, but it didn't come back past us like usual. Funny thing was, I didn't hear it go down to the main road either. I thought for a minute she'd stopped to see that American woman with the 3 noisy children, but they've gone off somewhere. What time was this? Darling asked, animated by a tiny sense of hope. Couldn't say, really, she shrugged. Darling wanted to throttle her. Before lunch? After lunch? In the evening? Sometime after lunch or supper, I expect. I don't bother with it, but he makes his own. I think it was after he left his usual mess in the kitchen, Alice said. She didn't look at Reginald, but he was scowling at her. That's rubbish. You'd have to have been looking out the sitting-room window. You didn't leave your blasted room all day, he said irritably. No, you never do see me, do you? She remarked darkly and was silent. Right, said Darling, ignoring this domestic fracas. So we have her driving up to the abandoned house and then driving back at least as far as the intersection sometime in the afternoon or late afternoon. The Bertolis live there. Under normal circumstances she might stop in there. However, they are away, and we checked, and her car is not to be seen anywhere in this part of the Cove, unless it's hidden in a lay-by somewhere. Anything else? Anything? He felt himself sounding desperate and didn't care. Mabel squirmed inside her own skin. She could not tell her story. She could not. It would be the end of everything. She knew she must say something, but words stuck in her throat. Closing his eyes for a moment, Darling fought back desperation. Right. Well, you can all help if you would. If you could search along all the paths that link the various homes, go to the creeks and so on. She might have fallen, lost her way. Mr. Armstrong, can you organize some groups? I'd like people to go in pairs, please. He knew speculation about her being lost along a path in the forest somewhere was hopeless. She was unlikely to have abandoned her car and wander into the brush, and in any case her car was gone. No, what he feared more was that the vagrant had either hurt her and left her for dead in the forest somewhere, or become desperate and kidnapped her with the car. While this was being done, Mabel moved toward the inspector. Gwen watched her, surprised. Mabel could feel her sister's eyes on her, but she came up to Darling and said to him in a low voice, "Can I talk to you?" "Do you know something? You didn't speak up just now." "I can't. It's private," she muttered. God, he wanted to shout, what could be private in this emergency? "Yes?" He tried not to sound impatient. "It's just that—" She hesitated. She was sure she could feel the others staring, but she did not turn. "It's just that he talked to me. He sort of waylaid me. It's Bob, you see, Bob Anscombe. The vagrant, I mean. He told me he had to come when he read the papers about the child. I told him he had to talk to the police, but he ran off into the woods up behind our house. I don't think he had anything to do with Miss Winslow." She trailed off, uncertain and shaking. Darling battled his rush of anger and fear. "My God, why did you not say something?" "I couldn't. I haven't seen him since I was a girl. Not after—" "Not after what? What are you not telling me?" He called out to Kenny, "Hold it, please!" and then turned his attention back to Mabel. To his dismay, Mabel's face contorted with pain and she began to sob. "No, I can't say. It has nothing to do with Bob, I'm sure of it. It was more than 36 years ago." Darling looked at Mabel, his lips set in a grim line. "Look," he finally said, "it's not up to any one person to decide what is or is not relevant. We've already connected the missing child potentially to that family. Now a member of that family who is likely to be very dangerous turns up, and Miss Winslow goes missing when she goes off in search of him. Do you understand? You don't get to decide." His clear anger made Mabel recoil. "When did you have this conversation?" "It was yesterday evening," she whispered, trembling. Darling could see that this spectacle with the now crying Mabel had arrested all activity, so he turned to the group. "Right. For those of you who may have known him, it appears we are looking for Bob Anscombe. We believe he is dangerous with possibly a violent temper. Under no circumstances are you to approach him or engage him in any way. Is this absolutely clear?" This announcement caused a gasp from Gwen, and the group turned to where Darling and a cowering Mabel stood. "Bob," Kenny said. "Well, I never." The clouds from over the lake had spread and now threatened an early darkness. Darling could feel himself on the edge of panic. "Can you get started, please?" he barked. "Please report back here when you have finished traversing the whole of a path so that we can mark each of them off. Thank you." Only Gwen still stood, transfixed by the sight of her sister looking crushed. Darling turned back to Mabel. "I haven't got time to talk to you right now. You get going with one of the groups. You may be assured we will be talking later." Taking another sip of stale water and hoping it had no amoebas in it to kill her, Lane pulled herself together. It was ridiculous that she was imprisoned in whatever this was. Then, feeling almost a sense of embarrassment, she thought of the big doors at the front. Locked and sealed, yes, but wood. How had she not thought of bashing her way out? Thinking about her own barn, with its ancient tools hung neatly on nails along the walls, she got painfully off her apple box seat and moved as quickly as she could toward the nearest wall, feeling the ground with her feet to avoid yet another mishap. Why hadn't that blasted man left her a flashlight, she thought crossly, feeling now along the walls with a new sense of urgency. Several hammers, but none big enough to tackle a heavy wooden door, she reasoned. Finally, she felt something with a long and substantial handle. She could feel the smooth wood and cautiously moved her hand upward. An axe. God, she thought, it's ridiculous. How long have I sat here and I didn't think of battering at the door with something? She seized it and felt her way toward the wall that fronted the road, and making sure there was no machinery, she swung in the dark at the wood. It was late afternoon. Lane had been missing a day and a night, and another night was coming on, along with the possibility of more rain. Ames, who had driven to every house, walked along the beach to every empty cottage along the cove, looked down every side road and track he could find, was now driving back up onto the Nelson Road from the wharf, where he had found no sign of her car. His efforts were greeted with nothing but silence and the cold of the oncoming evening. He would have to go back and break the news to Darling that he had found nothing, Ames thought miserably, when he saw Lane's car about to turn onto the Nelson Road. A man was driving it. Astonished, Ames pressed hard on the gas, practically leaping out onto the road, and roared to the intersection where he swung the car across so that Lane's car had to screech to a halt. Frowning, Ames ran to the driver's door and yanked it open. He seized the man by the arm and wrestled him out of the car. "Where is she?" he shouted, rage overtaking him now, wanting to beat this man into submission. Instead, he shook him and then dragged him to the police sedan and reached into the back for handcuffs. The man, surely in his 50s, would have been no match for Ames, and in any case seemed to have lost all fight and now submitted to the cuffing and being pushed unceremoniously into the back of the policeman's car. But he did not speak. Ames roared back up the hill and then turned sharply down toward the post office, throwing his prisoner roughly against the door. Good, he thought. He pulled to a stop as Darling burst out of the screen door of the Armstrongs' cottage. "He had Miss Winslow's car," was all Ames said to him. Darling looked past Ames at the man in the back of the car. He felt himself flooded with an absolute sick terror. What had he done with Lane? The wood finally gave way, and with nearly a sob of relief, Lane welcomed the light that flooded through the shattered shards of wood. Even though it was the waning light of evening, it felt like looking into the full, blinding brilliance of the sun. With renewed energy, she chopped at the opening she'd made, with a fantastic hope that she would make a space big enough to crawl through. She stopped, panting, and with the light now filtering into the building, she looked around. She could see that what had felt like a dark and inescapable dungeon was just an apple shed, with boxes, papers, canvas bags for pickers, ladders stacked against the walls, and some sort of motorized picker. What a fuss she'd made over something so ordinary, she thought crossly. But in the next moment the silence was broken by the sound of a car. She heard the car stop somewhere below her on the road. Desperate now to get out of her prison, however ordinary, she took up the axe and tried to be more intelligent about her efforts, striking along the grain of the wood instead of against it. If she could knock out the board, she might squeeze through. She began to shout, "Hello! Anyone! Help! Over here!" she heard. Ames's voice, Ames's lovely voice. In a moment there was the heavy bang of a wooden bar being moved and the slow pull of the massive door scraping along the ground, and she felt herself enveloped. "Thank God, thank God," gently near her ear. She could feel her own arms around him, could feel his hand stroking her hair, could feel her own heart. He reached up and gently touched the angry bruise on her forehead. "He hit you," he said, anger flaring, but she shook her head, trying to dismiss it. And in the next moment she was being wrapped in his overcoat, and Ames, who had evidently gone off on the pretext of looking at the door, had returned. "I've absolutely ruined Dave Bertoli's barn door," she said ruefully. "Yes, you have," Darling said. "I found your shoe." He held it up. "No, Inspector, I can put my own shoe on." Alarmed at seeing him begin to bend down to help her, Lane stopped him. He waited, and then began to steer her down the path toward the road, his arm around her shoulders. She winced, and he loosened his armor trace. "What's he done?" "No," Lane shook her head. "I don't think it was him. It was me being stupid. I think I tried to go up the stairs and fell down them. There's no rail and they're pretty unstable. I knocked myself out and maybe bruised myself. Well, I fell backward against something, so I have a bit of a bump at the back of my head. It's all rather ridiculous, I'm afraid." "He what? What else did he do?" "Nothing, all right. I'm fine." "We'll have to get you to a doctor. You might have broken something." "I assure you nothing is broken. A hot bath and some aspirin will do me," Lane said. She turned to him. How did you know to come here? I heard cars driving up and down the road the whole time. It was maddening. Fighting back his dismay at what this must have felt like for her, trapped in the dark, Darling said, "That bastard told us. He was trying to swipe your car and Amesy here stopped him." "You didn't hurt him, did you? He never meant to keep me locked up. I surprised him, and he didn't know what to do with me. I think it might have been Bob Anscombe. Oh, he knows something about the child. He kept saying he. I don't think it's Isabel at all. I tried to talk to him, but he was waving his torch at me and I didn't feel like another clonk on the head. He asked me if I'd taken the boot. He said something about the boots not fitting him. He said he didn't kill him." Darling stopped and turned her toward him, holding her arms. Ames had gone ahead to start the car. "You had no idea who he was or what he might be capable of. I told you not to go near the place. Typical of you to go barging off, putting yourself in danger, It's got to stop." His relief had turned to fear and anger at her recklessness. Lane pulled away from him and began to walk toward the car, and then she stopped and looked at him. "Don't," she said. "Please don't tell me where to barge. We can never be friends if you think you can." Ames, driving back down the hill to her house, stifled an audible sigh. Miss Winslow silent and angry in the back seat, Darling fuming in the front. How had it all gone south so quickly? "The whole populace of King's Cove has been out looking for you. Mr. Armstrong organized them from the post office," he said, trying to lighten the atmosphere. Lane could feel exhaustion stealing over her body, making her limbs heavy and achy. She wondered about that moment when she was left alone at home, if she would feel elated and relieved to be alone with her own bath and her own fireplace and her own bed, or suffer some delayed reaction that would keep her awake. Whichever it was, it would be taking place in her own lovely house, on her own terms. "Constable, don't drop me at home just yet. I should like to thank people if they're at the post office. Everyone has gone to a lot of trouble." "Are you sure, Miss Winslow? You've been through a real ordeal," Ames said, looking in the rear-view mirror at her. "It would have been a good deal more of an ordeal if no one had come looking for me. Yes, please, I'd like to stop and let people see I'm all right. Where is Bob?" "I caught him just as he was leaving the Cove. He was trying to steal your car. We've locked him up in the post office," Ames said. "He'd sort of given up, I think, because he told us where you were." "Ah, I have you to thank, Constable. Well done. I should have known it was you. I can't think Eleanor is pleased about having him in her post office, though." Darling maintained a grim-lipped silence during this exaggeratedly cheerful exchange. Unsuccessful in the search, the small parties had returned to the post office in dribs and drabs, and now knew that the vagrant had been trying to make an escape in Lane's car and had told the police where Lane was. Kenny looked around. Everyone was back now, and Eleanor was busy making tea in the kitchen. People had assembled in the Armstrong sitting room and were talking in quiet voices as though they were at a final vigil by a sickbed. No one was volunteering to bring a cup of tea to Bob Anscombe, who had been locked in the post office for the duration. They jumped up when they heard the car and crowded through the door to the porch. "Oh, thank God!" Eleanor Armstrong cried, and rushed to envelop Lane, still with Darling's coat on her shoulders, in an enormous hug. She loosened her grip immediately when she heard Lane's gasp of pain. "I'm quite all right," Lane said, "a bit tired and bruised, but nothing a hot bath and a good sleep won't fix. I wanted to say thank you for all your efforts." "But where were you?" asked Gwen. "In a sort of outbuilding at Angela and Dave's. It was stupid of me not to figure out how to get out." "How on earth?" began Gladys, but Eleanor interrupted. "That's quite enough. She's to go home and get some rest. There will be lots of time to find out everything later." She bundled Lane back toward the car. "Constable, take her home." No, please let me walk. I've been cooped up and I'm desperate to move about freely. Anyway, there's a prisoner to be dealt with." Lane removed the overcoat and handed it back to Darling. "Miss Winslow," he began. "Good night, Inspector," she said, moving toward the path that crossed the little gully to her house. She stopped when she got to Ames, who was standing by the car, hoping she'd change her mind about the ride. "Constable, thank you so much. As always, you've been so kind. I suppose you'll be taking that hapless man back to town." For a moment, Ames had the ludicrous notion that she meant the inspector, and then understood that she meant the prisoner. "Yes, I guess we will. We have his abduction of you. He may be implicated in the matter of the child, and he might well have killed his father. It could be a long interrogation." At this, Ames looked over at Darling, who was watching this interaction with some irritation. "Are you sure about the ride?" Ames finished. "Quite sure. Thank you. I am sure that you will need to know whatever details I can provide about my unfortunate time in Dave's barn. Can you let the inspector know I shall come into town first thing in the morning for my interrogation?" Lane finished this with a bright smile and walked firmly toward the sanctuary of her house. The search parties had begun to return to their homes after the excitement of the afternoon, and the evening seemed to have fallen quite suddenly, the temperature dropping in a way that suggested it was not quite spring yet. Darling put his overcoat on and started down to the post office to retrieve their vagrant. "Well played, sir," Ames said as they walked. "Shut up, Ames." Chapter 26. 9 days prior. Charlie Blake picked up his mug of coffee and put his feet up on the chair opposite. He had the paper open and folded over, and was reading an article about yet another gold mine discovery in the Thompson River area. "These people is living in a dreamland," he said. "What people are those?" his wife asked from the sink, where she was rinsing dishes. "These people who think they're going to strike it rich with gold. That's the trouble with this country. Everyone wants to get rich fast. I never fell for that. Get a good job, stick with it. That's what I say." He spoke in the secure knowledge that his good job with the movie theatre in Kamloops was just such a job, and entertaining to boot. At his age, he knew he should retire, but the theatre was loyal, and the work of running the reels was still possible. He'd slowed down over the years, but he still didn't fancy himself sitting around underfoot at the house all day. And the same with Andrew. "I pride myself on knowing I kept him from rushing off on some wild goose chase. He's feeding his family every day, instead of starving them to death with pipe dreams. Seeing them Anscombs turning themselves inside out for nothing did it for me." "Now be fair, Charlie, they weren't trying to find a gold mine. They was only trying to grow apples. I hardly think—" But what she hardly thought was lost. Charlie had put his coffee mug down with a thump that splashed coffee across the freshly laundered tablecloth, and was in the process of folding the paper to isolate one small article in the lower right-hand corner. "Oh my God! Oh my God!" He thrust the paper at her, his face white. He did not stand for the simple reason that he thought he might pass out. His wife, alarmed by the change in his demeanour, came from the sink wiping her hands on her apron and took the paper. She read the words in the headline: "Child skeleton found in King's Cove, foul play suspected," mouthing them silently to herself. King's Cove. She shuddered. "Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me that something bad would happen there. You read it and tell me what it's about. I've got work to do." "God's teeth. Joe, I've got to go there. I have to. It's the only thing," Charlie said, taking the paper back and reading it again, as if he hoped it would be something else entirely. She stopped her journey back to the sink and turned slowly to look at her husband. "Why do you have to go back, Charlie? Why should you have to go back there?" Charlie sat, absolutely still, his heart pounding with a feeling he'd not experienced as strongly since he was a child, and his ma had died and left him to fend for himself. Fear. It wasn't much what he had, but it was stable, and he had a life with his wife. Their boy had grown up and gone to the coast for a proper education, and was now doctoring in Victoria after serving in the medical corps. Could the past come flooding in and ruin his life, even that of his son? He put his head in his hands, closing his eyes, trying to think, to sort out what to do. The strongest current of feeling he could identify in himself was rage. "What has got into you?" She had sat down on the chair from which he'd removed his feet and tried to pull his hands away from his face. She had never cut and bobbed her hair, and now white hair had come loose from the tie that kept it off her face and fallen across her eyes. "For God's sake, talk to me. Why are you acting like this? Why would they be digging up a child's grave? And why should it be Joe?" At this, he looked up and shook his head. "It was Henry. He told me once they had some boy back in the prairies before we got there, from the same home I was in, and he died accidentally, he said. I couldn't make out why they arrested him. Do you remember that? Some mounted police came and took him. I remember Marla was frantic, told me I had to stop them. I was barely in my teens. She made me run after them to ask. All the policeman told me was they had got new information. She was allowed to go see him, and she came back and started packing everything. Do you remember? We had to leave in such a hurry. Then he turned up, said they let him go, that it was all right, they knew he wasn't guilty. But I think he must have escaped." Charlie got up and began to pace, his fists opening and closing. "I tried to get him to Mabs to help him. He was barely breathing, but Henry caught me. He tried to stop me. He said our little Joe was dead. He hit me so hard. He told me it was an accident with Joe, and you know, I saw red. An accident like with that other kiddie, I asked him. I looked for him, Henry, after that for years. Finally found him, old and decrepit in hospital. I don't know what I thought I was going to say to him, but he just made excuses, said nothing was his fault. I saw red. I think I killed him." Finally she was able to find words. "You killed Henry? Oh my God, Charlie, how could you? When?" Charlie sputtered. "I didn't really kill him. I hit him, I was that angry." "Why would you say you killed him? There's something you're not telling me." His wife clutched the back of a chair, her face white. "I read Marla had died, and I finally knew where to find him. Back in 1930, remember? I wanted to look at him, see the expression on his face. I wanted to see that he was sorry. They told me at this rooming house that he'd gone into hospital. You never seen nothing like it. He was old and broken. Nothing left to him at all." "Why weren't you arrested or something?" But Charlie ignored the question. "I asked him again about young Joe. I never was satisfied about what happened. He said, can you believe this? He said, 'Who is Joe?' How could he not remember how a child died?" Then he must have remembered something, because he started saying he was sorry. Kept saying he was sorry. All I could see in my mind was poor Joe lying there. I don't even remember what happened then. I was angry, that's all." He got up, picked up the paper and read some more. "I gotta go there." "Charlie, no! What if they think you killed Henry and you're arrested? What will happen to me? Please leave it. It's all done now. You can't fix none of it. Please." She pulled at his arm, but he shrugged her off. "I don't know when I'll be back. I have to see it righted. He has to be buried proper." On the train he was clear. He needed to go to the police in Nelson and tell them what happened. Simple as that. Only it wasn't. With each bend bringing the train closer, he became more anxious. He'd be arrested if they learned about Henry. But maybe they wouldn't. He'd read the paper when Henry was found dead. It had said heart attack, though they had said they were looking for one Bob Anscombe. He'd gone back to calling himself by his real name, Charlie Blake, when he moved away with Isabel. Maybe that's why they never tracked him down. He would go to the police to ask about the body they found. What harm in that? No, it was too dangerous. He'd have to try to find out on his own what they were planning for him. It all might come out, how Henry died. Then what would happen to Isabel? Or Frank? Everything good he'd ever had in his life was because of Isabel. He felt the steady beat of the tracks beneath him and thought about his life. In one way he was not surprised. He realized he must have been waiting his whole life for it all to come unravelled. When he'd first found Isabel, he'd thought his life would come right in the end. But no matter what he built up, he'd never be anything more than a boy on the streets. Chapter 27. Lane was being insufferable with her constant fits of pique at Darling, and she knew it. She was almost certain he didn't deserve it. She had bathed, eaten a cheese omelette, and had a glass of whiskey and a couple of aspirin, and now sat in her nightgown and a bathrobe, watching the flames in the belly of the stove. The bruising on her ribs and arms kept quiet as long as she didn't move too much. She had a battered copy of Hemingway open on her lap. She turned the book over to look again at the title. The Sun Also Rises. "Ha!" she said out loud. Her friend Yvonne in France had given it to her. "If you are going to America, you must read some Americans," she had said. It was not a soothing book, she decided, too much going on. And anyway, this place turned out to be the furthest thing from America. She needed simplicity. Perhaps that was her trouble, she thought. There was simplicity in her existence now. Just her house, this green valley and cool lake, and a few friends whom she might love, but who would make no inroads into her deeper self. The utter quiet. She hadn't even gotten a wireless yet, like everyone else in the Cove, or a record player like Angela had. She had thought about getting some animals, perhaps a couple of horses in honour of Yvonne, who reported in her letters that she had increased her stables. Not that she'd really know how to look after them. But she supposed it was something she could learn. Look at her sister in South Africa, who kept horses and dogs to the exclusion of all human company. Lane was 26 and would soon be 27. It struck her forcibly that she and her sister were much alike after all. She was hiding out in the middle of nowhere, fiercely eschewing human engagement, with a house and a laughable career as a writer, and her sister was hiding out with her horses and dogs as far away from anywhere as you could get. In the next instant, she fought against this characterization of herself. She was not ungenerous or unloving. She had given love a chance, and she did not even have a solid conviction that romantic love was doomed, though she suspected it probably was. God, how young she'd been when she met Angus. 19, brimming with confidence and full of pride. She'd gotten first-class honours and was lured into intelligence with a kind of flattery that would work with her, that her country needed intelligent women who could speak different languages and were brave. She hadn't really been brave, she knew that. She had been businesslike and youthfully ignorant of the dangers. Well, her episode in the Bertoli barn told her she'd lost all that. She'd been afraid and peevish about being hit on the head and locked up, and she was afraid and peevish about love. She'd been youthfully unaware about those dangers as well. She quailed when she thought of how trusting she was then. November 3rd, 1939. The Three Bells was packed. The pounding rain outside had soaked the people running from the government building at quitting time, and their wool clothes now let off a damp steam that added to the whirling smoke of pipes and cigarettes. The noise level was daunting. Lane was squeezed into a corner between her flatmate Emily and a young man with straight brown hair pushed off his forehead, who smiled broadly at her and thrust out his hand. "Donald, 5th floor," he shouted in her direction. "Lane, 3rd," she said. There was not much point, she thought. They wouldn't hear each other. She had become used to these after-work scrums, but she wasn't sure how much she liked them. The pubs in Oxford were somehow less desperate. The war, she supposed. Everybody being extra bright and cheerful. Or maybe it's because we're all so secretive. She had no idea what went on the 5th floor, or if being on the 5th floor meant you were more in the know than if you were on the 3rd. She suspected he might be surprised to learn she was engaged in weapons training and was soon going to be obliged to go out into the country somewhere to learn how to jump out of an aeroplane. She felt an elbow from Emily and turned. "He's good-looking," her flatmate said, nodding in the young man's direction. Lane turned and looked at Donald briefly, who smiled and raised his pint, and then she turned back. "So I get him because he's next to me? Cheers. Well, if you don't want him, let me have a go. What did you say his name was?" "Donald. Help yourself. I'm going for another glass. Same again. At a nod from her friend, Lane struggled up and begged Donald's pardon. He got up to let her pass, and then suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her back toward him so that he could bring his head close to hers. "You're a looker. Not leaving, I hope?" He spoke this right into her ear, and she recoiled at the tone. He'd gone from genial to offensive. She tried to pull her hand away. "You're hurting me. Kindly let me go." He held tighter, pulling her hand to rest on his thigh. "Come on, a pretty girl like you. I bet you've been around the block a few times." Lane could feel her rage concentrating into a white-hot point. She looked directly into his eyes and said quietly, "If you don't let me go, I'll scream the place down." Donald dropped her hand, saying, "Keep your shirt on. There's plenty more where you come from." She pivoted to make for the bar, and then turned back just as he was sliding back onto the bench. "Oh, and you'd better not be there when I get back," she said. She stood in line at the bar, her heart pounding, waiting for her rage to drain. She'd been propositioned before at Oxford, but somehow they'd all been young and uncertain, easily put off. She turned to look around. The whole thing had gone completely unnoticed in the maelstrom of smoke and noise. A girl had better look to herself, she thought, smiling. At last, the barman nodded in her direction. "2 glasses of ale, please. Cheers," she said. She had her coins at the ready, and she plunked them onto the bar. "He's left," said a man standing next to her. "Very impressive." She turned and saw a man in an RAF uniform, a little older than the mostly recent varsity grads crammed into the pub, she reckoned. Red blonde hair, very wavy, blue eyes. He's kind, she thought. One of us. Her grand's definition for someone you could trust. "Oh, God, did you see all that?" she laughed. "I did. Neatly dispatched. I won't ask what you said to him. It's a trade secret, I expect." "I certainly hope it's not a trade I'll have to engage in often. Thanks," she added to the bartender, who had slid the 2 ales across to her and helped himself to the money she'd left. She stood holding the 2 glasses and smiled, shrugging. "Well," she said, inclining her head to where her flatmate was just telling someone the seat was taken. "There's a space there now." Crikey, she thought. I've gone from cutting a man dead to inviting another one to sit down. I can't be trusted. "I'm on my way out, but thanks. I've got a couple more days of leave. Perhaps I'll see you in here next time." "Right then." Lane paused, smiling. "Thanks," she said. "For what?" "For noticing," she said. "Think nothing of it. I am a great admirer of strength of purpose. Angus, by the way. Angus Dunn." "Lane Winslow. Cheers, then. Till next time." She turned to squeeze her way through the crowds, admiring him for not being interested. "Your fellow left," Emily said. "Not interested in me at all." She sighed and cupped her hands around her glass. "You're well out of it, trust me," Lane said, looking toward the pub entrance. The door was closing. 2 days later, Lane headed out of the building and around the corner toward the park. She told the others she was going to buy some stockings at a shop on Brentwood and she'd skip lunch. She had no intention of buying stockings, as she'd been sent a plentiful supply by her gran, and turned instead toward Wormwood Scrubs Park, where she longed to sit in the quiet. The weather was cool, but a pale sun seemed to have fought its way through, and she wanted to enjoy it. As she turned the corner toward Braybrook, she was surprised to see a familiar RAF uniform. Dunn was just emerging from a pharmacy. She was certain he would not remember her, so she was prepared to hurry past, but he stopped. "Miss Winslow, how very well met." He removed his cap and offered his hand. "We didn't have an opportunity for a proper handshake the other night. You met with no more misadventures, I hope." "No, thank you." She eyed his uniform. "Fancy remembering me, Flight Lieutenant." He smiled. "You're not easy to forget. Where are you off to?" "I need to get away from the hubbub," she said ruefully. "I've lied and said I have to buy stockings, but I'm going to sit in the park." "May I join you?" "Yes, Why not? Provided you don't smoke or talk nonsense. They walked along the paths of the park, mostly empty, its trees clinging to the last of their leaves. It should be forlorn, but Lane felt a kind of quiet elation. He had turned her down flat at the pub, but now it was he who had asked. And no full-court press. If she had time to analyse it, she might have said she felt as if she were in safe hands. They had been talking about the crowds at the eateries at lunch and the lack of decent food when he asked, Oxford? Cambridge? Or something more bullshy? LSE, perhaps? Oxford. How did you know? I can spot an intelligent girl at 100 paces. When did you come down? They had come abreast of a bench, and as if in unconscious agreement, they sat down. Just before the start, I was lucky to get a job. It seems to be all hands on deck. It's even rather novel working in a prison. The Scrubs was Wormwood Scrubs, a Victorian prison that had been converted to government use at the start of the war. I'm sure it's much more pleasant without the prisoners. What do you do? Here she looked across the stretch of green and gold and said, A very minor job, I'm afraid. I do secretarial work. I taught myself to type in college so I could write my papers. It turned out to be of use to someone. I imagine you fly a plane. I do. Lane looked at her watch. Gosh, I've got to get back. I'd no idea we'd walked for so long. She stood up. Look, I don't want to be too forward, but I'm off away tomorrow. Dinner tonight? He asked. They came up out of Hammersmith Station and walked along King Street. It had become a familiar routine, this companionable walk along the dark street. She had her hands in her coat pockets, the right one fingering the most recent note he had sent her with instructions for a meeting. This one said, Meet me at Leonard's on Beak Street. It made her inordinately happy. It was like a grown-up game of paper chase. This time, when they were a block away from the house where she and Emily rented rooms, he gently slid his hand under her arm and stopped her, turning her toward him. I've wanted to do this, he said, drawing her toward him. She felt herself enveloped in his arms, felt his lips brush her cheek, find her mouth, felt herself fall completely. They stood in each other's arms, a warm circle in the darkness in a world that encompassed only them. They would become lovers, she knew. It was something she had never imagined for herself, and now relished with a secret joy. You're the first, she said to him now. He looked down at her, his smile gently obscured in the darkness. What, the first man to kiss you? I'm afraid so. I can't believe that. Your dispatch technique must be better than I ever imagined. He kissed her again. I've generally found men to be immature or presumptuous, and I'm afraid a few of my college friends had to go down and marry in a hurry. I thought it a terrible waste for women's education to give up a university spot like that. They aren't that easy to get, even in these modern times. Well, I'm honoured, he said, holding her close, his chin resting on her hair. Have you told anyone? About our dinners, I mean. No one, she said happily. I want to keep this all to myself. Emily is always trying to get me interested in these ghastly people. I keep pretending men don't interest me. She giggled at this. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, he whispered. Ever. Guileless and fresh. Lane felt her heart expand, felt his desire, felt her own. They kissed again and then stopped when someone hurried past them on the pavement, hat pulled down and collar up against the cold. Military men and their girls were a common sight on the street. Most rooming houses strictly forbade the bringing in of members of the opposite sex. You won't mind terribly, will you, if we don't tell people? I don't want it getting back to my command. They want us unentangled and undistracted when we fly. I won't tell a soul, she said. Imagine, she thought, all the girls gabbing about those hopeless boys they all fall for, and me having Angus. I shall be so smug when all the girls are fretting about their on-again, off-again men. That's my girl, he said. She thought now about Angus, about her own blinding naivety. She could see now, with the distance of time, how he had known exactly what would appeal to her, how she had ignored completely, had relished even, the implications of what he said that first night they'd kissed. She remembered it now. "That's my girl." She had wanted with all her being to be his girl. From then on, he had somehow managed to define every aspect of their relationship, and she had thought herself lucky. She had thought herself in love. She had been in love, completely, the way young girls imagine love should be, and she had been utterly devastated when he died. Indeed, if she thought it through, she knew that the reason she had come out to Canada was because of her need to escape this terrible sense of loss. That young Lane seemed to her now to be a completely different person. A woman had too much to lose. Lane had had no experience of seeing love firsthand in her own home because her mother had died when they were very small children, and they lived with her forbidding father who disliked her and favoured her outgoing sister. Angus had been, she discovered quite recently, a master at deception. And look at that young girl Erin, resisting marriage with all her might. What example had her parents set? Or her uncle, with his repression of his wife's career? The girl's instincts were right, she thought. What experience had she had of a loving marriage between equals? There must be happy marriages, she thought. Kenny and Eleanor came to mind, a loving couple who did not repress each other in the least. And there was Angela and David. Theirs appeared to be a real partnership. They were each busy with their own concerns and only came together to tell the dogs to shut up or the children to come down out of the trees. She would like to see any man pushing either of those women around. And she knew, in her heart of hearts, that Darling loved her, though he might never say it, and she suspected she loved him. She knew he raged at her behaviour out of fear that one day she would take a risk too many, but she couldn't bear it, that feeling that it might not stop there. How could he love her as an equal? How could any man? It was the way of the world. If you didn't want to be alone, you accepted it. Why was she throwing up this massive wall of resistance? Was it her fear that she was not capable of seeing herself as an equal? She had let her wartime lover take command. She could not let anyone, Darling, determine her equality. Letting men be in charge was a bad habit. She became heartily sick of this unproductive rumination. She should go to bed. She wanted to get into town early and explain what had happened to her. She knew he'd hit her on the head and dragged her to that barn, and had threatened her with a bashing with that flashlight, but she also knew that somehow she never really believed he intended to kill her. He was troubled and angry, and perhaps had acted as he did because he simply didn't know what to do with her. She suspected people without much imagination got into criminal trouble because they couldn't think how to get out of things. In any case, he seemed driven by the question of the dead child. She uttered a rueful chuckle. She'd done most of the damage herself, falling down the stairs. She put down her glass and book, closed the stove, and hoped that she had earned a full and uninterrupted night of sleep. In the dark, gingerly snuggling into her blankets and watching the faint fluttering of her curtains as the cold night air cleaned away the cobwebs, she smiled. Of course she wouldn't give up on love. She would start small, she decided. She would get a dog. But it was Darling she saw when she closed her eyes. Chapter 28. Miss Winslow, come in. How are we doing today? Ames seemed, as usual, to be full of youthful energy and optimism. We are fine, thank you. A little sore, to be sure, but that is to be expected when one gets bonked on the head and falls down a flight of stairs. Have you spoken to the prisoner? No, His Majesty is waiting for you. We're trying to piece together the sequence of events. According to Manitoba, the family disappeared around 1907 or so, after old Henry Anscombe was arrested, and for some reason, after he got away, they never pursued the matter. We're also now dealing with the possibility that this Bob Anscombe is somehow implicated in his father's death. Anyway, the boss wants you there because you've done some spade work at the Cove." Ames registered Lane's look of surprise. "I know. You never know what you're going to get with him, do you?" Thinking that she ought to stop having uncharitable thoughts about the inspector, Lane followed Ames to the small room where interrogations were conducted. She looked around surreptitiously as she went in behind them. She herself had endured a fairly lengthy questioning the previous summer in this very room. She was pleased to be on the other side of the table. She sat where Ames indicated, and he took out his little book and pencil. In a few moments, Darling came in with Bob Anscombe. Anscombe looked improved, she thought. He'd had a bath, had been given clean clothes from somewhere, and obviously had had a proper meal and a good night's sleep. When he looked up and saw her, he paused, frowning. "I've asked Miss Winslow to sit in, if you don't mind. She's been helping us with this matter," Darling said evenly. Anscombe made a noise that seemed to suggest resignation, and sat at the chair that had been pulled out for him at the other side of the table. "Miss Winslow, by the way, seems disinclined to see you charged with kidnapping. I am not so sure. To deprive a person of her liberty for more than 20 hours seems to warrant a legal response. We will get to that. In the meantime, we need to get at anything you can tell us about the young child who was buried in Mrs. Hughes's garden, which you indicated yesterday you might help us with." Anscombe sat, his hands folded on the table, his shoulders slumped forward. After what seemed an interminable interval, he said, "We were something called home children, me and Isabel and Andrew and little Joseph." Lane heard what she had not quite placed before in his speech, the way he pronounced something. "You're a Londoner originally," she said, and then glanced nervously at Darling. She was sure she was not meant to have a speaking role, but he merely nodded, as if this was more information to take in. "So all of you were home children?" Darling asked. "All except the baby. He was theirs." "You took the family name. Were you adopted? Were home children adopted as a rule?" "No, we wasn't adopted. But Henry, he insisted we take the name. I even had to change my first name. My name is Charlie Blake, but he insisted on Bob. Robert is my middle name. I think Charlie was the name of that first kiddie who died, and he didn't want to be reminded. Anyway, I kept using it. I don't reckon home children were usually adopted. In the old country, they take up poor abandoned kids from the streets and send them out here to get a better life. To work, more like. And sometimes people maybe do get a better life. I guess if I look back, I got a better life than I'd have had back home. I never had no parents, and I was stealing to eat. It wasn't going to end well for me. But if I got a better life, it was because I met Isabel and Andrew. Izzy's mum left them one day when they was tykes and never came back. The officials wasn't always too picky about whether children were actually orphans. I sometimes think their ma is still out there looking for them. We all got sent out here in 1906. We wasn't together at first, but Isabel was with an old lady who said she was too young, and she didn't want a little boy to look after. Isabel would never be parted from her brother. I persuaded my family to take them. Anscombe seemed like good people, just, I don't know, unlucky. Turns out they had a child die on them through no fault of their own, as Henry told it. But Henry was a hard man, wanted us to fit in, change the way we talk. We tried to sound like we belonged to them. He was never happy, always threatening to hit us or send us back. I never thought he could kill someone on purpose, though, but now I wonder. So wait, interrupted Darling. You're saying you and Isabel and her brother weren't adopted by the Anscombes, but that you met before you were shipped out? He consulted his notes. Your name is Charles Robert Blake. You aren't actually blood siblings? I hope not, he said, laughing mirthlessly. We've been married for 35 years. No, we met when we was kiddies when they took us off the streets. I swore in my heart I would never leave them when I met them that night. I never seen nobody so frightened and lost, or been so brave about it. Ames was scratching away on his notepad. He felt as if he was writing about another world. "So, what about the boy we found?" he said, wanting to get away from his imagination of the misery of the streets of London. Blake, as Darling now thought of him, sat silently, looking down at his hands. That was Joe. Ames made notes. "Another brother of Isabel's?" "No, not poor Joe. I don't know where he came from, but they was on the boat with us coming across. There was children from London and maybe Leeds on that boat. There was 6 of them in that family, and Joe was the littlest. The day we arrived on the train in Winnipeg, I seen him with that big family of kiddies, and someone came and took 'em, and when they was all cleared out, they left that poor little thing behind. It was the worst thing I ever seen done, and I seen a lot when I was on the streets, believe me. So I took him, and he stayed with me in the boys' home for a bit, and when I got placed with Anscombe, they wouldn't let me take him. When I knew Anscombe had a plan to move away, I went to the boys' home and said I were taking him on an outing, and I never brought him back. I was afraid every minute they'd chase us and take him. I don't reckon anyone even tried. That shows how much they cared about them kids they took. I don't even know if his family ever looked for him. Isabel tried to contact the orphanage in London, and they sent her away with a flea in her ear. They won't tell you nothing. I never even knew his last name. I told Anscombe he had to come too. I thought they'd kick up because lots of people who came to pick up children that day seemed surprised to see such young children. They didn't want 'em. An extra mouth to feed and you don't get work out of them for a long time. I guess that's why those other people left poor Joe. Hard as he was, Henry let him stay with me, but he told me I'd have to work harder to feed him. "So you turned up at King's Cove in 1907, Ames said, looking down at his notes. "I don't understand why Anscombe agreed to take all of you. All those extra mouths to feed must be a burden if you're trying to flee to a new place," Darling said. His wife was sickly. That's Marla, and Izzy was strong, so she helped, especially after when Marla was going to have a baby. Even Andrew, little as he was, helped out. Henry got free labour, if you want to know the truth. He told me it was an accident with that other kid, Charlie, but they wouldn't believe him. They tried to say he beat him. "Did he beat you or the other children?" "He lost his temper a lot. Hit me once with a board he was holding. I wanted to leave, but I couldn't feed the others if I tried to make my own way, and I couldn't leave them behind with no one to look out for 'em. I made sure he never laid a hand on them. Anyway, he said it was an accident, and when you put young kids on machines and the like that they can't handle, I guess you could call it that. I don't see myself how it's much different from outright murder." Darling looked over at Ames, who raised an eyebrow. "People do claim all kinds of accidents to cover up beatings of children. And now we have the death of Joe Anscombe. Broken ribs, a blow to the head. Were you there to see what happened to him?" October 1910. "He ain't well," Marla said. Her voice was dry and exhausted like the voice of a ghost. "He's burning up. He's going up in smoke. Like it's his way of getting to God. I can't do nothing." She sat on the edge of the bed with a battered enamel bowl and a damp cloth held helplessly on her lap. Henry stood beside her, his chest constricted with fear. He watched Marla, desperately thin, her face already lined with misery, now showing a terrifying resignation. The baby, who had been left asleep in the kitchen, began to cry. Marla looked up at the sound but did not move. "He's going to be all right," he said. "Why did you make him go get wood? He's too small." Henry made no answer. He seized the bowl of water and the rag and knelt by the bed and began to tamp Joe's forehead. "Go look after the baby," he ordered. The boy was burning up, his breath coming in gasps. Henry soaked the cloth and wrung it out, but he knew it was hopeless. Marla was standing in the corner of the room, holding the baby close to her, her back to them. "He needs a doctor." "You have to see to him. There's no doctor." Marla held her baby close and looked at Joe as if he were already gone and she was trying to remember him. "You should never have sent her away. I need Isabel here now. She'd know what to do." Henry held his hand, felt his breathing slow, and thought the crisis was past. "Now just let him be and sleep," he said. "You keep an eye on him, mind. If anything happens to him, they'll come for us for sure, and we'll have to move again. Do you understand?" He got into the bed and pulled the blankets over his head. Marla stood holding the baby, who had settled into an uneasy sleep. In a few minutes she could hear her husband snoring. She could not remember ever feeling so alone in her life. She put the baby back into his crib and knelt by the bed, watching Joe, whose breathing was again growing painful. "No, I don't know exactly what happened to him," Charles Blake said, frowning. "Marla told me when she came to get me that Henry had made him go get wood, and the wood had fallen on him. That was the worst night of my life. Isabel, just left one day, packed her bag and left. She wanted to take the others, but he wouldn't let her. She said she'd be back for Andrew as soon as she found something. I wanted to take Andrew with me when I left after that night when Joe died, but Henry said Andrew was his. They were his. Can you imagine? Like he owned us." "Why did Isabel leave?" "She was that mad when Henry found me and Mabel together. I was crazy, I guess. I think I was in love with Isabel all along. That's when I knew it, that she loved me." "He found you and Mabel together?" "Yes, I know. It doesn't make sense looking back. I thought I was sweet on her then, and we were in the tool shed where I'd kind of set up my living quarters just to get out of that house." At this, Lane glanced at Darling. Gwen had told her she thought Mabel and Bob might have been something to each other. Had they been lovers? Was this the secret that was making Mabel so jumpy? "So you left the Anscombe household. Where did you go? How did Isabel and Andrew end up with you?" "Isabel found me. She sent me a letter because she wanted to get Andrew. So I left too, taking Andrew. Henry was a wreck and wanted to move again, and I couldn't bear him no more. I went to Kamloops right off and found work on the railway." "Tell me about the night the child Joseph died," Darling said. The knocking was desperate. Bob woke, his heart beating, and took a moment to get oriented. "Bob, please." It was Marla. Bob bounded to his feet, throwing his covers off. Marla almost never left her room. Why was she banging on the shed door in the middle of the night? He pulled the door open, and he could see her figure in the dark. She was holding something large. It took a moment for Bob to see it was Joe. "There's something wrong with him. He ain't breathing right," she cried, half sobbing. She held the limp bundle she was holding toward him. Bob came down the one step onto the ground and took Joseph. He could hear Joe's wheezing breath, catching and staccato. Marla had wrapped a blanket around him, but having gotten him as far as the shed, she seemed unable to know what to do next. "What happened?" He sat on the step and pulled the blanket away from Joe's face. Even in the dark it seemed otherworldly, a deathly pale. He pulled him close and rocked him. "Did Pa do something?" "He just sent him for wood. The logs rolled down and he fell over. I woke up when I heard him like this. I think it's bad. I think something is hurt inside. You have to do something." "Mabel. She would know what to do, or her mother would." "I'm going to take him for help. You stay here with the baby. Where's Pa?" "Asleep," she said. "You take him." She had the aspect of someone who had given up. She turned as if Joseph had stopped existing for her and went back toward the house. Holding Joseph as tightly as he dared, Bob started to half-run along the paths through the forest that would take him to the orchard above the Hugheses. He could hear his own breath coming now in increasing gasps. It wasn't until the fork where you could go down to the road or along the final stretch to the orchard that he heard the pounding steps behind him. "Where are you going?" Henry Anscombe's voice came out in a half-whispered hiss. He brought his face up close to Bob's and took his elbow in a fierce and painful grip. Bob looked at him and began to sob, trying to pull his arm away. "He's sick. He'll die if I don't get help. You near killed him." He stumbled backward, freeing his arm, and tried to continue along the path. Henry made an angry sound and ran after Bob, getting in front of him. "It's too late, you stupid oaf! He's dead!" Bob shook his head violently and looked down at where Joseph's face had been covered by the corner of the blanket. He frantically pulled the blanket away and listened. The little face was still, the mouth slack. He could see a dark stain at the corner of his mouth. He shook the boy gently up and down, whispering, urging, "Come on, little Joe. Come on. We'll get help. Please." "He's dead. Can't you see that? Now stop this nonsense. Give him to me." He reached out, trying to take the small body. Bob yanked his bundle away, turning so that Henry couldn't reach him. "No, you can't. I'm taking him. He might still be alive," he said desperately, knowing already it was not true. The next thing he felt was like thunder, a blow so hard across the side of his head that he fell, still clutching the bundle that was the dead child. "You get rid of him. Do you hear? You take him in the forest and you bury him, and don't you come back till that's done." Henry swung around and walked angrily back along the path until he disappeared into the darkness. In the silence that remained, the ringing in Bob's head seemed louder. He was sitting on the ground, Joe lying inert across his legs, the blanket half off him. Bob struggled to his feet, and wrapping the blanket properly around Joe again, he continued walking, dazed and only vaguely aware of his direction, until he was at the top of the orchard. He could see the dark outline of the Hughes' house through the line of trees. He stumbled through the grass, holding Joe close and whispering over and over, "Please, Joe, please." When he was outside the darkened house, he stood and looked at it. He thought, his mind suddenly as clear as if he were outside the house of strangers, "There is nothing there for me." He began to turn, with some idea that he must return home. Then the sound of Henry's voice came back to him. "Take him to the forest and bury him." He pulled the limp body close again, feeling a wash of horror, of protest, tears running down his face. "I can't leave you by yourself like that, Joseph. It ain't right. I can't," he whispered. He saw him again, alone on the platform on that day so long ago, and suffered again the wave of anguish he felt at the sound of that cry. He pushed the blanket away from the little boy's face and kissed him gently on the forehead. "It's okay, little Joe. You won't be alone, I promise. You'll be here with Mabel and Gwenny and Mrs. H. They'll look after you. You won't never have to be alone again." "I couldn't forget about Joe, though, lying all by himself," Charles continued. "I wanted to see what became of him. Henry, I mean. I never lost the idea that he had killed him, whether he meant to or not. 15 years I looked to find Henry. I finally tracked him down when I saw in some obit that Marla had died in Creston." "That was in 1930? There was a long silence, and then Charles finally spoke. "Yes. I went looking because all I wanted was to see if he even cared or remembered Joe, but all I found out was that Henry was living alone in a rooming house. Only when I got there he was in hospital. Weak heart, he told me." October 1930. "Hey, Mr. A, you got a visitor," Wendy said. She always had a smile in her voice, Anscombe thought. "I don't know anybody. What visitor?" "Why, your son. How about that? You told me you didn't have anybody. Here's Bob. Now, isn't that nice?" She waved Bob forward and left the room to attend to other patients. Anscombe turned slowly in his wheelchair and looked at the man standing near the door holding his hat in his hands. He squinted. He could barely recognize him. He watched him as he came forward and stopped in front of him. It was hard to see him because the light from the window was behind him. Anscombe put his hand over his eyes, his arm moving slowly because of the pain. "What are you doing here?" he asked. Charlie Blake looked around the room. There were only 2 other people, both asleep in front of other windows in wheelchairs. "What's wrong with you?" he asked. "Heart trouble. I don't reckon I got much time." "Heart trouble? I'm surprised to learn you have one." Do you ever think about young Joseph, or that Charlie back in Manitoba?" Anscombe turned toward the window and looked out across the grass to the street beyond. Horses pulled wagons and carts, and a few cars moved around them. He could hear the distant bleat of a horn. Anscombe furrowed his brow. "Who's Joe?" Bob could feel the beginnings of rage welling up. "Joe, the boy you practically killed. Don't pretend you don't remember him." "Why are you dragging that up? He was nobody. He died. Nothing left to say. He was never going to grow up anyway. Too weak." Bob dropped his head. This is what it's like to lose someone, he thought, this pain in your chest. "Go away, would you? You were trouble right from the start. I don't need to talk to you. I don't ever want to see you." He tried to turn his wheelchair, but it was lodged against the leg of the table. "Oh, no, you don't." Bob Anscombe was leaning toward him, his hands on the table, his face coming closer. "He wasn't strong, but he wouldn't have just died like that. I don't believe it was the wood. You must have hit him." Suddenly the older man was crying and shaking his head. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I'm sorry. I just sent him out to get some logs and the woodpile fell and crushed him. It was an accident. Something inside him broke. You know you couldn't get any doctor out there." Anscombe's tears flowed down his face, his nose running. "You let him die, like that other kid you claimed was an accident. I should never have believed you then. I don't believe you now. You're a liar." Bob had grabbed a fistful of Anscombe's dressing gown and was pulling him forward and rammed his head into Henry's. He felt him go slack, and when he let him go, Henry fell back, unconscious. Charlie thought in the train home that the bruise growing on his head was because he'd rammed his head against Henry Anscombe's, but he would never know if that was exactly what happened. He only remembered his own rage propelling him out the door of the hospital and the sound of the door slamming. "You're admitting to the wrongful death of Henry Anscombe," said Darling. "I suppose I am. I got nothing much to say about that. I didn't mean to kill him. I thought I just knocked him out." In the back of Charles Blake's mind was the growing realization that everything he had would be over now. He thought of Isabel at home, hearing he'd been arrested. She could move in with Andrew and his family. "Did he tell you how that other child died?" asked Darling. "What?" Charles Blake only half heard the question. "You mentioned you thought he was lying about the other child in Manitoba that died in his care. Did he tell you how he died?" "He fell under a wagon. He told me that back in Manitoba, and I was never sure I believed him. He was careless. He told me that if I'd been a better son, Joey would still be alive." Blake shrugged, all the fight gone. "I guess he was right. Maybe it's my fault. He had no one else but that sickly Marla, and she had a baby she couldn't begin to cope with on her own. I didn't even ask him about that baby. I was that angry about Joe." "If he'd lost a child in his care, how did you come to be placed with him?" Lane asked. "The authorities came out to them and investigated and seemed satisfied, so I guess they believed him too. Then I came to work there. I was glad to leave the institution. I could see he needed help. He didn't know what to do with his missus. Then out of the blue, a policeman came and arrested Henry. Apparently they said he'd lied about how the little kiddie died. I didn't know that at the time about the other boy. They even took me in for questioning, but that boy died just before I got there. All I knew is they arrested him, and he left us to manage how we could. Well, the missus went to pieces then, and I had to keep everything going. Even Isabel and Andrew was more use than she was, young as they were." Charles Blake sat with his hands folded on the table, head down, as if saying a silent requiem to the past. "How did you all come to move out here?" "I drove the missus into town to see Henry one morning. I sat outside on the wagon and waited, and she came out of the jail and she said, 'We have to pack, we're going,' just like that. She never said nothing more all the way back. It was like packing somehow pulled her together. We kept asking where we was going, but she kept packing. I was that scared they would leave without us. Then a night or two later, Henry turns up and says they'd let him go and we should leave. I'll say this for them. They never once said you kids can't come along. So we went the next night to some town where the train came through first thing in the morning, and we come here finally. He shook his head. It was going to be a whole new start, Henry told us, and for a while it seemed like it was. People were helpful and that, but you could already tell at the first winter it was going to be hard, even if the winters ain't so hard as on the prairies. There was too many young mouths, and then when she had a baby of her own and Henry didn't know too much about farming or growing fruit, it was just sort of hopeless. Anyway, the fall of 1910, I could already see the winter was going to be extra hard. It was colder than I expected. We didn't have enough stores for a long winter ahead, and probably not much money to get through. And Joe weren't never strong or well, and the missus seemed more and more unhinged. Well, that was about it. Chapter 29. The silence in the room pressed in. Lane listened, oppressed by the misery his story engendered. It was not the death of the child that bothered her so much, she realized, but the utter desperation of their lives. She felt a kind of shame suddenly about any resentment of her own life. Though her mother had died, she was brought up in luxury and privilege, given an excellent university education, and had grandparents who doted on her. I'll never complain again, she thought, imagining the unhappiness of these children Charles Blake described. She spoke finally. Mr. Blake, can you tell me why you came here to the Cove? To her surprise, he smiled slightly. Mr. Blake? No one calls me that, just Charlie. He turned sombre. I tried to put Joe out of my mind, but I couldn't. I never even knew Henry had died. Honestly, I was surprised nobody followed me after I hit him. I kept walking, got a ride out, and that was that. I believed I'd knocked him out, but if you told me I'd killed him, I wouldn't have been sorry, that's the truth of it. Then I read about the body being found. I had to come. I guess I wanted to make sure he would be buried proper-like. I always thought Mabel must have known that she'd do something. When I read he'd been found, well, I knew she hadn't. He was wrapped in a blanket and buried face down. There was a gold locket around his neck. Can you tell me about that? Ames, could you bring that from the shelf over there and show Mr. Blake? Ames got up, stretching a little from the long sit on the wooden chair to which he'd been assigned to write his notes, and brought down the locket and put it in front of Blake. Blake looked at it for a moment and then picked it up, turning it over. Then he put it down, shaking his head. He wiped a tear from his cheek. That were Isabel's locket. She said that when she left she told him, Here, you have this, I won't need it. Only he didn't get much use of it after all. I guess I put him face down because he used to sleep like that. I wanted to think he'd just be sleeping like. Darling stirred, making as if to get up. I'll see if I can get our post-mortem man to square what he sees with what Henry Anscombe told you about the accident. In the meantime, we have two further matters, your confinement of Miss Winslow and the death of Henry Anscombe. I'm afraid you'll have to stay in police custody. You'd better tell us how to get hold of your wife. Charles Blake took a deep breath. Police custody. That's how it's all to end then. I'm near 60 years and I can't barely remember my mother because she died when I was a tyke. But I sure remember the police taking me off the street and putting me in homes. I couldn't stand having no say right from an early age, so I ran away every time. I didn't actually mind the places they put me some of the time, but I couldn't stand not having no say, that's all. I got no running left in me. Ames looked up from his notes. By the way, what is the name of the boys' home you were sent to in Manitoba? They might have some information about Joseph. Bob shook his head slowly as if trying to dislodge the memory. Patterson Home for Boys. I reckon it's still there, being a home for boys like me. I reckon the cities in the old country still got too many children and not enough parents and money to care for 'em. Ames was commissioned to escort Charles Blake back to his cell. As they stood up, Charles caught sight of the boots and shirt on the shelf where they had been placed next to the locket. "Look at that," he said, reaching over and picking one of the boots. He looked at Lane. "You found both of 'em?" "They was Andrew's once, then little Joseph got 'em." He put the boot back and turned back to follow Ames. He did not wait to hear the answer. Lane and Darling sat next to each other in the interview room. "God, I'd like a good clean murder so I could charge someone. By all rights he'll be charged with the manslaughter death of Henry Anscombe," Darling said with a sigh. "Too bad, really. You know like I do that this is a tragedy. Well, I'm not adding to the misery by pressing charges against him for holding me." "Are you sure you want to do that?" They were speaking quietly, so much so that they were leaning close. He felt a nearly irresistible desire to kiss her, and then pulled himself together, puzzled by his own lack of the sense of the occasion. He would have to avoid this proximity in future. It was clear she certainly would not have him. "That's fine, I suppose. I don't agree with it. But I've enough to hold him as it is." Darling stood up to put some distance between them. Ames came back in and mentally shook his head at the sight of Lane sitting on a chair with her arms folded and leg crossed looking one way, and Darling standing on the other side of the room looking the other. "Mr. Blake would like to know about giving the boy a proper burial, sir." Lane looked at Darling. "Is there any reason not to? I can contact our vicar, and we can have a service at our little church. It will make the Hughes ladies feel better, I know." "No, I suppose not," Darling said with a sigh. In so many ways it had been a most unsatisfactory afternoon. This, at least, might rescue part of it. The morning of the funeral dawned clear with the promise of a warm spring day that presaged the coming long days of summer. Lane, dressed in her one dark suit, adjusted her only proper hat, finding she would have to pull her hair into a bun to make it work. She disliked wearing a hat. One of the joys of living in the new world, she always thought, was freedom from the necessity of wearing headgear, except in the winter, when a woolly hat kept out the cold. Her stomach was in knots, so she ate little for breakfast. As she backed out of her driveway on her way to pick up the Armstrongs, she wondered at her nerves. The funeral was, she decided, a sad finale to a tragic story. She knew the Hughes ladies would be there. They had been very much affected when they had finally heard the whole tale. And Darling and Ames. Her innards did a lurch at the thought of Darling, and she tried to banish the image of him, the scent of him, as they had sat close together in the hall at the police station. Her feelings for him, once teasing, light, theoretical, had suddenly begun to cascade, gathering strength and texture, keeping her awake at night and interfering with her appetite. They pulled up at the little graveyard. It still had the air of a pioneering burial place, carved out of the forest, the few headstones seemingly growing out of the ground with the spring grass. The tall evergreens looked down, casting an ever-shortening shadow across the site, the sun seeming to suggest the end of darkness for the tiny victim they were burying. The vicar was in place, talking quietly to the Hughes ladies in their flowered frocks. Lane had seen the same dresses at their Christmas party the previous winter, with jackets and hats predating the war. Predating the decade, Lane thought, suddenly missing the easy clothing of the 30s that had given way to the sensible cloth-saving masculine look of the war. She started toward them with a view to saying how lovely they all looked, and then realized it was perhaps not the tone for a child's funeral, however late it had come. She saw the maroon police car pull up and firmly move to the Hugheses, refusing to watch Darling emerge from the car, just as she refused to acknowledge the way her breath caught when she finally did look and see him in a dark suit, looking back at her from under the brim of his hat. Ames opened the back door and Charles Blake stepped out. He was clean-shaven and held his hat in his hand. At the sight of him, Mabel turned away and looked only at the little grave that was waiting for its coffin. "It's such a lovely day," Lane said. She and Eleanor and Kenny had joined the Hughes ladies. How right for the funeral. Gwen looked up at Lane and nodded. It's the least he deserves, though I don't suppose being buried in our backyard was so bad. Mabel frowned at her. You don't know anything, she said, and turned angrily away. Gladys, who had been watching the procession of the tiny wooden coffin to which the bones had been consigned and was now being carried by Charles Blake and the two policemen, turned to them, whispering, So how about showing some respect instead of arguing like a couple of children? The vicar, who upon learning of the story insisted that the little shirt and pair of boots be buried with him, chose a scripture from Romans 8:38-39. I am convinced that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor rulers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor powers, nor height, nor depth, nor anything else in all creation will be able to separate us from the love of God in Christ Jesus our Lord. How appropriate, Lane thought. All things had bedevilled this poor child in his life, but perhaps he was not then, nor could ever be, separated from his God. As a last gesture, Charles said a quiet word to Joseph's spirit and threw the locket into the grave. Poor little thing, Lane said softly to Gladys. At least we are closer to knowing what really happened. It is the least we can do for him. It was at that moment that Mabel fainted, crumbling to the ground like a scrap of cloth. Chapter 30. Mabel jerked her head away from the burning. Someone had put smelling salts under her nose. She tried to sit up. She was in the back of the car, her sister by her side. For God's sake, Mabel, pull yourself together. I knew you hadn't been eating enough. What's got into you? Mabel's eyes widened as she looked out the window. She could see her mother talking to the vicar and shaking her head, and Lane and the two policemen talking, heads close together. I'll be arrested, she cried, clutching at Gwen's arm. Arrested? Why should you be arrested? You're talking nonsense. Because I was there. Don't you see? I was there and I knew, and I didn't say anything for all these years. March 1910. The pigs snuffled toward her, pushing one another, looking into the trough. Mabel emptied the slop bucket, put it down and stood back to watch them. She should go back, she knew. Her mother had said they were to come in and do their lessons after chores, but she could not imagine sitting quietly in the kitchen, cosy by the stove, pretending, reading some book about the Empire. Mabel! It was Bob, suddenly behind her, hidden from the house by the pigsty. She felt herself start at the shock of seeing him. She turned to walk toward the house, but he grabbed her arm. Mabel, don't be like that. I'm thinking of leaving. Come with me like we said. He had a worn brown jacket on, done up tight against the cold, and his cap was tilted back on his head. I'm going to make my fortune somewhere far away from here. Leave me alone. I don't care where you go. Mummy was right, you're horrible people. Mabel, I'm not like them. Him. He's not even our pa. We was just placed with him. It's too long to explain now. He looked past her toward the sound of the screen door slamming at the house. Mabs, get in here. We have to start our lessons. It was Gwen calling. He turned back to her, tried to take her hand. Please think about it. I can't stand it here anymore. We'll go to the coast. We'll get settled and send for the other children. But Mabel pulled away from him, suddenly imagining what it would mean, some squalid hovel with those other children to look after, and began to run to the house, fear and shame equally tearing at her. She stared into the darkness. It had been the day before yesterday that Bob had said he would leave. She knew he was probably far away now, would have given up on her. She tried to take comfort from it, from the darkness of the moonless night outside her window. No sound came through the window, now slightly ajar to let in the milder weather that had returned after the cold beginning of October. The darkness and the presence of her sister sleeping in the next bed intensified her sense of aloneness, her guilt, her fear that somehow her mother and sister would find out she had been with Bob in the shed, would find out about what nearly happened. that he had tried to make her run away with him. She closed her eyes tight and took a deep breath. Nothing happened, she told herself. There was nothing to be ashamed about. But she could still feel the pain of Mr. Anscombe's hand on her arm, pulling her up like a rag doll, calling her a slut. But I'm not, she thought. I'm not. Nothing happened. She had tried to make sense of what Bob had told her. What did it mean he was not their pa? She had the feeling that she'd been pulled into a world that she could not understand. That was what it was like being in love. You thought it was just you and the other person in a bubble, but it wasn't. You were pulled into a whole universe of someone else's frightening existence. She heard him over and over saying, "We was just placed with him." What did that mean? Were they orphans? The idea that she had even thought of placing herself in the power of these rootless people brought another wave of fear. Her eyes widened. There was someone outside. She turned toward where her sister lay. Gwen was asleep. Mabel could hear her quiet, sibilant snore. She sat up and pulled the blankets to her chest with both hands, as if they would protect her. It must be Bob. He'd come back for her. When she hadn't gone to the train station, he hadn't gone like he said he would. He'd come back for her. Terrified now that he would be reckless, would bang on the door or call out, she got up and moved swiftly toward the door and went down the stairs, hugging the edge by the banister because there was less squeaking. In the kitchen she pulled on her robe. She could hear the spaniels stirring and beginning to whine where they slept in the mudroom, and she spoke quietly to them as she slipped on her boots. One of the spaniels emitted a low growl, and both looked alertly at the door. "It's okay," she whispered. "You can come with me. Please don't bark." Carefully closing the screen door so it wouldn't snap shut loudly, she went toward where she saw him moving, her heart pounding. She shivered as the cold night air hit her and tried to rehearse what she'd say to make him go away and leave her alone forever. "Who's there?" The harsh male whisper made Mabel stop, puzzled and then frightened. "Who's there?" repeated the voice closer. His voice sounded strange and broken. The dogs trotted toward the voice. One of them gave a slight whimper. It's Mabel." She wanted to run back to the house, lock the doors. "What are you doing here?" He seemed distracted, as if he didn't quite know her. Something in his uneasiness gave her courage. Her fear of him turned to a kind of rage at all of them. "Why are you here? Get away! You'll wake my sister and my mother. I told you, leave me alone. I don't ever want to see you or your kind again." She could just discern an elongated shape lying at Bob's feet. She struggled to understand. Why was there a shovel next to it? She looked up at him wide-eyed, unable to make sense of what she saw. "I didn't kill him, if that's what you're thinking." His whisper was harsh and rasped. His face was close to hers, his breathing uneven, his breath stale. Mabel felt words stuck in her throat. She was frozen, watching him, feeling as if the life was draining out of her. "Some wood rolled onto him. We couldn't—" Here his voice seemed to catch. "No one can know," he hissed. "I swear to God, if anyone finds out, if anyone comes looking, I will kill you. I'll tell your ma about us. You're part of this now. Do you understand?" Somehow he had retrieved the shovel and was brandishing it near her. She could smell the dried earth stuck to it, could see the sharp edge of the metal near her. Scarcely knowing what she was doing, she turned and ran back to the house, but even buried under her blankets, she thought she could hear the shovel pushing into the earth. Chapter 31. A week after the funeral, Darling was at his desk, hanging up the phone from the call he'd been waiting for from the home for boys in Manitoba. It had been very unsatisfactory, all in all. "Ames?" he called. In a moment, Ames was filling the doorway with his youthful, optimistic presence. "I thought you were out attending to that car robbery." "If I was, sir, I wouldn't be at your beck and call now, would I?" If I want your cheek, I'll ask for it. I've been on the phone to the Patterson Home for Boys, and I must say they could not have been more unforthcoming. They took a week to get back to me because they had to fish out their records from 1907. They had a record of a Charles Blake, a.k.a. Bob Anscombe, and a boy of 4 was registered that same year whose name was recorded as Joseph Smith. I don't even know if that was actually his name, or was in the traditional manner a pseudonym because they'd lost track of his siblings. The whole business of home children is incomprehensible, especially in the early years. They indicated the older boy was assigned to the Anscombes, and that's that. Nothing about the younger one. I imagine they let him go because it was easier for them not to have such a young child on hand who could not work or be placed. Any details of their lives or how they got there, they say they cannot tell me. It's a very untidy and unsatisfactory way to handle children, in my view. I asked them out of curiosity how a person who had been there as a child could trace his own family, and was told they were not able to give out that information. We've sent poor Charles Blake to a facility closer to his wife. I don't think they should even bother to keep him locked up in Kamloops. He's hardly going to run off. He did say he felt better now the child was buried properly. Poor my left arm. I don't want him feeling better right now. You seem to have forgotten he is to stand trial for the murder of Henry Anscombe, and kept your beloved Miss Winslow locked up for over 20 hours, in yet another example of appalling judgment. Speaking of Miss Winslow, Darling waved his hand, dismissing Ames. Car theft, Ames. Get on it. And he went back to his notes. Sir, said Ames with a sigh. He lingered for a moment, wanting to escape from their bantering but hierarchical relationship, wanting to sit down with him as the friend he most desperately wished to become, and talk to him about not letting his chance of real love, for this is what he believed it to be, go. He had seen the old inspector who had retired when Darling had come back from the war. He had been bitter and isolated. His wife, for it was rumoured he had had one, had long since decamped and left him to his own devices. He could not bear to think of Darling old and alone like his old boss, and thought that once he had secured the lovely Miss Winslow, she would never leave him. Ames, I'll need to use that door in a minute, and I don't want you blocking it up. Sir. Lane sat in front of her typewriter, holding a cup of coffee and staring out at the changing clouds above the lake. She felt herself on a trajectory she could not get off. She cursed Darling and herself, cursed the end of what she thought of as her peace of mind. She had been happy here in the last year. She had a beautiful house set in a paradise that had helped her begin to put the war and its effects behind her, especially now, as the spring released a riot of greens in the trees and bushes. She wanted to be free, to be outside, smelling the scents of her new home, having tea with her neighbours, drinking wine with the Bertolis, who, thank God, would be back in a few days. She wanted to be free to do all these things and continue to live unruffled, alone, in peace. Instead, she had fallen in love, a circumstance that had yanked her violently from her splendid isolation. When she was young, she had dreamed love would be like it had seemed at first when she was 19 and had fallen for Angus. He had consumed her. She had felt protected and loved by him. She had felt that the butterflies and inability to eat and sleep were the glorious garments of true love. Now she felt them more as an illness to be overcome, and love a deceptive pitfall. Love tricked one into believing in another person. Love was, in fact, truly blind, a destroyer of judgment. Darling would be another Angus. The instant she told herself this, she knew it to be wrong. Darling was not another Angus. Darling was Darling, and that was what was so utterly disturbing. He was a good man, a man, if she dared to admit it, she wanted. A man who was not dishonest and did not manipulate. A man who was impossible in every way. He could not, she knew, love her. Her background was too untidy. There was too much she could not say. You cannot build a relationship on secrets. And anyway, she said out loud, I could never leave here, and I have work to do. She put down her cup and adjusted the paper in the machine. Here's the thing, the green shadow said. You must relinquish everything to be like us. Abandon your petty loves and dreads. Leave your human house and fly to the forest's hush. Home? House? Home was a soft word, but should she always give in to soft? Should poetry not have some good Anglo-Saxon edges? Maybe she should escape the tyranny of the rhyme like the modern poets. If she could but blend into the flickering green of the forest and be done with it. She was interrupted in this escapist sentiment by the ringing of the phone. She waited. It was for her. KC 431, she said into the mouthpiece, her heart pounding. Stop it, she told herself. Miss Winslow, it's Erin. Erin, how lovely to hear from you, Lane said, meaning it, angry at the rush of fear and hope that had overcome her at the sound of the phone. It was utter nonsense, and it had to stop. I hope you don't mind my calling. You did give me your number. Not at all. Is everything all right? Yes, actually. I have my graduation coming up, and I wondered if you wanted to come to it. It's all right if you don't. I'll understand. Oh, my goodness, I would be absolutely honoured. I wouldn't miss it for the world. When is it? This coming Friday, and my parents are having some people over after. She paused. Paul will be there. You can meet him. Are you sure? I don't want to invade a private family party. No, I want you to. I get to invite any friend, anyone I want. I could be your friend, Lane said, smiling. Last time we talked, you seemed to want to run off on your own. I'm thrilled you decided to finish up. I know. I think when I thought it through, I saw that you can't really run away. You were right about that. You helped me to see that. My parents still aren't keen on me going away to school, but I think they're going to let me go at least as far as the coast. I don't think McGill is going to happen, but it's a start. Lane hung up the phone, pleased at this unexpected invitation, and there was her own advice coming back to haunt her. You can't really run away. Gladys, Mabel and Gwen stood outside looking at the cellar. The canvas had been removed, but the now wilting gooseberry bushes that had been pulled out still lay in a pile as a testament to the tragedy that had unfolded there. I suppose we could try to replant some of those, Gwen suggested. We got room behind the garage. I can't go in that cellar any more, Mabel said. It's no good being sentimental, is it? It's a perfectly good root cellar, and our garage is full of jars and potatoes. I think I'm with Mabel, Gwen said. I can't see it without thinking of that poor little tyke moulder in there. How can a child belong to no one like that? He didn't belong to no one, really. I mean, the Anscombs looked after him after a fashion, and Isabel gave him the only thing she had of value. That says something, Mabel said. Gwen glanced at her sister. She knew, but would never tell her she knew, that Mabel had once been in love with Bob Anscombe. It was enough that she had nearly known all along about poor Joe, and it must have been a shock for Mabel to learn that Bob had married Isabel, who was not, after all, his sister. She was hearing a new generosity in Mabel that softened her own feelings. Mabel had lived all those years terrified that Bob would come back and follow through on his threat, and then she was so frightened when the body was discovered that she would be arrested for being complicit somehow in the whole business. Mother, we could come into the modern age and do without a root cellar, she suggested. Gladys shook her head. Absolutely not. But if you two are going to get all unhinged about this one, I suggest we pull it down and plant a tree for that boy. And then we can build another one. We can get Kenny to bring the wood in his truck, and Harris can get off his damn tractor and help, and maybe those bloody policemen who wrecked it in the first place. Hell, we can make a real circus of it, get the Yanks to come help. It'll do those children good to get an idea of what it takes to live out here and be decent neighbours. It seems to me that we didn't pay enough attention to one another in the old days, or that child would not have died like that. I suppose we'd best love our damn neighbours a bit better, as the vicar suggests. Mother, if we're going to have the Bertolis here, you're going to have to change your language in front of those innocent children, Mabel said. But she and Gwen both were slightly agog at their mother's sudden expression of community spirit. Innocent? Ha! Gladys said. Come, where shall we put it? It was the kind of day that makes you feel like you are in a novel on a golden summer day that never ends, but is captured forever in the pages. The air was soft and green, and everyone was gathered in front of the new location for the root cellar. The ground had been dug, and the men who had dug it were in their shirt sleeves, covered in dirt and leaning on their shovels. All the ladies, Lane, Gladys, Mabel, Gwen, Eleanor and Angela, had busied themselves making lunch and laying it out under the trees on a long table. The Bertolis had come back from their holiday and were amazed by the turn of events. Angela devastated that she'd missed all the action. The boys were occupying themselves chasing one another around the vast yard with lumps of dug-up sod. Boy, I'm glad we at least got back on time not to miss this. I still can't believe you found another body while we were away. How could you not wait for me? Angela exclaimed. Lane smiled, glad to have her back as well. She had missed Angela's effusive response to absolutely everything. Right, is everything out? Where are the bloody buns? Gladys said, surveying the table. Mother, the children, Mabel said. Yes, look at them, Gladys responded with asperity, watching the three boys flinging sod. Out of the border, she commanded, as one of them made for her purple lupines. Lunchtime! Everyone has to wash up. Lane stood back now and surveyed the scene, trying to imagine the first cellar build without the benefit of the truck for hauling lumber, or the indoor plumbing, or hot water to wash in. She remembered the photograph of the lunch, Mabel and Gwen as young girls, wearing their long frocks and aprons, Kenny and his brother John, and Bob Anscombe, all vigorous in suspenders and shirt sleeves. She heard Ames laughing at something one of the policemen said, and turned. It was Darling she saw. He too had his shirt sleeves rolled up. His bare arms made him look suddenly vulnerable, and she thought, her breath catching, capable of being hurt. He stood by Ames, ignoring whatever the joke was. He was looking at her. Lane smiled and then felt her face flush. She moved toward him, and Ames took a sudden interest in the bantering of the policeman by the new cellar. She stood next to Darling, both of them watching the preparations at the lunch table. I wanted to say how sorry I am, she said, after drawing a long breath of courage. I behaved abominably when you rescued me, and unforgivably since then. I don't know what gets into me. I don't seem to have a shred of gratitude to my name. He looked at her, unable to respond at first, feeling the pressing of his own heartbeat. Perhaps you don't like being rescued. Or bullied. I'm the one who should be apologizing. In any case, I'd hardly call it a rescue. You would have got out in the fullness of time with your hacking strategy. Yes. Well, think nothing of it. And Angela seems to have forgiven me. I'll have to pay for the repairs, of course. In fact, perhaps I could learn some carpentry from this lot and fix it myself. There was a silence after this. Darling struggled, overwhelmed with a desire to say what he truly felt. Why are you so determined to do everything yourself? He asked instead. Lane turned to look at him. It's what I've learned is best, don't you know? You can't really count on others, can you? This is what you learned from the war? I should think counting on others was the most important thing. Yes, well, we're not at war anymore, are we? And I need to learn to stand on my own 2 feet. Darling, giving lie to the glumness her outbreak of independence elicited in him, smiled suddenly and looked at her feet, framed in her beloved blue espadrilles. Nice feet, he said. She smiled at him. Thank you. I'm rather attached to them myself. Are you staying for the framing of the cellar? We are, but we have to get back to work in town, so we won't be able to see it through tomorrow, unfortunately. It's good of you to come out at all. I know Gladys, for all her bluster, is actually very grateful. I guess there won't be much to bring you out after this." Darling glanced at her and then looked away. "No, I suppose not. If you could stop finding bodies for 5 minutes, we might be able to get some work done in town." She turned to him with a smile and offered her hand to shake. "It's a deal." He held her hand, wanting to keep it, but she extricated it and said, "So, all's well that ends well." She turned to go back to the table. "Come on, everybody, lunchtime," she called. God, she thought, busying herself with the cutlery. We're like children. Darling watched her retreating back. "Wouldst thou leave me so unsatisfied?" he muttered. Darling had asked his men to use the tap behind the house to avoid tramping dirt into the kitchen. He stood now with Ames, looking over the hedge that skirted the path down to the post office, and at the view of the lake, the azure of the sky, and the dark green of the mountains reflected in the water. "It's magnificent," he said with a sigh. "Imagine coming out of your house every morning and seeing that." "Yes, sir. Imagine it. Go ahead." Ames looked around, but all the others had gone to the lunch table on the other side of the garden. "No offence, sir, but you are an idiot." "Every offence taken. What's got into you?" Darling said with surprise. "Her, sir. Miss Winslow. Do you think she's going to wait around forever? You can't seem to see what is right under your own nose." "You forget yourself, Ames. Even if I were remotely interested, I would be the last person on earth she'd go for." "Sir, I've seen how she looks at you. If I may, you may not. Not if you hope to remain on the police force." Ames went back to the table, his youthful appetite stimulated by the pile of sandwiches. Darling lingered, girding himself up to join the others, perhaps to sit across from Lane, looking irresistible in a yellow summer dress, her chestnut hair falling across her face and catching the light, the sound of her laughter as she talked to Angela. Ames was right. He was an idiot, and he had no idea how to not be one. Chapter 32. This time when Darling started out toward King's Cove, he was under no illusion. He was going because his heart ached. He did not think about what he might say or do. He had to stand on her doorstep under the blue spruce and see her opening the door to him, her hair pulled back, her feet bare. He had let 2 weeks drift by, filled with uncertainty and want. Now, at the turn-off, he nearly stopped, knowing it was madness, that he was risking everything, that there would be no turning back, whatever the outcome. A light wind had risen that rustled the new leaves on the birch trees along the gully between Lane's house and the post office. The sun was buoyant, out of step with his sense of dread and longing. He left his hat and jacket in the car, and stood now, his hand poised by the door, and then, with decision, he knocked. He looked away out to the garden, because he suddenly couldn't bear it if she was not home, after the effort of will it had taken to come here. But the door opened, and he turned to her. "Miss Winslow, he began. Lane held the door open. Darling stood hatless, jacketless, his dark hair falling across his forehead, his sleeves rolled above the wrist. "Inspector," she said. God, she thought, looking into his eyes, he is beautiful. She leaned back against the hallway wall to allow him to pass. He stood irresolutely, and then walked past her through the sunlit hallway to the sitting room, and stood gazing out at the mountains and the lake, the emerald green of the sun-swept lawn. Lane followed him, her heart beating, knowing why he had come. Ames said I should try to imagine looking at this view every day. "Inspector, listen. It's no good." Lane had turned to him, her face set in an expression of worry. Darling shook his head and kissed her, his lips resting on hers, a miracle of softness. "Not now," he said, pulling her close. Lane could feel herself giving in to a rush of happiness. She leaned away from him and said, "You know I don't like being told what to do. I'd be hopeless, and you'd never get a decent meal here. I can't cook." He kissed her again. "I wouldn't dare tell you what to do. Anyway, you've made me an omelette twice, and a cheese sandwich, and I could learn to cook," he said, gently pushing her hair away from the beautiful curve of her cheekbone and kissing her forehead. "I watched Mrs. Andrews burn my chops once. I'm quite sure I could manage it. Is there going to be a long list of terms?" "I sound churlish and ungrateful, I know, but all right. I don't like being rescued. You've an awful habit of it." Darling smiled and bent to kiss her again. "No, I mean it." She pushed him away and went to stand by the window, her arms crossed. "I've only now begun to feel like myself, like I know who I am separate from anyone else, from my father, from Angus. I can't go about falling in love. I have perfect plans to live here alone with a dog." Darling smiled. "You can hardly call it rescue. By the time I get there, you've already done most of the job. But I will earnestly endeavour to leave you to rescue yourself. A policeman's instinct is sometimes hard to overcome, but I will do my best." Then he became serious. "I don't want gratitude. I don't know, whatever it is that you're supposed to want. A helpmeet, a housewife, compliance. I couldn't bear that. I only know I love you as you are. Difficult, maddeningly beautiful, intelligent, resourceful. Lane, you might as well tell me now. It has taken all the courage I have to come here. Could you love me? Or should I get back in the car and drive away?" She turned to him. "I love you beyond comprehension. It's beastly. I've been trying not to. I'm not sure I can love anyone without losing myself. You would soon be taking over. You wouldn't be able to help it. Men can't." Darling looked at her dismayed. Was he that kind of man? "I don't want to take you over. How would that be love?" He took her hand tentatively and said, "Anyway, I haven't time. I have crime to fight and aims to manage. I'm afraid we'd have to enter this on equal terms or it wouldn't work." Lane allowed herself to see what in her own fear of loss she had not seen before. His heart laid open, his own fear of loss. She took his hand and kissed the inside of his wrist, feeling his pulse against her lips. "I'm thinking of a terrier." Darling smiled and stroked her hair, kissed her forehead and then her offered lips. "Terriers are not always restful. How about a lab?" "I think I loved you from the first moment I laid eyes on you." "No, you didn't. You thought I'd murdered someone." "I admired strength of character. I admired your sang-froid and your sturdy defense of yourself. I admire that you were going to rebuild Angela's door yourself." He stood back and gazed at her. "You are the most beautiful person I've ever known." "Anyway," she said, "why am I the only one having to state conditions? What are your terms?" What were his terms? He looked around the light, shimmering room they were in. Her domain. He knew already that she would never leave it. He tried to imagine not losing himself and couldn't. "I don't want to be the enemy," Darling said. They went outside and leaned against the maroon car, soaking in the sunshine. The first Lane thought of many partings. "You know what Lorenzo calls you?" he asked. "My non-compliant woman. Trust him to stumble on the perfect characterization of Miss Winslow." "How very flattering of him. I admire a man who can look past all the usual ways women are described. Beautiful, young, stubborn, innocent, childish, petulant, fair sex, weak sex, and worse, and go for something that actually means something. It does to me, anyway. Believe me, he has not looked past your beauty. He admires it a great deal. It must annoy the wonderful missus. Hypothetically, if you were to be my non-compliant woman, what would you call me?" She laughed. "Under those unlikely circumstances, Let's see. Let's start with your name. What is your first name? I remember looking for it on the door of your office last year when you arrested me, but you are very circumspect with your Inspector Darling. Is it something simple and ecclesiastical like John or Paul? Or regal like George? Or something impossible like Algernon? Very nearly. My name is Frederick. My parents insisted on Frederick and never Fred. I was named after Frederick the Great because my mother admired the idea of an emperor composing music. It is easier to only use it on official documents. Fred. I don't think I could call you that. I suppose I would have to go on calling you Darling. The next morning, still buoyed by, he had to admit, delight with the world, he strode into the office, tossed his hat on the stand with characteristic accuracy, and said to Ames, "What have we got today, Amesy?" Ames looked up from arranging files on his boss's desk. He knew Darling had gone up to the lake, and his mood seemed to say it all. "Nice trip up the lake, sir?" "Shut up, Ames," he said. "Call around. I'm thinking of getting a dog. A terrier." Acknowledgements. The pages I write are infused with the spirit of the tiny community beside Kootenai Lake, where I spent my early childhood. There may have been safer places to grow up, or places with more symphonies and coffee shops, but never any more fragrant or green, or more imbued with the slow, kindly richness of rural life. It is a joy to capture and share it with my generous and enthusiastic readers. My thanks go to Sasha Blave-Roman for her meticulous and close reading of my manuscripts, to Gerald Miller for his reading and support of my work, and my ever-patient husband Terry Miller, whose insights and wisdom and delight in stories propel my efforts. Finally, a special thanks to the cheerful, perspicacious and hard-working team at Touchwood Editions for making my books possible. About the author. Iona Whishaw was born in British Columbia. After living her early years in the Kootenays, she spent her formative years living and learning in Mexico, Nicaragua, and the United States. She travelled extensively for pleasure and education before settling in the Vancouver area. Throughout her roles as youth worker, social worker, teacher, and award-winning high school principal, her love of writing remained consistent and compelled her to obtain her master's degree in creative writing from the University of British Columbia. Iona has published short fiction, poetry, poetry translation, and one children's book, Henry and the Cow Problem. A Killer in King's Cove was her first adult novel. Her heroine, Lane Winslow, was inspired by Iona's mother, who, like her father before her, was a wartime spy. Visit ionawishaw.com to find out more. Credits. An Old Cold Grave by Iona Whishaw is published in audio, ebook, and paper form by Touchwood Editions. It is copyrighted by Iona Whishaw as of 2017. The audiobook was narrated by Marilla Wex, a member of ACTRA, in 2020. Produced by Kevin Benici for Drift Under Balance and recorded by Jamie Grant at Anonymous Audio Studios in Toronto, Canada. Production was done by ECW Press. The production of this audiobook has been funded in part by the Government of Canada.